me do my thing. Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve, choose to be more, choose to be better, choose to evolve, choose to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' miss a good thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody knows how to be strong. Be a good fighter. 1, 2, 3, ready to try. Don't you watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng MiFi ko.
Post na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe. Create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Another day, another dollar, and another golden ticket to the Masters is what we are going to be giving away this weekend. 3 teams have fallen and only 5 still stand, but only 1 will be given a chance to go to the Masters and face off against the rest of the Titans in the region. My name is Ilstrado. I'm going to be telling that story with you, and alongside me is, of course, going to be our panel, Trix and Viminal. How are you guys doing today?
Doing absolutely splendid. Very, very excited to get into today's matches.
I don't think there's going to be a day you ask us this and we're not excited. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to Hashira's matchup today as it's the last quarterfinals. And I'm excited to see who's actually going to go up against ArkAngel.
I mean, unbiased, just completely unbiased opinion here. And I say this, and take this with a grain of salt, of course, because I absolutely love watching Hashira. A lot of salt, okay, fair enough. But Hashira, one of those teams that is just so, for me, as a spectator, is just so exciting to watch. And to go up against a team like DR Esports, who are, you know, very much veterans in their field. Yeah. It kind of is one of those very different play style teams, games rather, that just seems to be throwing us curveballs, I think, every time they come up against each other. The last time Hashira played, it was against a team with a similar nature in the form of ArkAngel, and they took a loss there. Now this time they're going up against the former members of ArkAngel in the form of PBD and Nasmi under a different roster. That's DR Esports. How are you feeling about this first matchup that we got?
I think that it's going to be a very close matchup. I know that both teams have been working very hard. And it's a matter of which lineup and which playstyle is actually going to prevail here.
Yeah, and we talked about the first match of today, but we do have others. As we pull up the match schedules on your screens right now, come and take a look at the journey that we have before us, and you will see that it is full of fun and exciting games. So we're starting off with Hashira and DR going head-to-head in the last quarterfinals. It'll be followed up by TFO versus OG. And lastly, we're going to be seeing ArkAngel going up against the winner of whoever wins that first series. Now, let's talk really quickly about DR since we're getting into it here. Trix, I know that you've had experience and you've played with their new coach before, Carter, a.k.a. Retrak, who's an absolute legend in the scene. Tell me how you think this is going to impact really quickly a team like DR, especially going up against a team like Hashira, who's a little bit more new to the scene.
Personally, for me, with a coach like Carter, who is decorated in all kinds of titles with FPS, it would really be the fact that he knows how to handle his players, he knows how to read their playstyles, their personalities, and then bring out the best in them, as he has done for me before as he was my coach. So I would think that going up against DR Esports, in order to understand what you're going to face, you have to first know what are they good at.
Well, we'll talk a little bit about that later on because we do have to talk about the first series recap. It was SE Atlas versus the First Order, and I think for the most part, among all of us casters and analysts, the decision was pretty much split on who would go in advance here. I know none of us on the panel predicted this outcome as TFO would be going through, and a lot of us actually went and, so predicted SE Atlas going through. And I know, Viminal, we had very specific reasons why. Could you tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Here's the thing. We saw TFO's performance in the previous week here in the VALORANT Challengers qualifiers, and quite frankly, their performance wasn't really that mind-blowing in the previous efforts compared to SE Atlas. And here's the thing. We were expecting SE Atlas to basically perform much, much better because Bren Esports is no longer in the picture.
Yeah.
And we were sort of thinking of Bren as a gatekeeper for teams like SE Atlas, but they weren't able to pull through against TFO, which is a huge surprise to a lot of us here.
And one of the biggest reasons, actually, that we thought that they'd be doing a lot better is because every single time that they came into a tournament, they would play pretty well and yield pretty decent results, and a lot of the times actually, until they run into a team like Bren. However, this was not the case today when they went up against a team like TFO, who even struggles against their, former squad or org mates in the form of OG. But why is this happening to you, do you think? Like, do you think SE Atlas is having a little bit of a problem with the roster or the roles? Is there like an identity crisis that we're seeing?
There could be an identity crisis that could be the factor here, as we've seen some of these players from SE Atlas rotating, role swapping, as you mentioned, Tim, back on that battle stage, but he wasn't very effective yesterday as the same impact he had in the past. So we could be seeing some sort of internal struggle here for the side of SE Atlas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we loved Tim on the battle stage. The first time we saw it was back in First Strike.
Yes.
First Strike Philippines when he did absolutely phenomenal. But the problem with that, I think, is that they were never really able to recreate that success. They actually took him off that battle stage come the following tournaments and only put him back there now. And I feel like this is a little bit, you know, one of the reasons, rather, why they have been struggling in terms of not just chemistry, but also fragging potential. Because Tim's used to always top frag, and we talked about this guy. So exciting to watch. But he didn't show up in any of the matches yesterday, right? So, Trix, why do you think that is? Is it because he's trying to get back into adjusting into that role, or?
It might very well be that a lot of teams fall into this trap of it's no longer in the meta, that means we can't do it anymore. And what I would like to remind all players and all teams out there who are hoping to perform in VCT upcoming, it's that us players, or you players rather, decide the meta. Of course, TSM came in there with a triple duelist lineup, NIP came in there with the no duelist lineups, and it's really just a matter of what works for you as a team, figuring that out and really perfecting it. As we've mentioned, when it comes to Bren, they're the masters at their roles, and we need other teams to start doing that too.
I think that's the problem that a lot of teams are facing right now. They get boxed into this idea of having to conform to this current meta that is set by one of the top teams, Bren Esports, for example. And then all of a sudden, it's just that they're so conscious of being boxed in, conforming to a certain playstyle that doesn't really suit them.
Yeah.
Of course, your playstyle, rather the meta, should serve your playstyle, not the other way around.
And I think this is not the only instance of that happening. We saw this happen to a team like ArkAngel, one of the most, you know, formidable and most veteran squads in the game itself here today in the country. But they also seem to fall prey to that kind of mentality, which is now, I'd say, more or less addressed. They've been performing a little bit better on. We'll touch on ArkAngel later. But my question is, before we move on to the next one, do you feel like that win was more of a TFO win or just an SE Atlas loss?
I don't know. For me, it's just TFO really played well. They had their set plays. They were very coordinated in terms of crossfires and fundamentals. SE Atlas previously encountered TFO before, and it was sort of a grudge match between those two teams, and they definitely did their homework on each other. TFO really did their work.
Yeah, well, that's all that can be said for that for the meantime, because we do have to go and talk about the next semifinals, Oasis Gaming versus Empire. One of the, I'd say, matches that we were hoping to be closer. It did go the extra mile, it did go 2-1, but it wasn't very convincing for the side of Empire, especially with the changes in the roles and the agents. You know, we had a great performance from Silver from game number 2, but he was never really able to find that success yet again, especially on that Sentinel.
I think just, again, as we've seen happen to Josh S as well, it's really difficult and questioning when you put someone who's a great duelist into a role like the Sentinel. Because Sentinels usually have a very different playstyle that is required of them to be a little more passive, to really just delay, to get that information but do it in a safe way, so they have to have a lot of discipline as well. That's why I think a player like Dispenser can really shine on the Sentinel, but you have to also understand that's years of knowing how to discipline himself.
I feel like the best way to summarize how you should play Sentinel versus a duelist is because when you're a Sentinel, your goal is to catch people, I think. And when you're a duelist, it's more about hunting people. And I feel like that's a very different mentality that comes into play, especially when you're not ready for it. It just really starts to shine through. We saw this with other teams. We saw Trix yesterday on that Sentinel as well, and it just didn't fit. I'd say it was a recurring trend all throughout the day. But I think it was most prominent here in this game in Empire versus OG. Now, let's talk about OG. They're looking a lot better. You know, this could be due to the fact that they're all in a boot camp now, and they definitely have that chemistry going for them, and they seem to be much closer as a team. But overall, it just seems like their play style is just shaping up completely. Could this be the weekend that we see them in an actual grand final again?
I mean, this is what we've been speculating. You said it yourself, that this tournament is the tournament for OG Chimera to actually wake up and step up to the plate. As a team that's always been on the cusp of greatness, but just not able to cross over that border. Just, you know, this might be the opportunity for them.
I agree. This is the chance. And like I said, it's do or die. It's today or never, I think, for OG. They've had a lot of chances. They've looked shaky before, had a lot of great ideas, but they have never looked better. And I think this is the time for OG to shine. Now, what about for later on, OG? They're going to be playing up against TFO. That is going to be one exciting fight. I definitely think we should be tuning in for that. So before we talk about that, I do want to get your impression. It's going to be the first of the day, the first semifinal of the day. That's going to be the second today. How do you feel that is going to go?
Here's the thing, TFO, we're sort of speculating on the win percentage of both teams. I was thinking maybe it would be around 40 to 60 in favor of OG. Historically, in the past, they have faced off many times, and you know, TFO not having a very strong win rate against OG in the past, especially when they faced off previously here at VALORANT Challengers. It was a very strong performance from OG, but it's going to be a game of chess.
Yeah.
It's going to be a game of chess.
I agree, and they always seem to have been very tactical.
I do like how much TFO has shown growth in their process so far, but OG having the upper hand in terms of just a boot camp, that mental strength, the backing of an organization as well, I feel it might be a bit big of a hurdle to expect TFO to overcome it during the semifinals.
Now, it's just a mental game. It's just, we saw them on the interview while we were interviewing Worship the other night, and everyone was behind the background during the interview. That was so cool to see. And it's just so evident in their playstyle. They're way more comfortable with each other now.
Yes.
It's starting to shine through, I think. And one of the, I think, keys to being a successful team is to be able to allow things to flow and be natural. And that's what we're seeing right here from OG lately. It just might be the extra mile that they need to be able to go the distance here. But for the meantime, let's go and talk a little bit about the stats from that previous game. It was the Godowers and Silver show in map number 2, to nobody's surprise at all. And, you know, Silver just amazing on that jet, but unfortunately, it just didn't seem like the pieces for Empire fit anymore. What in earth is going on with Empire right here? It just feels like they're just discombobulated. It feels like they're just not organized as they used to be, when they were a team that just, their strongest suit used to be being very organized.
This is really a fall from grace that we're experiencing for the side of Empire. They were the second team to beat, right next to Bren during the first week over here at VALORANT Challengers, and this is an absolute far cry from their initial performances, and this might be indicative of perhaps an internal struggle within the team. Of course, we can only speculate.
I agree, and I feel like there has been a little too much shuffling going about. You know, just putting in different players on different roles, and I just feel like there's no real identity there for the meantime. Maybe they'll solidify it next run, but for this run in this first split, I think it was a good showing at the start, but it seems like they just ran out of gas in the end, especially towards this last map in Bind, where OG just showed absolute dominance. It's a 13-6 victory, and it shows that they can go toe-to-toe with Empire on every single front. Like, for me, OG looked like the better team in every single facet of their playing, whether it was aim duel, whether it was chemistry, whether, you know, it was tactics and rotation. It just seemed like OG had it all. But let's not linger on that series too long, because we have one more recap, and that's going to be Dreamfire versus ArkAngel in a game that basically surprised virtually nobody. ArkAngel took the win in a 2-0 victory against Dreamfire. Dreamfire did show a lot of signs of growth, but I think the resounding question here is how long will it take for them to get over this plateau? Because right now, that's what it seems like. It seems like they're amazing players, but they can't break through this barrier to get past the team or even get a map against a team like ArkAngel.
It's very difficult, especially if you're a team that's coming in from this pug style. Before, I think a lot of teams functioned a lot better because they didn't have to do scrimmages necessarily. They could just go on a 5-stack on Q. But now with Valorant's update and people not being able to do that 5Q or triple Q anymore, it's really a matter of them looking for those scrimmages and picking the right scrims. Picking the teams that are going to challenge them, because they know they'll be challenged in the ranks. But they don't always know how a team will challenge them when they look for scrims.
You know, word on the grapevine is there are a couple of big organizations looking to field a team, and Dreamfire might just be one of those. And that might be one of the opportunities for a team like Dreamfire to grow. I mean, with proper org backing, you know, Picking up
Yes.
scrims will be much easier, maybe having a boot camp, because they do show a lot of potential. And it's a shame that it feels like lately they have sort of stagnated.
Yeah.
And we've seen tremendous growth from their first performance here at VALORANT Challengers. But again, it's hitting that plateau. And there's no way around it, in my opinion, other than spending a lot of time and effort in getting over that. I don't think he can fast track that sort of progress, and that's why they were outclassed by ArkAngel here.
And honestly, the way that ArkAngel honestly won, it was just so decisive and so clean. It kind of looked like the ArkAngel of old. Like, they're coming back into their old form. Let's talk about ArkAngel a bit. Ching on that raise, I think we all wanted to see. Everybody wants to see him back on that raise because he's. Let's be real here. Probably the best raise in the country.
Josh S.
Yeah, probably the best raise in the country, and to not see him on it, even for certain maps, is really a big waste, a big shame.
Yeah.
It is very good to see Josh S back on the raise. Even his movement, we can see in the matches that it's a lot more comfortable. Although we put Ching back on that Omen and Icebox, still doing an excellent performance, understanding why he was the Omen for Bren as well.
I mean, he probably wasn't happy about it, but he was really fragging out. So an aggressive Omen, it definitely works out for him anyway. But we're going to take a little bit of a breather because we're going to talk a little bit about the teams that are going into the game later on today.
Yeah.
One of the teams I'm looking forward to seeing is ArkAngel, you know, and we just touched on them later. But if ArkAngel are currently waiting in the semis right now. And there's a very good chance that they're going to be heading up a team like Hashira, which we haven't really talked about very much. And it's going to be the first game of the day. What are your thoughts on a team like Hashira?
For me, Hashira has a lot of potential as well, especially these guys are considered to be young guns, at least some members of their roster, particularly Jeremy and Hatred. But they do have a lot of skill and a lot of experience in tac shooters as well. So here, we're not going to see the same narrative as opposed to Dreamfire versus AA. This is going to be, I do believe, indicative of Hashira's experience in the past in the VALORANT local scene. So I expect this to be a very, very close matchup, and I'm really looking forward to it.
As I've mentioned last time when I watched Hashira play, the thing with Hashira is that they're somewhat easy to read because they had a lot of set strategies. So if Hashira comes today with more of defaults playing to their strengths, which we have talked about off the desk, I think that this will be a very close game. Because Hashira, because they have that creative side for them already, you know that they have the skills required to even be that creative. They've got a good kit. But so does DR Esports.
DR Esports, one of the teams that have surprised, I think, everybody and how they have been doing so well despite losing their alleged star player who has now moved on to perhaps greener pastures elsewhere. But they have been making it work. That's, I think, the slogan that we have made, I think, the moniker for this team, for DR Esports. It just works. For some reason, it just works.
I think it's because of their malleability. I mean, that malleable aspect to the team. And this is something we emphasize a lot. Having set plays is one thing, but having the experience to be malleable on the fly and adapt on the fly is a very important thing as well.
Yes.
And that's what they excel at, in my opinion.
You definitely have to be able, off the bat, to say, okay, this is how they're playing, and the way we've learned to play, the way we've practiced playing isn't going to work against this, so we have to adjust. And that's a skill that teams with more experience, whether it be in VALORANT or other titles, are able to bring into VCT.
Yeah, I agree because we're so excited to see what these guys have got a little bit later on. Because right now we're going to take a look at the bracket to see exactly how the journey is going to be going for the rest of the day and what we saw previously as well. So this is the bracket for the playoffs in week number 3. Started off with Atlas and CFO in a 2-0 and EMP Empire, and then OG in a 2-1 victory. And ArkAngel taking a win against Dreamfire in a 2-0 as well. But later on, we're going to be seeing the first series, TFO versus OG. And, of course, we're going to be seeing ArkAngel face off against the winner of this last quarterfinal, which is Dreamfire versus Hashira. And honestly, the games today are, they're pretty cracked. Like, they're just going to be so good. The first semis alone, TFO OG, this is like, a blood war.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been talking about this yesterday, just seeing the bracket here, and I was like, can we get TFO OG together?
Yeah. This is
And
like
it
the
happened.
rivalry.
This is the rivalry, and then of course you have Hashira and DR. It's gonna be such an action-packed day. This is probably the most intense day we've had since the beginning.
It would seem like it is a repeat of last matches with TFO OG against maybe a Hashira ArkAngel, or against the old ArkAngel with PBD and Nasmi against the current ArkAngel. So I'm excited to see how the matches turn out. I expect them to be a close match, and I think there's a lot for a lot of teams to learn here.
Yeah, I agree. But let's take a look at what we can learn, because we do have things we can learn. We can actually learn. Wow, words are hard. Words are hard in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Feature video is coming up your way, and we're going to be showing you the new mode, which is Escalation. If you haven't played it yet, it's a lot of fun. Trust me. Especially when everything ends up in a big old knife fight. Nothing quite like it. So take a look at what it's all about. This is actually the newest thing.
Here comes the party!
Hey, I like this game. Enemy spotted.
But if you do want to escalate and rise to the challenge, also make sure to check out all of our sponsors. We'd like to thank our Acer Predator, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator Gaming. So if you want to escalate and maybe get those knife kills at the very end of it, make sure to check out Predator Gaming. Also, thank you to Globe Virtual Hangouts, because you can reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. For our viewers at home as well, you can get a chance to win prizes for up to 1,500 plus points worth of Valorant points. Just stitch and do it. Azurite's TikTok video casting challengers week 2. Post it on the PPGL Facebook page, and post the video either on Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. We've already seen a few really good ones, and we already announced a few winners yesterday, but we're doing even more today. Make sure your post is public, because 10 winners will be winning 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also, do not forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/PPGLGG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's bit.ly/PPGL-YT, or simply search PPGL on YouTube. Again, we're picking out 10 winners today, and that's going to be at the very end of it, so make sure you stay tuned. Now, let's go back and talk about the rest of the day. You're joining me, Illustrato. I'm going to be your host. I'm going to be your panel officer today. And joining me is going to be my panel. But the question is, where can you see the panel and the casters? And that's going to be here, ladies and gents, on the languages of your choice. It's going to be English, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And for Filipino, you can take a look at facebook.com/PPGLGG, and also check us out on TikTok. It's tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. So don't forget to tune in to your favorite language, whether it's Filipino, whether it's English, and that's about it, actually. But still, two is company. Two is definitely Kambi. But we'll go. Before we go into a quick break, I do want to ask my co-panelists right here one quick question. What is the game that you are excited to see the most? I'm going to pass it off to you, Viminal, first, and then I'll go to you, Trix.
I'm really, really looking forward to TFO versus OG today. That's going to be a spicy matchup.
I'm looking forward to DR Esports versus Hashira. Maybe it's because I want to study the plays, but it's also just because I want to see how much these teams have grown.
I agree, and these two teams, I feel like, have a lot of potential for growth. You just don't know what they're going to be throwing at you the next time they come back onto the field, against you. And definitely an exciting day to look out for, because we do have so many exciting games coming up your way. But we do have to throw to a quick break for just a second, because we do have to get ready for the first game of the day, and that's going to be DR versus Hashira, one of the most anticipated games all week and long. So when we come back, we're going to be starting with the first series. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng Wi-Fi ko.
Ubus na rin yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
first match of the day is just about to begin. Will it be the young bloods in the form of Hashira, or will the old guard yet again prevail? DR Esports making a name for themselves despite losing one of their most key members. Still hanging on with the tagline, "It just works." Will they be able to make it work in this upcoming quarterfinals? My name is Ilstrado. We're going to be your first storytellers here today. Again, you're joining us on panel. And alongside me are the amazing bards, Viminal and Trix. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling about this first game?
Well, I got a little surprised later on. You'll just have to wait and see. But this is going to be an incredible matchup.
You know, I don't like how that sounds, Viminal. Whenever you have surprises for us, it just never goes very well. I don't think I can say on stream, but...
I think that this is also an amazing matchup. DR Esports against Hashira. Hashira having that creative skill set, the ability to really just frag it out and working to their strengths. DR Esports being very methodical, having that really team kind of structure going on for them, even though they had lost a player they're initially supposed to play with. So I'm very excited, and I'm wondering who's going to come out the victor today.
Yeah, maybe they realize somewhere along the way that, guys, we're still making it work. Let's stick together and actually push through this. This is an incredible narrative for their team.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, in relationships, no matter whether you're a pro player, it's all about just sticking together in the end, because that's really what counts. But I wouldn't know anything about that, would I? Let's go to Team Roster A and talk about the first team that's going to be coming together and playing, and it's going to be Hashira. Let's take a quick inspection on this lineup right here. We got 2766, we got Hatred, edgy as ever, Envy, Jeremy, and Rabbit. What can we say about these boys? We know these guys, the talent on this roster is through the roof.
We do know that they've proven time and time again why they are here, why they're a good team as well. But again, when it comes to the VCT challengers, it's about taking that next step since they are competing for the Masters. How are they going to take the raw talent that they have and that creativity, and how are they going to bring it forward to beat teams like DR Esports?
Yeah, I think the creativity is the most important thing, because at this level, everybody has aim.
Yes.
Everybody has talent, right? What sets you apart is what matters.
Yeah, I agree, because there's always this one X factor, and I think Hashira has it, definitely. But the problem is, will they be able to hone in on the rest of their game to go against a team with rock-solid foundations like DR? You know, DR, these guys have been around for the longest of times, and they're coached by one of the most, you know, legendary players and coaches in this entire, you know, local scene, Coach Carter. Shout out to him if he's tuning in. Much respect to the guy. Let's take a look at his squad now. We got Disrupt, Fission, Kilias, Nasmi, and PBD. Honestly, also pretty much savants in their own right. Let's not even get to, I mean, not even talking about Kelly S, who was a phenom himself last time. But these guys, they've got the talent, man. They've got what it takes.
And you guys have been talking about a lot of Coach Carter, and I really am curious to see the impact that he has on this team now. Me being a bit of a greenhorn to the scene, not really familiar with this man's pedigree, but I am very curious to see how DR is going to be different this time around.
I think one important thing to mention about DR Esports and why their lineup works is, if you notice, a lot of their players are, you know, they fill the roles that the other players can't. You've got PBD in there, who's also a great entry. You've got Nasmi, who's a great sentinel. Yeah. And on top of that, you have other people who can frag out but also play these different roles. And as we mentioned before, when you get to this level, it's no longer about picking players who are just top in the ranks. It's about picking players who fit your team and understanding what you need as a team in order to make it work.
I mean, you could have the best players in a single squadron, but if they don't play the right roles, if they don't play well with each other in terms of chemistry, then it all means nothing.
I think the biggest strength, actually, that they have on the side of DR is that they are so willing to play whatever just to make it work. And it shows that they're comfortable. You don't have any, it doesn't seem like they have any resentment in what roles that they have. They don't have any, I'd say, maybe ill feelings about being pushed into a certain role, because they're just so down. And that's one of the teams that one of the things that make a team really, truly successful. And let's zone in a little bit on two of the players. We got the head-to-head coming up right now. Let's see who we've got In the previous games, we have had the performances of two of these players, Kelly S versus Hatred, and I'm not surprised here. Hatred is honestly probably one of the most talented young guns like I've honestly ever seen locally. And he's going up against Kelly S in this head-to-head.
And I was wondering, where did this guy come from? Because he is a phenomenal player, multi-kill on multi-kill, round after round. Definitely a huge impact player here, as of course with Kelly S. And check out that first blood percentage, almost at 20% for the side of Hatred alone. That's incredible.
Let's not even begin to talk about him being the shotgun king, because that's just it, dude. Like he's the Bucky King, dude. And it is fun to watch. He's one of the driving forces that make Hashira so exciting to watch. Because the way that they play, even though it's a little bit over-aggressive sometimes, you're sort of kind of rooting for them to get those kills because they are exciting, they are a fun bunch, and they do have that aggressive chemistry together. Now, whether they can solidify that back end, though, with some important role changes to the team, I feel like it's going to be a different dynamic, but still a very aggressive one. That's what I'm expecting to see a little bit later on. Now, before we go into the game itself, before we go into any more, I'm going to talk right now about the map veto. The map veto coming up on your screens, where the battlefield is, and it's going to be starting with none other than Bind, I think. Yes, Bind. And then we're following it up with Haven and Split. So I'd say a pretty good overall, pretty balanced, I'd say. But if I may, I feel like Hashira won this pick.
I wouldn't know much about what both teams actually want. I know that Hashira did perform in Icebox, but they had a lot of set plays, which I mentioned on stream that they have to change that if they want to play it, because it should be the icing on top of the cake, not the whole thing. So for me, I would say it's even both sides. You've got a lot players who are very good at clearing their angles, very good at the aim duels. You got Bind, Haven, Split, pretty standard.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to agree with you there, but it's pretty interesting that we don't see Ascent here in this map pick.
It was actually banned out by DR, which is a very big surprise as to why. I'm not entirely sure.
Isn't Ascent like the Philippine fan favorite?
Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
that's probably why.
It is probably because everybody can play it, and maybe maybe they just wanted to avoid that and stick to something that maybe they didn't really focus on. I don't know. Maybe they probably just don't have too many set plays on it. Maybe they're just not feeling confident. Who knows? Only maybe Carter and the rest of the team. We'll find out that in just a bit, though. But for the meantime, before I go into the game, I'm going to ask you guys, what are your final predictions before going into this one? So I'm going to start with my prediction here, because I definitely think it's going to be a Hashira game. I'd say 2-1. It's going to be close. So before you run off, before I let my panel go here, Viminal and Trix, what are your predictions for this game?
I think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of DR.
And I am going to echo that. I'm thinking 2-1 for DR Esports.
Okay, the lone Hashira standout here on the panel. We'll see if that is going to be the case or not as we dive into the first game. But before we go into the game itself, we do want to tell you guys we are giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points, and it's pretty easy if you want to do it. All you got to do is do the following, putting it up on your screens right now. Just stitch and duet Azurite's TikTok video casting week 2 of Challengers and post it on the PPGL Facebook page. And of course, make sure that's all public. We're going to be picking out 10 winners tonight, so that's at the very end of the day. And all you got to do is duet that TikTok. We've seen a lot of great casting with Azurite. Not the easiest of casters to keep up with, but they made it work anyway. And yeah, pretty simple. Get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass as well. And recharge your Valorant points now using Kodashop. Also using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And don't forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, ppgl.com/GG. And subscribe to our official YouTube account. It's ppgl-YT on Bitly. Or simply search PPGL on YouTube and make sure your post is public, because a total of 10 winners will win 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. But before we let you go any further, before the match starts, we want to make sure that you have the optimal viewing experience. And what better way to do that than to watch on the language of your choosing. If you want to watch on English, you got to hang out with us on Twitch. That's where we're going to be all day long. at twitch.tv/ppglph. Sorry, ppgl_VCTPH. And the Filipino commentary is going to be happening on facebook.com/ppglgg and on TikTok, which is tiktok.com/@helloppgl. So easy peasy enough, right? But just a quick reminder, all of the panel sessions will be in English and will be happening through all of the streams. So if you're on Filipino wondering why we're talking in English, it's because we're the panel. And that's the end of that story. So I'll leave you to it, but I'm going to be leaving you with the casters in their very capable hands. So for the first time here today, I'm going to be signing off and leaving you in the first series. It's going to be DR versus Hashira. So casters, floor is yours.
Hello guys and welcome here, day 2 of the VCT Stage 1, week number 3. I am Black and Blue. With me is the multifaceted, multi-talented Viminal. How are you doing, my good man?
Greetings. It is I, Viminal. I was there and now
he's here.
I'm here.
Very wonderful. Yes. Well, guys, of course, we all know what we're here for. It is day number 2 of Stage 1, week 3 of the VCTPH, and we're going to have Hashira versus not Dreamfire, DR coming up in a bit. These guys just switched names, didn't they, Viminal?
Here's the thing. DR, they got picked up by Norg and now coached by legendary Coach Carter because they had a phenomenal performance during the first couple of weeks here in the Challengers. And I expect nothing less than top-tier performance from, quite frankly, both of these teams.
Yeah, I don't expect anything less. Both of these guys have definitely been very impressive so far. You know, with Hashira going very deep into week number 2, and DR as well giving a very, very fantastic-looking series against Brent Esports. They were still under the name NFO at the time, but now, here with their new sponsor, new team, new org, these guys are definitely here to bring it. And I remember, you know, when Brent Esports beat DR, at the time NFO, he was like, you guys have to remember, these guys don't have an org. These guys are new, and still, they are already very good. And he was like, imagine when these guys do get an org, some backing, and here we are. And so now this is the chance for DR to prove what they got.
Now, we were talking over there at the analyst desk that one thing that DR does very, very well is that they are very malleable. They can adapt on the fly. And the best part about it is that they work well with each other. They are complementary. The roles of each player is very well accounted for, and they're not simply a roster that is put together by grouping up a bunch of skilled friends. Each one of them, very deliberate, I do believe, in terms of roster construction. So this is very, very good.
Very calculated is their composition here on the roster. You do have players such as PPD and Nazmi who have been playing for a while too, so they definitely do have the chemistry at least underway. It's just a refining of things, and these guys can certainly bring it. But now their opponents here, Hashira. These are, I think, it wouldn't be wrong to say that they're kind of favored to win this just because of previous tournament experience and accomplishments, but still, it can go really either way here. Viminal, when it came to it, who was your prediction when the official predictions were released?
I put my foot down and said 2-1 in favor of DR. But honestly, very decent chance to win here for Hashira. Both of these teams, they have a lot of experience. Hashira, on the other hand, perhaps a lot of roster changes in the recent times as well. But of course, both of these teams very, very talented. I'm leaning towards DR because they do have more experience under their belt. It's sort of like the old guard versus the young guns, as Illustrato earlier put it.
Definitely so, and I think actually DR would probably be my dark horse for this entire stage here. They could definitely go and win it all. But speaking about what might be likely, I did predict a 2-1 going the way of Hashira instead. Still, though, I do believe that DR definitely have a chance to do so, and as I said, they are my dark horse, so I would love to be proven wrong here. And the upset, I wouldn't say it's really an upset, but Hashira still, I feel like, are the favorites just because of previous tournament experience here. Still, DR, they've put on a great showing during the previous weeks here at the VCT Philippines, and I don't doubt we're going to see more of that coming in.
Yeah, so who's going to get it right, you or me?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Am I the one who's going to be looking like a fool after this, or who's going to be wrong? But, well, predictions aside, let's talk a bit about you guys as well. Thank you for tuning in. Obviously, we are here at the VCTPH, guys. It is week number 3 last week here for stage number 1. And we also do have, obviously a bunch of things to be given away here, as not only can our teams win, but you guys can have a chance to win as well. 1,500 Valorant points is to be given away. Give me a 5 there, Viminal. Give me a 5. Yes, there. Actually, no, there. Fair.
Oh, that's 10.
Dude, 10. 15.
This is 20. Never mind.
We good. 1,500 Valorant points that you guys can win simply by doing a duet with Asurai's TikTok video casting challengers week number 2 posted on the PPGL Facebook page. All you guys have to do is post the video on either Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. Make sure the video is public too so that we can see it. And at the end of the day, we're going to announce 10 lucky winners on who are going to be those guys getting 1,500 Valorant points. So basically what it is like, Asarai casts over VOD, then you guys he throws it to you guys. It's your chance to do it, and who knows? You might just be the next one, and you might just be one of the 10 lucky winners at the end of this.
Now I'm here. Maybe I can do it.
Yeah, maybe we can do it when Asarai gets over here.
But yeah, it's a pretty cool idea. I got to give it to the person who actually figured out what to do with that TikTok video. Pretty cool idea, and good luck to everyone who's going to join. 1,500 Valorant points. Lots of awesome skins, oh my gosh, in the store right now.
Definitely so, guys. That's just enough for a Battle Pass right there. And, well, you guys are obviously watching the English broadcast. We do have a bunch of other broadcasts as well, the Filipino one, if you guys want to tune in. But here we are, now finally looking at the map. We're going to be going into Bind, and look at the composition here for the side of Hashira Viminal. They have the Sova, they have the Jet, they have the Phoenix, they have the Brim, and the Cypher. Pretty standard for Bind, double duelist. On the other side here, DR, Jet, Raze instead of a Phoenix. They have the Sova, they have the Brim, and they have the Cypher. So both going double duelist. The only difference is here, Kelly S is on the Raze while Jeremy is on the Phoenix. Let's break that down a bit. What do you think is the philosophy between these two teams right now?
Here's the thing. When you have a Raze as a duelist, especially in a map like Bind, there are a lot of tight corners, a lot of close corners like that. And Raze has a lot of tools for displacement. And that's what Raze excels at. I'm pretty sure Kelly S, feeling very comfortable in a signature Raze, he's going to be able to pave the way for the rest of his team. And that's basically how you're going to be able to make an entry for your squad. As for the side of Hashira, we've seen them bring out this lineup before. Phoenix, again, in the hands of Jeremy. This is really, really exciting to see. What I did notice is that for the side of Hashira, there is a bit of a role swap happening. 2766 used to be on that Sova. Now it's Rabbit on that Sova. Now 2766 is going to be playing that Sentinel role. So we'll see if this is going to be an optimal change for Hashira. But for DR, it's pretty much the same working formula.
Yeah, so DR sticking with what they know, and Hashira trying some new things here. Is it the time to do so is the question when you're going up against such a formidable opponent like DR. Well, aside from their agent composition on the duelist side, you can see the rest of them pretty much have the same exact idea. Let's go to Brim, let's go to Cypher, and let's go to Sova for information. I really like the Cypher pick on Bind because one thing I've noticed a lot here in the VCT Philippines is one way that teams would like to play sometimes is just leave the Cypher alone in maybe B or A, whatever it is. He's going to solo a site, and then the rest of the team goes for a quick rotation play. And in that case, Cypher, I think, is the best agent to do that. Of course, some teams like to use a Killjoy, but I don't think she's as really reliable here on Bind specifically, although in many other maps she could be. But I do have been seeing a lot of success when teams do employ Cypher here, especially towards the B site, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing now here for Hashira. And let's get this round number 1 get going.
As you see here, Hatred just trying to get a lot of early info here. And looks like they're doubling up in hookah, probably doing that Phoenix counter flash play over here.
Well, they're currently kind of stacked here towards A short, 3 of them, but the spike is in towards Fountain. This is very curious coming from DR. It kind of tells me that they want to fake this push towards A short and bait out the rotation and then just go straight and barrel on into the B side as they do TP on in. There is a Jet there towards Hookah, and Haters, he's going to find a frag on the opposing Jet. Fission brings it down to a 5v4, but Cypher is quite low as well. Haters going to find a second kill now going his way. Kelly S. Jeremy's going to chime in, and it's going to be a cluster of frags going for the side of Hashira, as it's all going to be on Disrupt. Cannot take it. 1-0 on the board to start the pistol. Good from Hashira.
Yeah, it was a very clean defense from Hashira. I really like what DR did right there. They went from A short and then all went through the TP onto Hookah. So that was very unexpected, especially during the first round. You don't typically see that happening, but it didn't really work out. Perhaps Hashira was just able to get a read on them. Very good start for the boys in red.
Very good start indeed there for the Hashira gang, and they've been making things look pretty swell at least so far, only losing a single member in that first pistol. Now, as they go into it, DR are going their way of short this time, and look at this, Showers control taken heavily here by Hashira, not giving it up yet. Rabbit's able to find a frag on the opposing Sova. That's a big find now. A lot of information removed from their side. Envy will find Kelly S, and Disrupt will follow suit. That's a double kill now for HSR's Envy. He might find a third here on Nazmi, and yes, he does go down. It's all going to be the hands, once again, of the Jet this time. Fission, what can he do?
Now here's the thing, Fission will probably just stay there and hope to get a kill with the Shorty. But the Shorty being nerfed, it's going to be a tall order to even find a single kill. Gets tagged, though, by Envy, it seems.
Well, they know now exactly where he is. There's no doubt about that. And Fission is going to have to go 1-for-1 at the very most.
I like how everyone's like, all right, he's got a shotgun, guys. Nobody step inside, right? We're cool.
We're cool. Stay out of the house. Get off my lawn here, Vision says. You can see, even though there's like 4 of them, they don't want to push this because they don't want to give up this early economy that they do have. They don't want to have to reinvest in the next round. There's actually 5 of them now. Look at that. We're the police.
This is yeah, it's looking like a stakeout here. Sort of like a perimeter around lamps as of this moment.
Open the door.
And we got about 30 seconds left on the clock, and let's see if this standoff is going to continue right here. Fission's going to be down to 13 HP.
Oh, going for the bait there. A true Mexican standoff in the very finest way. Jeremy finds out with a ghost and turns him back into a Spectre. 2-0 to start things off here for Hashira, and so far, very, very clean.
Yeah, very proactive playstyle. I like the calculated aggression coming in from Hashira. They've always been this sort of team that is leaning towards the more aggressive side. As for DR, we really haven't seen a lot of them in terms of their playstyle, so I'm really looking forward to see what this fire round is going to bring to the table.
Only a single frag falling in the way of DR for now, but I doubt that is going to stay true for long because they're not be able to reinvest here. You can see rifles come out, utility as well. Recon dart to try and see what they can find with that bolt towards B long. Nothing so far, but their attention does seem to be geared towards the B site while they do leave the Cypher here to watch their flanks from A.
I think this is a problem. If they are not able to take control of Hookah, they might be flanked from Hookah, as there are 2 of them in there, Jet and Phoenix just waiting there in the sidelines. I don't know if they're going to commit onto B, however. They could still TP out, but it seems like they're gearing up for that.
It could be very likely, and you're right here. I think the win condition that they need to focus on right now, especially with this information already taken by 2766, is that they have to control Hookah. Otherwise, how are you going to plant on default? You're not. And it's going to be very hard to plant on the spawn side as well, on the backside of B, and it's going to be very difficult, especially once the rotations do come in. I'm not sure if committing to B right now might be the right decision, but of course, hindsight is 2020, and we do have a perfect overview of everything else happening. But for now, the siege is about to come in. Hatred playing very close there under the window, Bucky in hand. What will he be able to do? He's going to be the first one in contact when they do go for the peak. Not able to land a frag, but he does do a lot of damage. Jeremy will find one of his own, and Disrupt will get a second frag going his way, finally third. Now here for Jeremy. A triple kill for him to stop this from happening. He still has so much utility to play with. Curveballs, blaze balls, everything up.
That was just a beautiful trade frag. Coming in a series of trade frags from Jeremy as Nazmi takes him down, but Indy closes out the round. This is a 3-0. A third round turnaround was not in effect for DR. This is an incredible start for Hashira right there. Hatred not able to get a pick with his Bucky. But of course, Jeremy was there to pick up the slack.
I mean, I think the problem there was, as you said already at the very start, they were not able to take Hookah. And if you don't take Hookah, it's going to be very difficult to get that plant off if you don't have something like maybe a Sage to help the plant go on maybe towards elbow. But otherwise, yeah, very difficult for them to pull that off.
I think the biggest factor in how Hashira took that round was because they set up proper crossfires, and the discipline was just through the roof.
They waited, and they didn't over-peak, even though they knew that they had good positions, they could trade for each other. Still, not committing to going for an over-peak here, and you can see that type of real, well, diligence coming in here from Jeremy. He knows that they're in Hookah. He can go for a peak, but he doesn't have to. He knows that. He knows that if they push in, he's going to have a good crossfire with his player on elbow, and that's going to help his case out. So, very good discipline, once again, coming in from the side of Hashira here.
At this point in time, we have a lurker over there on Showers. The Cypher being there, but Fission trying to get a little bit of info over here in Garden.
Does not want to give himself up to a Sheriff here. That could definitely be unfortunate. And he's going to get caught out in the open. That's exactly what we're talking about. Fission's able to find the frag on Jeremy. Able to retrieve the Vandal as well. Not much shields on him, only half, but still they can make it work. Nazmi's going to find a great pick here on the Hatred. And that's going to bring it now to a 5v3 in the favor of DR as they do get Spike planted down.
Spike planted.
It's looking very good for them. They do have the Orbital Strike in place as well. As PPD with the Sheriff fails to take down 2766 over there at Elbow.
Take flight.
Here comes the Owl drone out to find some information. Raze walking on in. Kellyas will get found there to bring it down to a 3v3. They tied things up, at least on the man deficit. But will they be able to capitalize and make this retake happen actually here? Fission, he's playing by Hookah, and his sight line has been blocked out. They're going to try and get the half defuse at the very least. Leave it at that and go for maybe a pick or two and then continue on. But here they are. They're going to stick it. He's going to try and body block the Orbital Strike, but that's not going to get on in time as they do take it. A great retake. Even though Disrupt gets a double kill, that's not going to matter as they have done their deeds already. 4-0 to start this off, and a good, once again, disciplined retake coming from HSR.
Very good attempt from DR. I gotta say, Fission had a really great entry onto B side, especially even securing that Vandal. But unfortunately, Disrupt, even letting go of that Orbital Strike, was not able to secure the objective. Hashira right now needs to sustain their momentum. As for DR, they gotta play the cards right, figure out what they should do differently, because they're having a hard time executing, and that's because Hashira is not giving them any info and basically not budging during the earlier parts of the round here.
That round definitely hurts the side of DR right now, both economy-wise and kind of like mentally in the aspect of it. But here it goes for the quick peek. Fission is going to shut Hatred down, getting a bit too overeager there with a Bucky, and does get heftily punished for it, giving his life away. Envy playing the corner here in case they do peek out, and he's going to have to commit to this. This is a position wherein you're playing it to commit to it. You can't really back off, especially as a Brimstone. There's no way you can back off of this safely if they do go for a quick push. And so you're going to have to choose, like, do I stay here now or do I finally move before they actually go for the push? And he realizes, okay, let me back off from the Showers a bit, play towards Cubby instead. And I think DR are having second thoughts about going towards A2.
Yeah, this is a very different playstyle from what we're used to seeing. DR playing it very cool and calculated. They were able to get a pick. This is very good start for them. I think Hashira at this point in time, they definitely don't need to overpeak, just like what Taker did over there.
Jeremy taking a bit of damage going through that in U-Hauls, but he's going to run it back. Spike will get planted down, and Rabbit's going to find a good pick here on the Sova towards Kelly S. Raze. That's a second kill now going his way. Nazmi will follow suit. PBD will get taken down in Fission. He's going to find the frag, but the quick trade-off here by Jeremy to bring it down to a 1v3. It's all going to be in the hands of the solo Brimstone here for DR. Disrupt, what can he do? He's been doing so well so far for the side of DR, but he is in no position rather to stop this. And that's going to be the defuse once again in their face. Disrupt, he'll find the frag there at the end of it on 2766. He's stayed alive for like 2 rounds in a row now, but still, they have not been able to take a single round going the way of DR, and their economy is really kind of mixed up right now, although, fortunately, Fission has got lots on his side, but still, not really balanced.
Thanks. I mean, Jeremy absolutely on fire right now, and then it's just Hashira is just playing so polished.
They are.
This is actually really impressive, and this is really different from what we saw from them in the past. DR, in the meantime, even if Disrupt had that molly during that instance, it's just not enough time here.
You can see now Hatred here. He's
not afraid to go for his aggressive things.
Yeah, they're not at all, and Dr. Fission's able to find the frag there on Jeremy too. Hatred, he does pull out the Blades Arm, he does have an Operator in hand too. He might actually find his peak. No, he won't! That's going to be the Operator given up for free now, and they're going to be able to take control of the Gardens and move their way towards the site. There's only going to be the Cypher, Soul Cypher here on top of it, and Rabbit's going to try and fend them off for now. But 2766, he's going to have a lot to do. Not able to find the frag. I don't know what happened there, but Disrupt will find that going their way. And this might be the first round, as it's only going to be the solo Brimstone this time for the side of Hashira. Envy's going to be the last one left alive. He's going to get taken down. A flawless, clean round coming in from DR. I like the initiation from HSR, but in the end, just wasn't able to make it work.
Just a huge blunder. So unfortunate for the side of Jeremy and Hatred right there. The two duelists just falling over there in Garden. And a wasted Operator at that. A very costly round for Hashira. Just as we were saying that they were playing really well, then it suddenly turned the opposite side. And perhaps this is what DR needs to gain a foothold here. Again, we are still very early on in the game. It's only the 7th round. anything can happen. Hashira has built a very good lead so far, but not insurmountable by any means.
It can definitely be really clawed back into. It's only a 4-round deficit, which isn't much really here, especially in the first half. So probable, it could be. Hatred playing with the Bucky inside Hookah. He knows the Roomba of Death is coming his way. He's going to dodge that and let it expire. So for now, no info given away yet.
Whenever Hatred has a Bucky, I get really, really tense because I know something's going to go down.
Well, it might just here. He's letting some shots to ring through, and he's taken a lot of damage in return. Getting tagged quite up. A few more bullets could end him of this round, and so another Sky Smoke to bring it down there. The camera not being spotted at all by Fisher. They know exactly where he is, and he's crawled his way up here. Will they be able to find the frag? No, even though they know where he is, he's able to find Rabbit, so that's a good play here coming from Fisher. He's been finding a lot of entries for the side of DR, using that Tailwind and able to find the frag there in 2766 towards Elbow, and this gives them the complete control of the B site.
I think the main thing that DR is working on right now is that they're doing a really good follow-through to Fission's entry. Fission was able to entry the site multiple times in the previous rounds, but they weren't able to follow through. Now, they're pushing in together and, of course, hitting the site together.
One enemy remaining.
That's a very good, observation, because Fission has really been opening the site up, but that wouldn't matter if they don't follow up on it. But for the case of DR, they've been doing very well. Seems to have found their footing now after they can be able to string a second round in a row. Although Jeremy, he's going to try his best. In the end, PPG's going to shut him down. And there it is, a second round, cutting that deficit to 3 now, and is very, very much so within reach. I want to see the economy here for the side of Hashira. They do have just enough to kind of force in this one, but yeah, they're going to go for a light buy instead. And so with them going for a light buy, this could definitely be a 5-3 after this round.
Yeah, this is looking so far very good in favor of DR, both economically and, of course, for the side of ultimate abilities as well. PBD could definitely use that Hunter's Fury during this round to, of course, secure this momentum.
Hunter's Fury is going to be crucial here for the side of DR because they have the Hunter's Fury, they have the Blade Storm up. Now, for HSR, they have the Neural Theft, yes, but it isn't always the most applicable in mid-round until you can actually get a good position to really use it. So, Hatred here playing on
it's going
Elbow.
down.
It's going down. Hatred with a shotty, with a Bucky. You know something's about to happen, everyone.
See if he can make it work. One goes down, though, too.
Will we find a third? Is the question. You're going to go for the peak. Pre-fire that dude, please. You almost had it. You were right on the money if you did. But Hatred able to find 2 for now. But slow things down. The stim there is definitely going to help his case and make him, well, really re-chamber a shot quickly. Nazmi's going to find a pick on a Rabbit, though, to bring it down to a 4v3. And this is actually quite a calm round, to say the very least.
I was expecting, that's why I was saying perhaps utilize a Hunter's Fury in this round, because you never know what Hatred might be up to over there. But he goes down by the hands of PPD as the spike is going to be planted by Disrupt.
Spike planted.
Incendiary not able to land on time, and even if it did, they would have forced him out. But Envy and PPD do get to trade for either team apiece. Now it's a 2v2 situation as rotation is about to come in. He does have a frenzy in his hand, 2766. For the side here of the Phoenix of HSR, I don't doubt he has much more either. And so he's picked up the Spectre at the very least. They know he is here towards triple, the Sova. Jeremy, he's going to be moving his way in, Phantom in hand. Now, the information has been given in. They know he's here towards U-Halls, but they're going to try and pincer it now here. Good opening pick here from Jeremy to go into the site, and it's all going to be here on the hands of Disrupt. He's been doing so well so far. 1 HP here for 2766. There's no time to really try and stick this or really force him out of his position, and that's going to be it. Disrupt getting the 3rd round here on board for DR.
Very well played by Disrupt. We see him time and time again just playing that post-plant situation. Really good initiative by PD to stay there over there at default to stall the enemy. Really well played.
Yes, this should do
Very
well so.
I think that with all things considered, that was a very decent round for Hashira as well economically. They were on the save, and it was a close round.
Totally, and that was, of course, once again, coming from the double opening pick with the Bucky there of Hatred, but still could not convert it into a 1 round. This time, though, going to try and go for a bit more of an aggressive play, and Hatred is going to make up for it. Kelly S will go down. That's a big pick already to remove him. That's already, well, the showstopper removed off the board. They did have the showstopper aligned from DR, but now No friendo.
This is the point in time wherein Hashira is going to be counter-adjusting to the adjustment of DR. You know, this is sort of the momentum swing moments of the game. And here we see if the Hunter's Fury is going to be utilized, might be able to pick one out using these Altron here.
They do know he's on the back side there, Hatred, and so it's the opposing Jets versus one another. Who is gonna really bring this gust up high? Fission waiting inside Huga, letting the rest of his team rotate back around into B long and potentially get control of the gardens. They could go towards AS through the TP, but I don't think that's the right decision to make. I think they should commit here towards the B side, considering there's no Cypher here and there's only there's 30 seconds too, more importantly.
30 seconds left.
Is nigh here. Rather quick lineup happening, gathering info from when they're about to execute.
Opening pick there from Hatred, and Hatred's able to find the third kill. Give him a fourth, why don't you? The ace escaping him as Disrupt is going to shut him down. 1 to 4 on the board, and Disrupt, he's going to push this. Rabbit though, waiting, pouncing. He's going to get the 6th round on board, thus doubling the deficit now here over DR. 6 to 3, and as we move in to round number 10, it does seem like this could definitely go actually 6 to 6. We could go straight up like tie at the end of this, but we're going to have to see if DR are going to be able to pull that out of the bag.
I think Hashira is able to secure the round when they don't get picked off early on in the round. So perhaps early aggression from Jeremy or Hatred wouldn't be the best thing to do. As we saw there, they were just holding, anchoring the site, and just waiting for DR to execute, as they are exhibiting a very slow playstyle here. Although they are more successful in A side, so I wouldn't be surprised if they don't execute in B this time around.
Yeah, this is a lot more of a slower pace than we normally do see from DR. A lot calculated, yes, but so I'm not sure if this is necessarily landing into the playstyle well right now. Although PBD's going to find an opening pick in the Jeremy. That's a good pick from here. He does know that there's another one right outside and towards the lobby, so Invi is going to fall back. Will he get back around the corner in time before they spot him? Yes, he does. Quite safely too, and with a free ult charge to, well, cap it all off.
See what I mean? The early aggression from Hashira is not being rewarded thus far. Perhaps in the next rounds, they should just hold the sites and wait for the execution of DR. Because DR is always waiting at really cheeky spots, as we saw PPGL do there.
I mean, I do like the initiative by HSR for Hashira, but they haven't been making it work out too well. There's only one single round that aggression did work out, but Envy and Fission are going to find a frag piece for the other side. Hatred with the Bucky once again. He keeps on pulling this bad boy out and introducing them to this boomstick. And 3 to 3 on the board, and you actually can see here that control of U-Halls is trying to be taken, although it is currently held by DR. Hashira are putting a bit of attention towards it as they try to go for the retake here. 2766 and Hatred making their way, and he's... Oh, what a great shot from Hatred to find Nazmi up close and personal with that buckshot to the face, and his Bucky definitely rings true. Rabbit though with a quick trade off on the Fission, and it is 1v2. He does have the Hunter's Fury, and that's going to be screeching and scorching angry. They're going to force him off of the defuse there, but he does still have a shock dart to try and aid his pursuit, though. Rabbit going to find PBD, the opposing Sova. Still, even with the Hunter's Fury, not able to get the clutch off in that very, very difficult situation.
Very valiant effort by PBD, but you got to give it a Hatred right there, making things work with the Bucky once again. They're really good at retaking sites. It's always a very clean retake, and that's how I feel they should emphasize at this point in time. I do like the fact that they're going for early info when they're peeking out early, but it's just that DR is so patient early on in the round.
Yeah, I don't like the early aggression too much from Jeremy right now. It hasn't been working out. As I said, the only time early aggression did work out for Hashira is when they had Hatred do it, because maybe with him being on the Jet, he can disengage if anything goes and turns south. With Jeremy being on the Phoenix, he has been normally doing a lot better mid-round when the scramble is happening. And so here he is, Jeremy, exactly what I'm talking about. This is where he shines. Opening pick onto Fission to hold down the site, and now Devin stumped on what to do here, DR, because they're already at the gates, but still, they can't get in.
This has been the narrative for the past few rounds here for DR. Hashira just holding their ground and sort of an insurmountable wall of defense being shown here. Look at those crossfires. It's just a sight to see, because it's just so clean.
Definitely so, and having those crossfires really proposes this sort of challenge to DR to be like, okay, you can come in, but you really want to take the same duel right now. knowing that there's going to be two of them looking at you when you do, and even if there's one, the other one's probably going to swing. So it's going to be on to Kelly S now to try and make something happen here for the side of the R to try and walk them in and guide them through. Making sure that there's no spy cam up there, just in case. Good heads-up play, even though there was none at the end of it. But here are the wall of smokes. Location has been revealed, and they're going to try and go for it. But Jeremy going to stop that from happening. Nazmi, though, a quick trade off on him, and that's a double kill now here for the side of Nazmi and DR. 13 seconds left on the clock, so they have to do something here because it's going to be Nazmi finding a third now here in the Envy. And will they be able to stop this from happening? Nope, Spike does get planted. They know where he is. Rabbit finding a pick on the PBD. It's now a 2v2 with the Hunter's Fury coming out.
Out his own here. Looks like Nazmi's going to go down. It's going to be a 1v1 between Kelly S and Rabbit as he's going to go for the half.
Oh, that's back to throw him off, and he does get picked around the corner, pieing that very cleanly there, Rabbit, and he does get the round going his way. Shock dart as well to cap it all off. 8-3 on the board, and as we move into the last few rounds of this half, it seems like Hashira are looking very, very slow.
Little bit of
last
crouch
round
there,
before
but,
the switch.
Gotta give it to Rabbit. Went off with his own Fury, and it showed really great presence of mind in that clutch 1v1 scenario. Very intense moment right there, but played it very well.
We have 5 players here with 10 frags apiece, so at the half, that's very nice to see. Very, how do I say this? Synchronized? No. Very patternized? No. Very
patternized?
I'm making up words.
Words are hard.
Words are hard. Very.
What they could try to do here is that Brimstone to use that orbital strike and use that in unison with Jet's Tailwind and of course burst onto site with Raze as well. You know, they could go for the B site, but looks like Hashira here is anticipating the use of that orbital strike, and look at the way they're positioned here over there, the mini map. They're not in those very common spots like backside or elbow.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually haven't been trying B as much as they should be, considering the fact that the few rounds that they did win so far here, they are 2 of them at the very least were on the B site, and so them now trying their luck on towards A again. You can see here the Cypher.
Cypher's just chilling here.
He's just chilling. This is honestly his home.
This is my room. This is my room.
It's perfect for him. He's got the technology going his way.
Oh, that is a very cheeky camera. I like it.
It's very hard to see because it's technically out of bounds. And so for any other team who doesn't know about that, it might be a bit difficult to spot out in the first place. So the execute is coming underway here, and he's going to get to run it back. Jeremy, Disrupt will find a frag on him after he does come back alive. And so give me a 4v5 now, and Spike will get planted down. There's no way that they're going to be able to deny this. I don't believe they've going to be expending their incendiaries to stop it. Pigeon go, cutting off the rotation coming from Hatred. That's a big player already removed, and he's going to eat that. Disrupt is going to find Envy in return as he tries to escape the orbital strike from the opposing Brim, and Kellyas will find Rabbit too. That brings it down to a 1v3 here. It's all going to be in the hands of the Cypher. 2766, chilling in the TP, but now he's going to have to go for this one and really see what he can do. He does have some time to work with. It's going to be very difficult though, as the ticker has now double timed, and they are going to be double stacking the triple here as well, so it's going to be very hard for 2766 to pull it off, and he does get shut down. A kunai to the face, and 8-4 as they do have the deficit up here as we come into half number 2.
Here in a map like Vine, things tend to change drastically once the side swap, especially it might be a sort of defensive-sided team composition here. Kelly S will have a lot of stopping power of those paint shells as well as the Roomba as well. So I'm pretty looking forward to seeing how he's going to be able to utilize that and stop the aggression coming in from Hashira.
Yeah, especially Kellyas has yet to really wake up and show us what he's made of. We know he is pretty good on the operator. We know that he can definitely, you know, go for a lot of contact plays and win in duels and gunfights, but so far the shots and the fights just haven't been falling his way. This time though, he's going to try his luck towards Hookah as they do start that now on the defense here in the second half, but the quick push coming in from Hashira already. They do deny that Boombot from doing any damage, but Kellyas finds one, goes 1 for 1, and a quick trade off by Fission. I love that from DR. Playing off of each other as they make their way. PPD is going to find 2766 as well. So 4v2 heavily in the favor now of DR. PPD, will he find another frag? Yes, he will. Rabbit's going to go down and follow suit as well. Envy, that's a triple kill and a good start here on the second half for DR.
This is a huge change of pace from the first half. We saw DR play very slow on their offense phase, and now Hashira is playing really, really fast, indicative of the aggression that we expect to see from them. Let's see, though, if it's going to work out in terms of the defensive strategy for DR this time.
Very well said. As now, for the side of Hashira, we're going to see if they're going to try that luck again. Now, when you're in an eco, it kind of is the time that you really want to play aggressive and try and catch your opponent off guard, because if you just play safe and all, you're just going to get peeked and lose every single gunfight. So we're going to see what they've got up their sleeve here, HSR. They are kind of crawling their way towards the A short, wherein the two defenders are waiting for the side of DR, and that's going to make things a bit more difficult if they do commit towards the A side, but they have now crawled their way here towards Hookah. Vision, though, judge in hand, and the jury tells them to execute. Hatred goes down, and that's going to be a good opening pick here for the side of DR once again.
Takasha is going to be stacking up over that A short. They are on the save round right now. They'd only have a bit of a gun discrepancy, of course. The most they can do is perhaps go for that spike plant, but PPD is going to be over there on Heaven to keep watch.
And well, that teams it now to 2v5 here, Vim, and I'm not sure if Hashira can even find a pick right now, considering the fact that Nazmi can stop this from happening, isn't he? Yes, he is. Just shut down 2766, and Kelly S does cap it all off for a flawless anti-eco round here in the second of 4DR. 8-6 on the board, and this could very well be closed off even more.
Let's see, though, if the momentum will swing here, as, of course, this is going to be a full buy round for the side of Hashira. Might be gearing up for a B split here.
They're going to buy up, but that doesn't mean that they have the best economy, really. They're able to force up.
They're going to have a gun advantage over DR in this round.
They
will.
will.
They should be able to pull through. If they lose this, then this is going to be a good round for DR, as it is a bonus.
Fortunately, though, for DR, they're on the defensive side, so they can pick and choose which fights they want to take for the most part, at least at the very start of the round. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them if they want to go for a retake with all these SMGs and the judge that they do have on their pocket. So, DR going to have to make the most and pick their angles and fights correctly. Owl drone to come out, and they know that he's there towards elbow. You saw it come from there. Nazmi playing very close with the stinger in hand. He's going to have to do something big here. At least go 1-for-1 and delay them as much as he can. He's taking lots of utility in his face, getting blind, and an opening pick going the way here of Hatred. But PPD will get a quick trade-off on a Rabbit. So information denied now for the side of DR. Hatred's going to find a double opening pick now on the Kelly S2. Make it 4v3. And will he find a third? It's PPD. Oh, he actually defends it off and fends them. Coming away here in from the hookah position, and so it's going to be 1v2 now. Disrupt. He does have the Spectre in hand. If he can find the pick here, and he actually does tag him up quite a bit, Envy will go down. He now knows that the Cypher is towards hookah. So Smoke does drop in here, and I think he does hear 2766 drop, but no, still the Vandal does prevail. And 9-6 on the board now for HSR, even though it almost looked like it gone the other way.
That was a quick flick from Disrupt right there. Quite frankly, if he had a Phantom or a Vandal, that would have been a kill right there. But really good clutch fight, 2766. Score is now 9-6, 3-round deficit in favor of Hashira. They're doing a very good job of keeping up their momentum thus far. But of course, as you mentioned earlier, they're in a bit of an economic situation here.
Yeah, a bit of an economic imbalance is really what's happening for the side of HSR here, but still able to make use of, make work of what they've got. I do believe they have like 2 Spectres on their side even for the side of HSR because of that, and so they'll try and make the most out of it. You can see Jeremy, one of the players with the Vandal in hand, and he is taking control here of the Bath and Shower. It's a very important place to be holding right now, considering it seems like they want to go for an A-short push. This guy Smoke is going to try and block off the U-Hauls there, and that's going to buy them just a bit of time. But for now, look at this aggression coming in from towards the Bath Showers. Vision's going to find the frag. Rabbit will get the trade-off, but a quick trade-off from Disrupt as well to get him down. And retaking control now here of Showers. DR, I love the defensive push coming in from them. The counter-attack, the retaliation coming in from DR. They know now that the Jet here of Hatred has made his way towards the spawn, and with the Blade Storm up, they have to be very careful. In being Disrupt, though, will get to pick a piece. Not able to find anything more. Hatred will get the frag, only on PBD, but Disrupt will shut him down, and it is now once again a 2v1. 2766. He's going to be the sole man here for the side of HSR. The spike is dropped here at the entrance towards the Showers, but will he get cleaned up? It's a question It's a pincer between heaven and showers right now, and he is trapped between these two places.
30 seconds left.
Like, sort of like in the middle of heaven and hell right here. I wouldn't want to be 2766 right now in that situation. Just absolutely unfortunate. There's absolutely nothing you can do at that point in time.
The light rays from above strike harshly down below, and 9-7 on the board as DR here able to cut the deficit back down to just 2 once again. Them being on the defensive side definitely does favor their play style right now, at least in this map number 1. Considering the fact that they haven't been super aggressive, they've been doing pretty good here in the defensive too. So the judge does come out here on Fission. Seems like both these Jet players' hatred in Fission have been loving using a shotgun.
The boomstick.
Yeah.
They've been very, very proficient with it. But the very least that Hashira could do here during this eco round is that perhaps for Jeremy to secure those ultimate orbs, the sooner he can get that ultimate run it back online, easier for them to be able to execute the side. But he's going to be going down into the hands of Nazmi.
A good frag by Nazmi, but he was taken down there a lot by the Incendiary. The Molly getting down. Disrupt will find a frag. Kelly S will find 1-2 on the Hatred. That's a big player being removed once again. DR, you're going to get the spike plan down here, Hashira, but with Sheriffs in hand and not much else, I'm not sure if it's going to really work out. 2766 will find a frag, yes, to help his teammate in the 1v3, but as we said, 1v3, 30 HP left on him. The Judge up close. Oh, he still wins that! What? Against a Judge up close with 30 HP? Think he potentially... What? A shot by Envy! Not a headshot, but he still landed it. Not able to get the clutch out though, as PPD sticks it on, and man, that could have gone... That could have
been the sickest play we've ever seen. If he was able to get that last frag in time to defuse the spike. But unfortunately, I do believe Fission had that in-air inaccuracy. That's why he wasn't able to hit that shot with the Judge. So, but the crazy shot from Envy right there just goes to show, you know, the talent of these players right here. But of course, now there will be no gun disparity. Both of them are going to be on rifles. I expect to see the orbital strike come into play here. Perhaps the run it back should be a pretty straightforward attempt here, thanks to, you know, duelists like Phoenix, which allows for very straightforward executes.
I do expect a lot of the ultimates to come out this round, considering the fact that DR have 4, HSR have 3 right now, and they can definitely play off of that to take this and really equalize things up 9-9 if DR do choose so. For now, though, they're crawling their way up mid, and they do leave this over here, Rabbit, to just hold on to A short, but it seems like they're kind of committed towards going B. They are bringing the spike there now, and they're trying to line back. Jeremy making his way. Here it comes. Nobody here towards the B side to initiate contact just yet. PPD does have information, though. He's going to get run it back, and Hatred, will he find a frag here on the cubby position where the Sova is waiting? He does tailwind himself and dash his way inside, but Nazmi's going to find the opening, pick it on Jeremy, thus nullifying him. Hatred will find a frag. He's going to find a second, too. He's been going so big here for the side of Hashira that a lot of these opening entries would not happen if not for him in the first place. So very, very good opening job here from the side of Hatred.
Yep, absolutely on point. Not a lot of value from that run it back, however, as well as the orbital strike. But DR had the right idea of just staying back and going for the retake here. But 20 seconds left on the clock. Spike still hasn't gone down.
See, now they can't plant for Hookah because of the fact that they don't hold Hookah. Nazmi is there, so they can't plant default, so they're going to have to plant towards spawn, where Fission will find Envy. Luckily for him, Rabbit was not found, but here it is. Disrupt's going to find a double kill, and there we go. That's what we talked about. It's going to be kind of hard to hold on to the post plant if you don't have Hookah or you don't even have Elbow going your way. What are you going to do? You're going to plant here behind the site, but then they can come and pincer you in, and that's exactly what they did after the double kill of Disrupt, and they do increase their lead once again. They do tie the lead now, 9-9.
That was such an awkward spot to be in. I just realized the clock was winding down, and I was like, oh, wait, the spike isn't planted. DR's not going to retake because it's not planted yet. But
he was like in the corner, but he couldn't cross in because Disrupt was right there by the door.
Yeah, and there was no tools to block that line of sight right there. Hashira, meanwhile, in this round, a couple of them going to be on half armor for Envy and 766, I believe. Hunter's Fury going to be online. See if he can use it proactively or perhaps use it in the post-plant scenario.
They both have the Neural Theft and the Hunter's Fury online, but they do have a showstopper here for the side of DR. That could come in big to try and clear out the Shower's position if he does decide to really aggress there. But for now, here they go. A-Site is going to be taken on the way, but very slowly, I might add. Blaze Wall does come up to buy them some concealment, but not going to commit to that push just yet. It's only going to be Jeremy walking his way into the halls. The rest of them are going to try to follow suit. Rabbit and Jeremy are now coming in here. Will he flash for each other? Nope, not giving away the position just yet. He's going to keep Disrupt guessing. Where are they? Are they still towards short? Are they here towards U-Haul? Here comes the Hunter's Fury out, though. He's going to get a lot of pressure at Disrupt, but he's able to dodge most of it, nullifying and making quick work of anything that will happen here. Envy and Hatred will go down, but 2766 will find the frag of his own. PPD and Fission will find a frag apiece, and that's going to be Rabbit here in a 1v3. He does find Fission to bring things back just a bit, but it's still going to be very difficult for him.
Yeah, very little he can do in this situation. He gets spotted out by that recon ball from the Owl. Might even die to that shock dart, but PPD takes him down. I mean, it was a very good attempt. I like the proactive use of the Hunter's Fury sometimes. You know, I'm not a huge fan of using it in post-plant scenarios all that well, but I do believe it makes for a great entry to start off the execute. A really good attempt, but DR just playing the waiting game. They're so patient.
Very disciplined there for Disrupt to just, you know, dodge left, weave right, serpentine, and really duck and weave through the Hunter's Fury there coming from Hashira. And so DR, they've taken the lead now. The first lead that they've had here, 10-9 on the board, and this is looking a lot better now for the side of DR for Hashira. What can they do? They do pull out the Blade Storm here in the Hatred. He's going to try and apply that. And wow, that's the only ultimate that they really got. DR still have their Neural Theft, and they also still have their Showstopper here to end things if it does come to that. So Hatred, he's going to have to go in big here. He's been doing pretty well on the defensive side, but now for the attacking side, he's going to need more entry frags once again if they want to try and bring this back and equalize things up. Now, Azmi has a good camera here for information, but it's not the deepest one, so they can't really see into hookah nor onto B short, but B long rather. But now they've spotted them out. They've crawled their way in, and they're going to try and pounce on this once the execute does come in.
Jeremy right there on site, just crawled his way there. But here's the thing, you can make an entry, but where's the frag? How do you frag an enemy that's you can't even spot out in the open right there? PPD goes for that 2K. A lot of frags happening right now.
Oh, that actually doesn't get him there. Elias is able to find a frag, and he's able to find a double here. That was 2 double kills for the side of DR, and great response coming in from them, even though that they knew Hashira were obviously forcing it up. They had Sheriffs, they had Blade Storm up to try and really supplement that, but in the end, Hashira, you were like, okay, we can let you guys go in. You're gonna be dry to hold on to the post plant anyways, because, well, you don't have much utility nor economy to really support that. So firepower finally now equalized all up. Everybody's got rifles in their hands, and we're gonna see if we are in for another battle.
Kelias not really having, you know, the best performance here, but of course very impactful, you know, with those paint shells, with room bots, just creating a lot of space for his team. But Disrupt really leading the pack here. 21 frags to 9 on a Brimstone.
Launching smoke.
Sometimes you don't even have to be a duelist to be the top frag of the team, right? So that's why Valorant is beautiful. Everybody can chime in.
I mean, all the agents can shoot guns, right? So.
Yeah. A headshot is a headshot, no matter who you are, and that's what I love. Rabbit, he is, well, I think he does expect PPD to be here. Now, he does get the sideline on him, but he did see the Owl drone come from that direction anyway, so good opening pick for here for Hatred, and Nazmi does get punished for his aggression, but Disrupt on the trade as well to back his teammate up. Now, it's a 4v4, and typically in a 4v4, it favors the attacking side because then your defense is quite split if the attacking side can choose the right side to go on to. As you can see right now, it's a solo B defense, and if they can guess this right and anticipate this, they could go B and find the sole defender here for the side of DR and really just overwhelm him.
Yeah, really good fake coming in there from Rabbit with that recon bolt as they make their way on to B side here. Looks like it's going to be a pretty standard B split from Long and Hookah.
The thing is, though, that DR, they've already pushed up all the way into showers in A short, so they know it's not going to be an A take. So they have so much info, and you can see the rotation now coming towards the B side, and they know it's going to come here. Jeremy, a good flash from him, but Disrupt still wins that fight. Envy will get a quick trade off on him, and it's going to be a post plant here, Bim.
Seems like they will be spotted out by the recon. Yep, it's going to be a 3v3 retake. Looks like Envy is going to be left with a sliver of HP here. Over there at elbow.
Envy trying to pie this corner, but that smoke is kind of dissuading him from pushing on forward. 2766 around the corner. He's going to be the first one to make contact here on the Kelly S. He's going to find a frag. The Vision's going to chime in to help him out too in a very tough spot. And Envy trapped in the elbow. He gets hit in the face. 9 to 11? Nope. That's going to be a quick 9 to 12 already. And DR have taken this map back, and they're literally at match point.
Yeah, what a comeback coming in here
Match
from DR.
point.
A flawless 3v3 retake coming in there. If Kelly S was not able to get that initial pick inside a tin can, arguably it could have gone the other way around. But again, Kelly S just performing it clutch here in the final moments of this game. It seems like, as the score is 9 to 12, DR now on match point with an orbital strike with neural theft in hand. Meanwhile, for the side of Hashira, they also have tertiary once again. So Kelly S will be on that boost, as is Vision. You don't typically expect two people to be on that boost.
You don't. You typically expect, like, okay, you get the one pick and then you look away, but then, oh, there's another one. Algor now coming here towards Hookah, and, well, they do have the information that there might be a train coming their way towards the B site. You can see them already anticipating and preparing for that. You saw the Cypher there and the Sova play on the back of site now because they don't want to take that face front, right? They don't want to be at the very cusp of it when the execute does happen. So they're going to play a bit more conservatively and safely so that they can actually wait for their teammates to get into rotation once the execute does happen. That shock dart, just a bit of a warning, but Hatred has now dashed his way into the site. They give it up entirely, and they're going to play for the retake here.
Destroyed. Again, just waiting patiently for signs of commitment. DR just holding their ground. They definitely have the right idea. This is what's been working for them. All this time, they definitely don't need some unnecessary aggression at this point.
Good opening pick there from Fission to find Jeremy, and while they initially went towards the B site, it's now like they're kind of mixed up on where they really want to commit to. They pull the rotations back towards the A site here for the side of DR, and Hashira are going to get the free plant off, but Nazmi going to stop that from happening, able to find the kill, not able to find the second though. So Hatred will get that trade off. They're still going to be able to spike, you get the spike planted down rather, and at least he was able to buy some time for them.
DR though, with the man advantage right now, Bladestone still in hand. See if that gets a lot of info for this inevitable retake that's about to happen.
Comes a retake now, and 2766 playing towards Hookah, Kelly S. So you know that they're here towards Garden, and PBD is going to find 2766. Rabbit will find a double kill going his way. Not able to find a triple as a quick trade-off coming from PBD and Fission, and that's going to be it.
What a comeback coming in from DR. Phenomenal performance. Hashira though, I gotta say, they started off really, really well. And it was starting to look like a bit of a landslide. But you gotta commend the mental fortitude of DR here. Definitely playing the long game, playing the waiting game, and showcasing their discipline just really paid off in the end.
It really did, and I love the fact that, you know, even though they were at quite a large deficit at some point, about 3-4 rounds, they didn't let that get to them. The mental fortitude here on the DR squad is something to be really inspired by, because even like when we saw versus Brand Esports, they took a map from them and they did it very, very cleanly so. And so now going up against a team, a Titan like HSR as well, such a formidable team, them being on the deficit, knowing that, okay, we can just lock in, let them do their thing, get 8-4 at the first half, yes, but we can make the comeback on the defensive side. And that's what I love about these DR boys. They know how to keep it going when the going gets rough. When they're going through hell, they just keep on walking through.
I mean, here for the side of DR, again, they were just playing so patiently, and the discipline was spectacular. The crossfires, the setups, and the fundamentals were all there, even for Hashira. But, of course, this first game went to the hands of DR.
Yes, guys. Well, that was map number 1. Byron, we're going to go into map number 2 in just a bit, guys. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in here. I'm Black and Blue, with me, Viminal. Map 2 underway in just a bit. HSR versus DR. We'll see you guys in the hair.
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Why, hello there. My name is Viminal, back at it again for another video. And if you guys know what that is, you are a longtime fan of Viminal. But I am now here, Asarai, with you guys. With me now as well is going to be Black and Blue, and we're going to be continuing this best of 3 quarterfinals between Hashira and Dragon Esports. And what a game that was. At the start, it seems like Hashira knew everything they had to do, but when we turned the tables, we flipped the sides, it seems like Dragon Esports really came out high, soaring and breathing fire.
I love the mental fortitude that we saw there from the Dragons. They definitely knew that, okay, you guys might get 8-4 at the start of the half, but we're not going to let that get to us, and we're going to bring it back on the defensive, making that comeback happen, and even with the deficit, right?
Exactly.
I can't move deeper. What? Is there a rock here now? Oh.
It's not a rock. It's not a stone. Not even a brimstone. It's Kelly S on that raise. So far, so good, actually, here for Dragon Esports. Like, you know, people will probably be saying, the haters might be saying Hashira is not doing proper right now. Hashira is not doing a good job. But honestly, they're just getting one up by their opponents, even though they do a lot of these sneaky plays, a lot of these nice little rotations that should catch out any other team here in the Philippines. It's not working for Dragon because their mindset is just so, how to say this, set there. Always Kelly S will challenge by himself. He will have somebody accompany him a little bit, and he just pushes right out. Now, Jeremy, though, able to spot a Kelly S, as Kelly was like, I'm going to destroy this boombot. Nobody's going to be falling back out. But you know that crush gear is going to have a little bit of a commander right beside him, right near it. And that was going to be Jeremy. Now, DR immediately just run for the hills, for the seaside, and nobody is here to defend. Easy takes.
DR, 7-5 on the board, and could very well be more. Although, HSR do have the man advantage right now, and they are on the defensive side, so a bit of the work cut out now. PBD will find a lot of information. He knows there's at least 2 or 3 people there. 2766 will find 1. He could have found more, but still did what he could. 4v3 on the board as we're trying to go for the retake now here. Rabbit and Fission, they're going to find actually 1 apiece. Nazmi and Jeremy and Fission. That's a double kill now for Fission. Hater's going to try and go for the defuse in a 1v1 situation right now. Will he be able to stop it from happening? He's going to pie the corner, but no! Hatred still wins it. Sticks off with the defuse and does get it back online as they do take this round. Hashira taking the second pistol when it almost seemed so dire.
Oh my gosh, I actually flew like a centimeter away from my chair as to how ballsy, who was this? I believe that was Hatred that was going for the defuse on that spike, and he didn't even flinch through the dash of Fission. The knowledge of the matchup, the knowledge of the Jet player inside the Hatred was saying, he's not going to be charging right in on me. I know, because if he just dashes in front of me, that is a couple of moments that I can shoot him as I stop my defuse here. But once he saw that that Fission was already up in his face, he's like, yeah, I'm going to shoot you down. But that was so quick from Hatred, though. So big props on this guy for just being able to play cool in a very tense situation.
Very, very nice there coming in from Hatred. And an opening pick once again for his side, rather. He does find PPD, so a lot of the information that DR could have otherwise gotten with his utility already removed early on. Sheriffs is all they've got to work with right now here from the side of DR. Not much information gathering tools on their side. They still do have the Cypher, yes, but that's all they've got really. Right now, on the other end of it, 2766 still waiting here by the garage window. He has a Spectre in hand, and if he peeks, this could be very, very well. If he can time it right, though, that is the question. Will he be able to? I think he has an idea that they're close to him. He's not overcommitting to that peek. You can see it. And Fission is going to find a frag here on a Jeremy. Good pick for him to try and bring things back in the man deficit, at least. But now, they're still crawling their way up here into garage, and this could be very fatal if 2766 swings at the right time.
Oh, and he has a Spectre here, too.
There.
Kelly S. Have we seen Kelly be this composed as he's coming out? 2766, he almost spots it out. Ooh, that was just through the meat grinder as well. And Kelly S was able to go through. Nazmi as well. The nade saved up from Kelly here, and that is going to allow them to get the spike planted down, with Fission wreaking some havoc at the entrance of the B site. This will make Hashira have to deal with Fission first, but Fission is holding his ground already with the 3K and is looking for more. Dragon Esports, they don't have to chase down, even if they do have the numbers. The threat of the better SMGs is still in the pockets of Hashira, now leaving it only into the hands of Envy. I don't know what he can do here with a Stinger and a Dream. Oh no. Oh, still gets the 1 headshot, but in the end, Fission gets the 4K.
Definitely does sting at the end there, but DR able to get 8-6 now. 2 round, they have increased their lead up once again. So, for side for HSR, they're going to be able to buy up now finally. And, oh, look at this. A nice view of the surrounding landscape here on Haven. I do really love the mountainous range that we do have. It's circumferring, not circumferring, rather encompassing the entire map.
The entire map. You know, Riot is already making an MMO in the works, right? What if it's not just a League of Legends themed world? There's also going to be like, what does the country or the field of the Valorant maps are, right? Like you can go to like a dimensional plane, like a portal, where you go to like the League of Legends islands, the League of Legends worlds, and then you go to the Valorant worlds. Oof, I would definitely play that. Valorant take my life already, Riot take my life already. That's gonna just eat me up, right? Anyways, 8-6, and DR, they do have a okay lead here. It's not really the most commanding, but they definitely have shown to challenge their opponents even when they're on these weaker buys. But Hashira knows a little bit of a secret sauce, and I like to call this sauce the shotgun sauce, because Haven, a very, very poisonous map. If you do have the pellet weapons in your hand, immediately the dash away, and Hatred is just gonna get spotted out. That is not what you want to happen, and Fission fizzles his opponent.
The Stinger with a more painful bite than that Bucky, it seems. He's going to probably find a second frag here as Jeremy walking in once again. The Stinger beats out the Shotty. Jeremy will get taken down. It's now a 3v5. He has a Sheriff in hand. Will he land this shot? Is the question. He's been on fire so far, but 2766 with the classic, removing Fission off of the board, bringing it down to a 4v3 and try and cut the deficit back in terms of the man disadvantage. Now, the spike is planted here towards the A side, and they're trying to make the retake happen here, but DR, will they be able to hold on to this is the question, as the retake is now coming underway.
I mean, it might be possible, but weak weapons and open plant, it's not going to be too good, because that spike is planted for the God Spot. And you know what the God Spot means? It can be attacked, it can be approached by the planters from short, from long, from the side, from heaven, so easily. It's very, very difficult. And you saw that Hashira knew what was up. They had to defeat every single one of these attackers that were situated on different parts of the A map, and just try to beat them before they can really go for that defuse, because it's not going to happen if they try to defuse it and fake defuse it. It's just not. It's just way too difficult.
That's the problem here when you give up too much control of the A site, is that when you plant that openly, it's going to be very difficult for you to try and go for the defuse when you go for the retake, because of the fact that things are, well, quite literally too open for you to really corner off and be able to get some cover when you do go for the defuse. Now, they're trying to make their way here towards the sewers. Owl, Drone, and Boombot going with each other. It seems like the power of robotics definitely in full play here. Kelly S walking his way up. He does have a paint shot to try and flush Hatred out of the corner there, but Fission catches him off guard.
That is going to be hella awkward. He was just jumping up and down and hoping that nobody was there. And he jumped up a little bit too much to the left, if I'm not mistaken. Showed his entire body to Fission. It's like, come at me. In any case, though, Hashira will be playing this retake once again. I don't know if anybody was hit by that lineup that Rabbit was trying to do with the shock darts. In any case, though, he does have his recon dart, and with this little bit of information gathering ability, it is going to be the retake for the Hashira boys. Lock is taking the only spot at the 1 already, and look at that crossfire up on Graffiti, up on Hell, and they definitely wreak some havoc here, reek of the underworld. As Dragon Esports is rising right back up. Hashira is down 4 rounds here, and they haven't gotten any in about 3, so really looking too good for them, isn't it, Black?
Definitely so. The Dragon right now might be a mythical beast, but they're looking once again very real, hiding in the belly of the mountain. And right now, Hashira going to have to see what they can do about it. You can see her Fission just swinging left and right and just capping everybody all off from the back of the head. 10-6 on the board, and man, DR are looking really good right now. I think an aggressive play is about to happen here from Hashira towards C Long. Never mind, it was just a tripwire. I thought they were going to aggress onto it.
Well, they only had just 2766 there, but everybody from Hashira and their mothers are already trying to run onto the C site as Dragon Esports is here, and they really have laid their lair in this particular area of the map already. PBD does spot out Rabbit, and Fission is waiting for that nice little pushies. Hatred comes in, the dash right out as well, but it's just way too slow to whip out the Blade Storm. Left click or right click, it's not going to happen, and we are looking already at 2 more rounds before we end this series and end the run of Hashira in week 3.
Dude, straight up, who did you peg to win this series? DR?
Yeah.
What, 2-1?
2-0 actually.
2-0. Wow, the full faith, and then you might just be right, man. Full disclosure, thought Hashira was going to take this in a very heatedly, contested 2-1, but right now it's looking very dire for them, man. I don't want to call the action before it happens, right? I don't want to call who's going to win before it happens, because anything can happen here in Valorant, but right now, DR are just looking so much on pace to really pushing over this hump and getting into the semis, but they're going to have to go through Hashira, and we know what Hashira can do in these type of situations. These guys are very good in clutch moments, and I don't doubt that they have what's in them to make it a full 3-map series. The question is that what's going to happen today? Now, let's look at things here. Hatred. He's looking down his way there towards B. A very deep angle if they do jump out the window. But for the rest of the DR squad, they are crawling their way now here into B, A long, and they do also have the flank watch there towards C. So, kind of spread out right now. They're not sure where they want to commit just yet.
This is keeping Dragon Esports slightly honest here. Just to say as well, this was formerly known as Org Not Found. That was about 2 weeks ago, and they've been picked up by this particular organization. They also have, I believe, Retract as their team coach, and Retract, guys, was a former Mineski FPS pro, if I'm mistaken. I could be wrong with that.
Yeah, Retract, he's been playing and even coaching for a bunch of different teams. He's worked with some players that you might be familiar with on brand, like Dubstep and Spencer and all that, but Rabbit here is able to find a frag on the Kelly S. It's a double kill going his way now as well.
And he whips out his ultimate already, thinking that he might need it here, but Fission I honestly just think that Fission right now is the MVP for this match. PBD does get the refrag, but Fission has done so much already. It's going to be left into the hands of PBD, and all he can really do is just try to go for that post plant. Now in a 1 versus 3 though, it's going to be very difficult, but that smoke might at least allow him to push through it, catch a couple of the members of Hashira here off guard, but now he's given away his position, and Hatred, all he had to do is say, peekaboo, I see you.
Hatred coming back with a vengeance, 11-6, make that 11-7. Not the other way around, although that would be quite convenient. Hashira are going to try and make this one.
Was that?
Yes, it was.
Was that intended? Like,
yes, it was.
11-7, that wasn't convenient? Oh, man.
Yes, it was.
Oh, okay.
All right, there we go.
I appreciate that. It was so good, man.
HSR, they're trying to bring this one back. They are only 4 rounds away, mind you. It might look dire because one is double digits and the other one's a single, but it's only 4 rounds, which can definitely be strung together here. Though, DR, they have lots of economy on their side. If they lose this, they can full buy 1 more round and kind of force buy a 2nd round after then, and then they'll have to go on an eco. So, still a lot of ways to go here for HSR, but it's not as far as you think. It's not that much out of reach as it might initially show itself to be.
They kind of mix things up here. They put a lot more of the Cypher utility on the middle of the map rather on C-Long. It makes a lot more sense because it'll definitely stop the opportunity of Dragon Esports to get that mid control, which I think they've done a lot, especially with Fission getting kills outside of the window for the moment. Rabbit did have to use his ultimate so early in that last round that he doesn't have that quick utility here. Hashira, though, has 3 big teamfight ultimates, especially with Jeremy's showstopper, 2766. He's going to get spotted out. I don't know, is DR going to try to push for this? They're waiting, they're trying to look for a moment here, and they're also hoping that 2766 is eager enough to try to challenge that garage area, but Hashira showing an incredible amount of control rather than just pushing out and hoping for the best. Ooh, a second earlier, that would have been so good, and Nazmi knows. He's in the back of sight, 2766, a no man's land, and Hatred follows up. Look at Fission with a spray transfer, able to get 3 in the blink of an eye with the help of his teammate, and Hashira is left only with Envy. It's the crack of a shot, but in this 4v1, it's not going to work out as he gets consumed by the laser, consumed by the lights, and match point, here we come.
DR, a single round away from taking this entire series away from HSR, and the Dragons are definitely flying high right now. HSR, do they have the capability and the range to take them down right now when Fission is popping off at 27 frags? So, here we can see for the side of DR, fully loaded up, HSR as well. Actually, not so. They do have a Bucky, do have a Stinger. That's going to be a very, very difficult to work with, honestly, right now. Man,
yeah.
HSR, it's looking really hard for them, and they're going to try and do something about that. You can see early control here of A-Long established by HSR. I like this. They know that they're deficit, and so they're going to try and make a play, and it does work out, at least for now. Kelly S taken down, and they're going to, they know they have the pick, the opening pick, and fall back with a man advantage.
That was so quick. I mean, they definitely are holding on. They need like 5 straight rounds, right? And trying to push for an advantage maybe just isn't the safest option for them because they know that even if they pick off Kelly S, he's not the star of the show just yet. In this Haven map, it's always been Vision, his ability to challenge these angles, his how do I say this, understanding of his opponent's movement. As you saw that there was like this one round where he got the kill on Hatred, he dashed towards Gong, and then played at the entrance of C-Link, hoping that like Hashira will flush him out on Gong. He was correct, and then he got a kill, still Mamba out, and basically opened an entire site for DR Esports for free. This is what this man has done for the DR roster, and he might try to do it again to close this round out, but again, the 4 versus 5, number discrepancy definitely hindering Hashira here to make everything work in their favor. Vision once again with the kill.
Vision opening pick here, but the quick trade-off coming in for their side. That's going to be now a 3v3. They do equalize things up, but PPD and Nasby are able to find a frag apiece. Now 2 on to 3. They're going to have to make this one happen here. HSR, this retake has to be perfect, and 2766 is going to start things off. They're holding on to tournament life right now. If they can win this round, then they might be able to bring it back. But Hatred here with a double ping. No, he's going to get found by Nasby. 1v2 right now as he's crawling his way, and they know where he is, and that's going to be it. DR Dragons fly high, soar high, and take this series 2-0, a clean sweep.
That was so smart because they knew that there was one player that was still in the spawn of the Hashira team, and because there was the neural theft, they were like, 2766, we know where you are. You're going to be either on long or short. It doesn't matter. We're going to push your teammate, make it into a 2 versus 1 before it turns into a 2 versus 2 because he's still rotating, and they used that spacing, that fact, and then they just charged right out. It was very, very difficult for 2766 to make that work out because time was not on his side. He had to force that spike to be defused, maybe even have and hope that he was going to have enough time to reach that clutch scenario, but DR Esports shut him in the face, and that is going to be the 2-0 fly high, or sorry, that's not the DR Esports, roar strong for DR as they're going to go into the semifinals later.
Definitely DR breathing fire right now, and HSR just looks scorched to say the very least. I did, peg HSR to win this series 2-1, but I also did say DR are my dark horse to win this, or in this case, Dark Dragon, to win this entire thing, to be honest with you, with the entire weekend, because these guys are very, very impressive in how they've been showing so far. And I love the fact that, once again, even though they gave up the deficit on Bind, made the comeback happen. And here, they took control of Haven, and definitely, with those wings on the back of their, on their backs, Haven is definitely easily reachable.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to just control the rest of that round. I mean, it wasn't easy for Dragon, to say it the least. Hashira did a lot of good things, but it seems like the rotations that they had was definitely countered by Dragon Esports just saying to say to Kelly S, Kelly, push one of the long angles. And that will give us a lot of information already. We're going to be able to work with that information. And it seems like DR Esports has kept on following with that. Yep. Anyways, we're going to go for a quick break to allow the panel to break it down even further. My name is Asrai. With me now is Black and Blue. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back for that panel discussion.
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
It's a bullseye. Only type of light that I ever hide from is the red and blue lights. I don't sing their song. I don't. Where you at? Yeah, where you come from?
Lost enough.
Who you wanna become?
You dead.
Move your body. Move a leg. Everybody here.
Welcome to Gravity.
One to the right, down, one to the left. Never stay still. Move again.
We saw the beginning and the continuation. Now, the end. We are above them.
Anything I want, baby, gonna take that. Tell them what I want, so I'm never leaving. Whole team
Better
with me,
luck
you can never
next
break
life.
that. Protect at all costs, yeah, like a wave cat.
Relax, my friend. Time and space, they know what you think.
It's a bullseye.
Another surprise here where we saw Hashira go 0-2 up against none other than DR Esports in a game that we thought would go the extra mile, just didn't. And Hashira ended up falling a little bit short and looking a little bit flat up against the veteran team DR Esports. My name is Ilstrado, and we're going to be talking about that game, and breaking it down with you is going to be the panel. Viminal and Trix, how are you guys doing? Oh.
How's it going?
How is it going? So, we just saw Hashira just absolutely sort of stumble, and what happened was they seem to have put the pieces together for the defensive side, but they absolutely struggled a little bit later on, though. I'm going to get your opinion in just a second, though, because we do have to go straight into talk about it, into the interview, excuse me, guys. We do have the winner of this game. It's PBD from the amazing lineup of DR Esports. He just came over from ArkAngel, and now with this new squad, they're looking stronger than ever. PBD, what's up, man? Oh, cannot hear you, sir. Hello?
Hello, what's up?
Yo. Okay, so, first of all, congratulations. That was a really good 2-0. People were expecting a 2-1. People were expecting, some people were expecting Hashira. A lot of people were expecting you guys to come out. How does it feel to crush all those doubts and come out as the victor and go to the semifinals?
Actually, medyo nag-struggle kami nung first map sa bind. Medyo nahirapan ako i-read yung place ng Hashira. Then, tinry namin i-reset para maka-comeback namin yung bind sa first map.
Yeah.
Pero sobrang lakas ng Hashira, ang hirap din nila kalaban. Pero, yan, buti hindi nagpatinag yung mga kampi ko sa depensa.
I saw a lot of composure on your squad. It was really impressive to see that, even after losing quite a few rounds on bind, you were able to put it back together. It seems to just work. You guys are so good at working together as a team. It seems like you have a lot of trust. Why do you think that is? And, where does this all come from that you guys seem to have such good synergy and chemistry with each other?
Siguro, thank you na rin kay Coach Carter na nag-guide sa amin. Then, yung mga kids namin, mga batang member namin, talagang nakikinig sila sa akin, sa amin mga tanda. Na, yun, talagang tiwala sila sa amin at nantiwala na lang din kami sa kanila.
It clearly shows. Like, you guys look like you have a lot of trust, especially on your offensive side. It just looked so clean. Very, very impressive play. One of the best we've seen all tournament long. Honestly, well-deserved. One more question. You talked about Coach Carter. As we know, the legend himself, see Mr. Retrak. Tell me about sort of his effect on your team. How has he been helping you guys?
Sobrang laking ng impact ni Coach Carter, lalo na in terms sa discipline, sa mga tulungan ng team namin. Talagang tinulungan niya kami para mag-grow. Inuunti-unti niya step by step. Sa ngayon kasi hindi pa kami naka-bootcamp, so talagang verbal lang muna yung mabibigay niya sa amin. Talagang di pa namin natututukan.
Well, that just goes to show that when you have a really good leader and a coach like Retrak, there's so much you guys can do. One last thing before I let you go. Anyone you want to give a shout out to and thank you to? And what message do you have for ArkAngel in the semifinal?
Shoutout sa DR Esports, kay Coach Carter, sa manager namin kila boss, sa boss DR, sa wife ko, kay Yana, and sa family ko. And sa mga sumusuporta sa DR, maraming salamat sa inyo. And shoutout nga pala kay AA Yong, Tepok Lamok. Good luck, brother. Good luck and have fun.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations. I'll see you in the semifinals later on. Very good job, PBD. And looking forward to seeing more from you later. All right, so that has been our interview with PBD. Thank you guys for tuning in. Now let's break it all down with the panel themselves. I introduced them a little bit earlier, but now we're going to be bringing them back. So let's talk about that match. There's just so much to dissect here, and I need your help to do this because, oh my God, what a game we just saw. Little bit of a curveball. It was a 2-0. A lot of us were expecting a Hashira or a DR 2-1. No one, I think, saw a 2-0. But you just saw how good DR looked. Honestly, they looked amazing. And I think everybody will agree with this.
Yeah, definitely. They did struggle, as PBD mentioned earlier, they did struggle during that first map in Bind on the first half. As when DR was looking really good on the defensive half, Hashira was looking very good on their defense as well. So it was really the key here is the discipline on DR Esports.
Yeah. Definitely, you could see their discipline shine when it came to the retakes during the defender side. They're able to force the opponents and box them into a certain area, and from there just basically keep them until they're ready to fight. So that was one of the other factors why Hashira was unable to really get the rounds that they needed, was because DR played it in a way that was, okay, we're giving them the site, but we have everywhere else surrounding them, so we're just going to retake them.
Yeah, and a lot of the time, I feel like they nullified the plays of Hashira simply because of their patience. They shut out Hatred's Bucky a lot of the time because of how aware they were. They shut out a lot of the plays that, a lot of the map control that Hashira was trying to get with sneaky plays like this as well. And it was just an all-around victory, I think, for DR.
In many aspects, yes. But also, on the attack phase of DR, they were not afraid to play out the entire clock. They let it wind down and basically utilize every second. And, every second counts in a round of Valorant, and they weren't afraid to utilize that.
Yeah, it was such a good game. What do you think were the shining points here for DR? What do you think was the best thing that they showed us here today, and why they took really this victory against Hashira?
Angle awareness, retakes, being able to know really exactly where they're open and how they can support each other. I saw that especially in Haven, when there was that one angle where they're able to walk up into garage, right, all the way into Seaside, and I feel that comes with a lot of time in the game as well.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge when it comes to map geometry, and of course unison and timing, blocking with the rest of your squadron.
Yeah, and honestly, there were a lot of good reads on the side of DR. I feel like Hashira gave them a run for their money. The first map definitely could have went their way, Bind.
Yeah.
But DR seems to just snapped out of it and just took that victory. I feel like Hashira could have done the same. I feel like a tactical timeout or two would have definitely helped their case. And as you can see right now, look at this. Brimstone, Disrupt, 2.5 KDA versus Hatred's Jet with a 1.0. And it's not a good sign when the enemy Brimstone is doing better than your duelist.
Absolutely. But then again, we were highlighting the fact earlier that the ability for DR to adapt on the fly is very, very important, that malleable aspect, and that's what they showed.
It's unfortunate to see... It's unfortunate to say this, but we see Hashira's newness in this matchup that we just saw, in terms of the discipline of also just clearing every single angle, of making sure all your corners are safe, of understanding the timing of everything. I felt, although Haven was their map pick, it felt to me that there's still work that needs to be done on that map.
Well, for this week, we tried, and this may be, and I will admit, my fault as their coach. We did try the new lineup, switching over things from 276F. We put him on that Cypher, and we put Envy actually on the Omen. And I think it may be a sign that they did struggle on those new agents. So this might have been one of those factors. But at the same time, I do realize that Fission was actually just crazy on that Haven game.
Fission was able to get that timing right.
He the way that Fission played, it just seems like he had a great read on Hashira, like no matter what they tried to do. There were some sterling examples of great reads as well and great executes from Hashira, but it seems like every time they get 1 point, it seems like DR got 2 in response.
It's that adaptability, on the fly adjustment, and their ability to just get a read. Just like you said, Fission knew exactly where to be at the right time.
I agree completely, but let's take a look and see who actually was the MVP of the series, who took home the golden gun, I guess is what you would call it here in Valorant. And the MVP of this series, is, none other than Fission. Really no surprise, I guess, to everybody here, who just was phenomenal in both maps. Really was able to shut down Hashira time and time again. Even when Hashira had the upper hand, Fission was able to bring it back single-handedly a lot of the time.
I think he really shines on an agent such as Jet. Previously, he was playing a lot of Reyna, I do believe. This definitely suits him more, and we see a much bigger impact coming in from Fission.
Yeah, well, let's take a little bit of a breather from the game itself and talk about the tournament overall. We've got the bracket coming up for you. See exactly where we are right now. We're at the semis. It is going to be 2 semis today after this final quarterfinal. TFO versus OG and ArkAngel versus Dreamfire. Sorry, excuse me, DR. Dreamfire is eliminated. They were much earlier on, but this should definitely be. This is probably the most interesting semifinals we've ever seen here on VCT Philippines, and I expect these to go all the way 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, check out these 2 semifinal matches.
They're like blood matches, like
blood. Yeah, blood matches.
Blood feud between the both of these teams. 4 of these teams, actually.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's why it's so exciting. This is really interesting.
I feel like both games will be both teams reading each other based on how they understand each other to play.
Yeah, both games will be like super cause and effect.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you because, you know, it just seems that the rivalries that we're starting to see are all manifesting here today. Yeah. But before we talk about those teams, let's talk about you. How can you be a winner today? It's all going to be about the giveaways because we're giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. And all you got to do is this. Stitch and Duet Azurite's TikTok Video Casting Week Challengers Week 2. Post it on PPGL Facebook page and post the video either on YouTube or TikTok with the hashtag PPL Just Do It. Make sure it is public so we can see it. We'll be selecting 10 winners at the very end of the day and get new skins, rewards, and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your Valorant points now via Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also don't forget to stay tuned through our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page, facebook.com/PPGLGG, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's going to be bit.ly/PPGL-YT, or just search PPGL on YouTube. And also a big thank you to our sponsor, of course, Globe, who has made this all happen. Globe's virtual hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as virtual hangouts goes esports. Brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the virtual hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And let's not forget to also thank our partners, Predator. We'd like to thank Acer Predator, who is our official gaming PC and laptop partner. So if you want to play like the pros, make sure you get on that Acer Predator. Now, back into the discussion segment, I'm going to welcome back my panelists here as we do talk about the rest of the games here. The next semifinal is, of course, going to be a very interesting one. It's got to be TFO versus OG. It is a rivalry that has been going on for a very long time now. So let's open it up and talk about this matchup. How do you feel about this, guys?
I'm excited, definitely, to watch TFO perform again. They have seemed to improve, but if I may be honest, it felt a lot like Atlas being lackluster in that quarterfinals match. So I'm thinking that OG's got the upper hand here, especially with that mentality set.
Yeah, again, these two teams know each other very well. And time and again, they have faced off in the past. OG would usually, more often than not, come out on top. And with the growth that we've seen from OG, I really do believe that they have a very good chance at taking this against TFO.
Yeah. And speaking of Oasis, we're going to pull up their roster right now. I know you wanted to talk about this a little bit more, Viminal. Oasis Gaming, they've been looking so much better lately. You got Beats, Brain Freeze, Godores, Ripper, and Worship. We're sticking to the core 5 lately. Haven't seen much of Young Pork. Maybe we will later on. But how do you feel about these guys, especially lately?
Yeah, here's the thing. You know, they have been in the boot camp, and it's a mix of those tiny factors of them being all in one space that I do believe is leading to them becoming much more coordinated. And of course, their coach, Ekoshima, is also very hands-on. Young Pork, although we didn't see him yesterday, he has been a very consistent performer for Oasis Gaming. Definitely huge value add to the current roster. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see him later on. But they're definitely looking a lot better. They just keep growing.
I appreciate how it doesn't seem that they're as reliant as they have been before on Godores. They're working more as a team now and doing a lot more refrags, and I enjoyed seeing that. So I do feel like OG can take the win for today's matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a very good chance either team goes through, but You know, for me, I'm leaning a little bit towards OG today. They just seem to have everything a little bit more polished. But let's talk about TFO. All right, TFO, they're a team that has also been improving quite a lot as we take a look at their roster. And I know you're quite familiar with these players as well, Trix. You know, Coco, Cortese, Mark, Zerv, and your other...
Is it just because I'm named Trix that I'm more familiar with them? But no, I have been I have been given the pleasure to play with Trix. He is a very great player. We love him on the duelist, but as we have mentioned last time in their quarterfinals, we're not so certain about his pick with the Sentinels.
Yes.
We did all notice they were able to come back after sometimes they were getting picked off, a little bit of the odd angles, but then they did a mental reset. They were able to come back into the game, much like we just saw earlier. So I do think they have a good chance of giving a good fight, but I'm a little wary in saying that they have more in their kit than what Oasis has right now.
Yeah, well, taking a look at my notes really quickly, I just had to go over them. And, you know, the last time these guys met, it was OG coming out on top yet again.
Yes.
In a 2-2, I think it was a 2-1 victory.
It was.
The very last time in the last week. This time, however, they're looking a lot better. And TFO is poised to strike and take down who I believe currently is the favorite, which is OG. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like this could be the week TFO actually takes out Oasis?
I mean, TFO, they're definitely a team known to do a lot of homework on their enemy. So it really depends on how much they've prepared this time around, if they're able to learn from their previous mistakes from the previous encounter. But if we're going to go from previous stats, unlikely.
Well, I think I'm going to agree with you there. But let's take a closer look at the head-to-head. We have it up right now as we're going to take a look and see which of these players are going to be on our spotlight for the players here today. It's going to be a closer one. And if I'm going to make a call, I think it's going to be, Cortese and Godors. Pretty much straightforward. Both of these guys were amazing yesterday. Godors as well. He's always in the spotlight.
Yeah, I'm very... really good to notice that Godors is not just on the radar anymore. He's playing a lot of different agents now.
It's good.
And this is a very welcome change.
I do enjoy also having a Raze on the team just because I feel she gets a lot more information than Reina can. Reina's a great agent and the sustain is amazing, but it just doesn't feel as much of a team agent as a duelist like Phoenix, like Raze, especially with the clearing of the corners, or that hard entry that Jet has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, this Reina, having her on our team is sort of indicative of the growth of the team. The fact that they're playing more team-oriented duelists just goes to show that they're relying on Godors less to be the sort of carry on the team.
Yes.
And I think it's really a sign of their growth. But speaking of where we're going, it is going to be the map veto up next. It is the battlefield of choice for both of these teams. Now take a look, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Ascent. It's going to be the first map here. Selected. This is ballsy, if I'm going to say so myself. If you're picking Ascent against OG, this is like a straight up, this is going to be a brawl.
Isn't this the same as last time?
I think it's
probably. Yeah, this is a repeat of
They
the
started
previous
with
encounter.
Ascent as well.
You're going to be like, okay, let's run it back, guys. Let's run it back. Let's see who wins this time.
Yeah, well, pretty much the same picks here, but will the outcome be any different this time around? There's only one way to find out, and that's by going straight into the game itself. But before we do, I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think is going to take this one?
It's so hard to say.
I think OG will.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be quite close. I do believe that TFO has what it takes.
Can I play devil's advocate this time? I think TFO did their homework. They're prepared to take on OG this time. I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of First Order.
Okay, wow. I think 2-1 OG. I just think that they have it in them right now. This is, and I said this before, OG's time to shine, now or never. Let's see if any of us are correct at all. Casters, what about you? What are your predictions in this one? The floor is yours.
The fire is ready. The Grahams are set. The marshmallows are in the middle. And let's see who's going to fluff it on out in this best of three semifinals between Oasis Gaming and the First Order. My name is Asarai. With me now is Dax. And And Estrada asked us, what do you think about the outcome of this particular series?
Well, dude, I think it is a day of retribution. So I'm going to be going for TFO for this one. A lot of blood going to be shed here as we get into the battlefields. Blood feud yet again. We get a rematch of week number 2's quarterfinals between OG and TFO. And it's going to be interesting because, as we all know, these two teams very, very close in their careers.
Yeah, but I'll have to probably give it to Oasis Gaming. I don't think they're going to be a Mirage in this one. I think it's going to be an Oasis for all of us, for their fans. It seems like they really did bring the thunder from the quarterfinals. I think they seemed a lot more cohesive when we saw them in their last bout up against TFO. So that might be something. But again, all is going to be told to us by time, as we will be waiting for the semifinals to start. But again, I don't think it's going to be a wash at any point. This is going to be a very close match. Both of these teams definitely are brothers in a certain sense. And honestly, that's just going to make it even more, what's the word here? Tight of a match, I guess?
I guess so, because when you think about it, and based on history, remember, guys, Oasis Gaming, this used to be Oasis Gaming Chimera, and then TFO used to be Oasis Gaming CTNX. After the start of the year, TFO deciding to become its own entity, OG, focusing on that main roster, focusing on Chimera to give them that gaming house, give them all the facilities they need and more. It's going to be interesting because you already know that these two teams have done their homework and they're trying to do the best they can to make it to the grand finals. But we're trying to do the best we can as well, guys. And we want to make sure that you have a comfy experience in watching the broadcast. So you are in the English stream right now here at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. There you go. And if you want to check out the commentary in Filipino instead, then check it out at facebook.com/PPGLGG or even at TikTok at tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. Both of these broadcasts are also viewable on YouTube. Check it out at bit.ly/PPGL-YT. But we're just so very happy to have you here, and we hope you enjoy all of the matches coming your way.
Yeah, TikTok, definitely on the clock for starting, on time.
You're a great TikTok artist, right, Mr. Astray? Don't forget, guys, the giveaway, right? Just do the duet there with Mr. Astray and 1,500 Valorant points for 10 winners. We're just very, very happy to see that one. And, you're going to be able to do my job and try it out with Mr. Astray over here.
Yeah, again, I keep saying, I think from yesterday's stream as well, there have been a lot of, entries already, and a lot of them are pretty dang good, I'd say. Very straightforward, and I think some of them are also in our own language, Filipino. So that was pretty cool. So at least I tend to kind of hear the same clip, but in a different language.
If you think about it,
Filipino.
maybe in another dimension, you're casting with them rather than me. Yeah. I have to be careful with my job now, man. Oh, no.
What if someone casts in Bisaya?
Oh.
I don't understand, but I don't understand that, but maybe somebody can translate.
I mean, the passion would be amazing. And
true,
the passion would be amazing for this matchup as well. OG and TFO, neither of these had any kind of slouch. We saw their performance in the quarterfinals. TFO moving on, OG moving on. And they were able to vanquish some of their demons. They were able to really get a bit of that upset for the side of TFO, winning against Atlas, who really took their time to prepare for this week. In the meantime, OG getting their revenge from week number 1, able to shut down Empire. And it does feel like that these two teams have really improved over the past few days, that they've been given a bit of a break from the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely true. Although I think I have to be a little bit of a spoil sport here and kind of also add from the quarterfinals from yesterday, what we saw in the matches, Atlas Esports as well as Empire kind of looked very shaky, to say at the least, without the performance. Of course, they still did valiantly. They performed well, but not well enough that I think both TFO and Oasis Gaming really had a true challenge. And now going into the semifinals, maybe it's a different spell here. Again, going up against each other with having fresh outlook on how they play, especially with, Oasis Gaming always saying that we have ourselves the boot camp here. This boot camp has really helped us, and we'll see if that is true to their word as we are going into the semifinals in just a bit. We're just setting up the lobby and everything.
Yeah, and there you go. Ascent is going to be our map pick of choice. We all know already that these two teams are great on this map, and the thing is, this is actually TFO's pick to start things off here and now. Last time, though, between OG and TFO, it was a 2-0 in favor of Oasis Gaming to move on to week number 2 semifinals. This time, can TFO change that script and erase that fate coming their way? But look at OG. Looks like they're back with the no duelist composition. Sage, Sova, Killjoy, Breach, and Omen. All about that chokehold and all about making it so difficult to step up on site.
Well, Gador is being put on a Sage really kind of had to, what's the word here, change his dynamic a little bit, because he's usually more of the Reyna player for Oasis Gaming. So peeking out, being able to get a kill and dismissing away, it's such an easy, I think, you know, no holds barred kind of tactic for him. But now with the Sage, he really has to change his mentality, his approach on these angles. Granted, though, he will have a teammate here and there. And it's kind of worked out, because yesterday I think we did really see the quote-unquote battle Sage, and it looked fantastic in the end. Any case here, for the attacker side, TFO, double duelist, pretty straightforward to say at the least. The Jet and the Reyna, maybe the Raze sometimes from other players, but having Reyna played by Trix will be really good. Not Trix the analyst, but Trix the player. We're going to be having a very confusing cast today, guys, for this series.
Hey, it's a standard comp there for TFO, and they already know how to play this one out. They were popping from the quarterfinals. They found their confidence.
Yeah.
And really, this semifinal is going to be a big test to see who is actually deserving of that grand final spot. Not only through the victory, but how convincing it can be. As you mentioned, some of their opponents a bit shaky, trying to figure out a few things here and there. Experimental comps, experimental lineups here and there, with the players trying to differentiate themselves in terms of their roles. So for now, OG, TFO, how clean can they win this one out?
Yeah. It's going to be really, really interesting. Again, there's going to be a lot of punch that will be coming from the Force Order in this first half. Trix was really outstanding in yesterday's match. I think nearing 30 frags, maybe 27, 30 in the Ascent map as well. So it really does go to show that he is one of the strongest players in this particular in our country, and having him for TFO really does kind of complete the entire roster. On the other end, Oasis Gaming, you keep saying it right, the Godowers +1, but I think right now with all of what they've been doing, they've kind of been spreading themselves evenly all across their 5 members, and it's looking really fantastic.
Yeah, the step up from all of Oasis Gaming really showing on up here, especially what we see from the likes of Beats, the likes of Brain Freeze from time to time. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be getting into Ascent. This is your first semifinal in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines, stage number 1, week number 3. Whoever moves on to the grand finals has a 50-50 shot at that second VALORANT Master slot. And really will boil down to see who will join Brand Esports into that regional tournament into the near future. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yet again, no duelists for the defense, double duelists for the attacking side. And I like this a lot because it really feels like we're getting that regional warfare that we're going to be expecting into the future for Masters 2 and all the like. But hey, you know, the Asian region, Southeast Asia, always a preview of different things and different tactics.
We are on a technical pause. I was kind of wondering why we haven't started with everything that we've kind of discussed already. And it seems like the rotations... OG is actually just all the way up on A, but maybe they're just kind of playing around and jumping up and down, not wanting to show their positioning specifically. Maybe when the TO, the tournament organizer, says, "Your time to go, guys," they're probably going to go for a B now, unless they're really going to hold this on like this one. I do kind of like it, because if they do hold this angle, that would just mean there's 2 people peeking out on short, 2 people coming on A main, and never mind, they're just going to spread on across the map.
Hey, committing on the site is a viable tactic. Be able to have 5 people there, go for the 5v5 immediately, and try to retake later on instead. And the thing is, we studied this one yesterday. We saw how Oasis Gaming was able to play it out. Go for the retake, go for the chokehold, and find ways to maximize value with the Breach, with the Sova, with the Killjoy, and even the Omen and the Sage can get on with that action as well.
A Breach for OG. Again, you said it's a choke comp. Do keep pointing it out that this is the composition that Bren likes to use on that split map, but it seems like OG has kind of taken a leaf out of the book and has utilized it pretty well on their Ascent map here. TFO, all we can expect from now then is, were they able to watch the VODs from yesterday, and now are they able to kind of understand what they have to do to pierce through this probable iron shield that Oasis Gaming has kind of set up, has positioned themselves here on the defending side in Ascent, and here we go, round start.
I gotta say, TFO, they did do their homework because they're not playing Yoru. That's one thing.
Oh, I really was expecting the Yoru to do something.
I wanted it to work too, but here we
Yeah.
are. It really is Oasis Gaming showing up on that defensive side. The thing is, it really is akin to a split-based composition, but since it's Ascent, the Sova getting more value in terms of that intel, in terms of those darts, and might as well just not bother with that duelist anymore. But we all know the one weakness Oasis Gaming has in their comp right now is on the attacking side. They're going to be struggling without that sudden impact. So it's time for them to build a bank. It's time for them to get as many points as they can on the defensive side and try to figure it out as TFO playing for that mid, looking to play into B sites.
I really do like that TFO puts the sentry on top of mid link because it does see the top mid when somebody goes in for that flank. Anyways, this is going to be the pierce through on Mark. It's going to be very difficult as the crossfire is there, but it seems like TFO were able to breathe through. Thankfully, though, Godowers has already rotated onto their own spawn, and it's going to be back to the 3 versus 2. Courtesy as well as Zerb here will be the ones to try to go for that post plant. Zerb was a fantastic omen yesterday, but can he be fantastic now? Can he be that fantastic beast, or will it be, well, the magical wizarding community to stop him in his tracks? But it seems like he's going to be able to pop out, although Courtesy wants to follow up, but Godowers and Worship, it's a combination.
Godowers and Worship working together yet again to get those takedowns and staying all the way on the other side of B site to get that distance, get that shots, and see those sight lines as soon as they pop out of that smoke. So a good start here for Oasis Gaming. Pretty much what they really need in this half. As many points as they can. And when you see if OG does actually lead into a disadvantage, or rather into an advantage coming into the next half, that is where this composition will struggle. So all eyes on OG right now to perform, all eyes on TFO to steal things round for round.
Ideally, OG would probably want something along the lines of like a 10-2, 11-1, 12-0 if they can in this first half, because I definitely agree there's going to be a lack of punch here, but also, I'm very curious, because like, how are they going to be approaching the attacking side when they don't have that wow factor, pizzazz?
Yeah, sudden impact lethality wouldn't be a factor there, but it is going to be Godowers though setting up the wall. And even though he's not going to be on his signature Reyna, not going to be playing any kind of duelist, he's still as potent as can be. Ripper though in the meantime on the other side. And it's TFO actually going to be trying something out here. They are looking to siege into the Cubby through the 3, but Worship will just get that one. Coco already going on down. Courtesy right now might want to challenge as well, but it's not going to work out at all. And TFO staying on the top mid, getting the angles, watching out for middle, but they already know it's such a struggle as Godowers actually takes care of Marky there.
That was not even anything that Marky could do, because I like the angle. Flash from the breach doesn't even flash Godowers as well as his teammate there, because there's a little bit of that cubby on A main that doesn't really do anything. In any case, Beats is going to be first contact. Brain Freeze to follow up, and I really do like this crossfire that they set up from themselves. Brain Freeze will be able to dodge that shock dart, but Trick is on the prowl. He sees the head, but not enough to actually get the one up, although I think for the most part, best case scenario for TFO, they get the plant, maybe even a kill here to add to boot. Not going to work out in the end, and OG, very slow, but still a win on that second round.
Oasis Gaming keeping it cool, calm, and collected. Feels like it's just a paradise for them on this Ascent defense. And as much as possible, just keep an eye out, go for the hold, and make sure they know how to combo it up when they decide to push. So 2-0 right now, pretty much expected after that pistol round. But this is going to be the rifles for TFO instead. Now, the biggest issue for them is if they get CC'd. Flashes are going to be very potent. Slow orb is going to be really, really dire as well. So the thing is, they're playing that Reyna and the Jet that does give him a disengage if ever they get caught out. The Jet, naturally, just go for the Tailwind and you're out of there. Reyna in the meantime, get the kill, dismiss on away. And we'll see how TFO is going to be juggling the dismiss and how juggling the disengage as Tricks right now going to be forced to shoot that dart. And no peek here from OG so far. There's the flash though, and here comes the Owl Drone, forcing the Leer. A lot of zone potential right now from Oasis Gaming. And look at how they just choke out the opponent time and time again, and even get that orb control to get that resurrection as quickly as possible.
The thing about that though is they pretty much used like 4 abilities and just trying to push out Tricks, not even getting a kill. Yes, they do get the orb, but that would just mean for TFO, like, I counted all the utilities that they use, guys, just to count me out, and you know that's going to be something pretty big. And having the breach shown immediately on the B side would mean that there's no flashes on the A, and that's where you're seeing a lot more of the TFO members start to kind of say, there's a little bit of a no flash potential for that A site unless maybe the breach is there enough, but I don't think it's going to happen. And TFO, quick to pull that trigger, immediately take this A site, and it's going to be the retake for OG. Brain Freeze, though, able to get a nice little peek angle here, but Tricks immediately with the refrag, healing it back up, and will play Defender here onto the short side as it's going to be the retake. OG, what you got to do?
I love the altitude there from the Killjoy, but Courtesy right now closing that door. Tricks in the meantime by the Cubby, and TFO setting it up yet again to build an X and get those takedowns. 4v1 right now, leaving Beats all alone. Silva having to back on out, and really, it's TFO, like you mentioned, realizing the situation, seeing who was on what site, and they were able to push onto A just because of that. Now Marky gonna get the fell onto Beats, and there you have it, TFO getting a first point on the board. Now, this is really the question for TFO. It seems like they found their answer. If they find the intel, they'll go fast on the other side. You can also try and change it up and play slow. You make them use all the utility. As Oasis Gaming, the only way they're going to be able to hold is to actually go for the pushes just like that, find ways to catch out an opponent, and it really will be an interesting tug of war if TFO can play this one right in the economic side, not only in the arsenal, but also in the abilities that they force out from their opponent.
It's such a really big thing as well. The more competitive, the higher the stakes are, the stronger the teams become, the more that each utility that you use, you have to treat it as like gold. Because if you lose it, it's something that's going to be so vital in being able to dish out against your opponent, right? And that's the difference of Valorant to any other tactical shooter out there, or the other tactical shooter, is because each agent has different, you know, what is it called about this? Specific and unique abilities. And if you lose one of those, it really does hinder these teams, especially when they're banking on it. In any case, a little bit of a tussle there. OG did lose the one, and okay,
Marky,
Worship, let's go.
He went on the inside, and Worship does get that takedown. Oasis Gaming, though, losing the stage early since they weren't able to set up that combo. And TFO, yet again, that sudden impact out of nowhere. The Jet is able to get that kill to start things off, but it's now 4v4. Brain Freeze also saying, I'm a hold close here. Buggy in hand, wanting to wait for someone to come. Nanoswarm going to be very good for the zone as well. And TFO, how will they play this? They still have a lead. They want to go on in. But at the same time, immediately the Nanoswarm going to get popped. The Killjoy buying some time. And there we go with a revelation from the Recon bot. He's playing onto the lane. Going to get blinded though by the paranoia. He doesn't care. Courtesy comes into the sight line and will get taken down immediately. OG now trying to peek, trying to hold, but Servant Tricks get on the board instead. And B site is ripe for the taking here for TFO.
I don't know how they were even able to get that particular site, though. Nice little defend there by Brain Freeze, but it's all up to Worship, who doesn't even have his ultimate. So that does tell the TFO he doesn't have his ult. We can play in the back of sight, we won't get flushed out, and we can set up this crossfire if we wanted to. Lots of noise being done by Zerv here, but do they know that Worship has already cleared up his angle into the site? He should have seen the barrel, and Tricks was ready. Headshot and a dream, 2-2, and TFO gets 2 straight rounds, and OG left with their head scratching a little bit. What happens when their opponent already has that gun round?
And this is it. You know, the score line is even, which is not a good sign for Oasis Gaming. In the meantime, Joe, it will just be TFO trying to figure things out even more. How much can they actually take away from OG? And OG at the same time, they have to be careful of that lethality out of nowhere. And this is just going to be us back for a little bit. But that's right, 2-2 right now. TFO proving they've done their homework and more.
Yeah, they've done more, and we're seeing the results here are looking really good. Yes, they did lose that pistol. Yes, they did lose the bonus round, but it comes down to that brass tacks. When they get themselves those buys, it seems like TFO have the answers that they need. Now, we are just going to be going for a quick break here, guys, as we try to figure out what did happen with the issues that we are experiencing as of the moment. Don't go anywhere. This semifinals match between Oasis Gaming and the First Order will continue when we come back.
Guys, help! Please! Nawawala si Mac!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na dito ng MyFi ko.
Ubus na rin yung sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found! Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever surf for all 99. Only from Globe.
Welcome to the VALORANT Champions Tour, a year-long tournament circuit featuring the best players and teams from all over the world, culminating in a global championship event, VALORANT Champions. Each stage begins with challengers, where teams compete in regional tournaments for a place at Masters. Teams who compete in Masters events will earn points that help them qualify for Champions. And Champions is where the best teams from around the world compete on a global stage, where the art of greatness is on full display. And one team will be crowned 2021 VALORANT Champions.
So welcome back, guys. We put away the toolbox, and it is going to be time for us to get back in the action. Jackson Asarai gonna be here yet again. Scoreline 2-2 in map number 1 of Ascent between OG and TFO, and things are really just heating on up, Mr. Asarai. It really feels like now TFO is trying to siege against OG and their fortifications. It's gonna be such a brawl, though, as we try and get into the sites, as we get back into the action. But I'm very excited already because, you know, OG, their defenses have looked to be, I'd say, really, really strong, nigh impenetrable from the quarterfinal. But TFO, they found the hidden catacombs to be also sneaky underground and have gotten some round wins so far.
It's either you've played a couple of Tomb Raider games or you've watched a couple of those spy movies, you know? It makes a lot of sense. They're able to just peek right on through, and that I think is akin to being able to utilize their double duelist with tricks as well. I don't know, guys, you didn't show that on camera,
of course
but
not.
Dax is doing the can by himself.
You can join me right now, as we are going to be joined by OG and TFO yet again. We do apologize a bit of that tech issue, guys, but we are back into the action and everything now A-okay for us to get back into the game. So mid-control, the way to go for TFO. Not only that, it's just going to be a mid-speed push, as it's already Marky and Trix leading that charge. The Reyna and the Jet on the right-hand side. Here comes the lockdown, though, and Brain Freeze waiting by the staircase. Trix, though, in the meantime, with the refrag. Lockdown now gonna get broken, but Beats is waiting patiently. And Oasis Gaming, the waiting game is strong for them, and now this might just be them looking to reinforce, but Zerv will find the kill on the Beats. This allows us over to get the plant on, and TFO, at the very least, get the spike down.
I don't think they could have maybe given this spike to Zerv, and he could have done something with that one. In any case, though, they're going to know where his positioning is, and Courtesy is left to his own devices. He does have a shock dart, and that will soften up the one, but Courtesy, are you kidding me? One onto Godot was the flick onto Worship, and Worship was basically fiddling with a gun, and he could not get the refrag quick enough, and from a bad situation to a worse, but Courtesy picks it up to make it into a great clutch. Sorry.
For the side of
Oasis Gaming. Why am I doing Tagalog here, man?
Dude, look, okay, look at that shock dart.
Man.
The bounce is just so good. Not only does it delay the damage, but also, there's one thing it does, Asarai, that you don't really notice too much unless it's your POV. The shock dart blocks your vision. It actually gets in the way just a little bit more, and that's why Courtesy was just so comfortable at flicking that way. Worship, though, with the kill off the Zerv to start things off, and now this is going to be the problem of TFO. Of all the people they can lose early that will hurt them the most, it has to be Zerv, because those smokes are so helpful to break those sight lines from OG. This time, it's up to the Jet, maybe, Cloudburst to try an entry. It's going to be very difficult, but at least they do have that gun advantage, as OG is playing a bit of that shotgun gameplay instead.
Well, this is what we call the poison angles. The Bucky's very, very difficult. If you have a point man that will give you the information that they're coming into the corner and you got that Bucky player, that's what they can really deal some damage here. I do like, though, that the TFO did break the wall onto A main just to keep the members of OG honest for the moment. But once again, TFO is looking to push. They still do have tricks. They don't have Zerv anymore with his smokes, but they can always just go for these quick dry peeks, and they know that OG do not have the strong weapons for that long range. These Buckies are going to be well, not that good in the longer duels.
The lockdown going to be into play here. And that's the thing, TFO for now, Gonna be trying to at least zone someone out. This will be the Somato playing a bit of the bait. And there will be an instant detain there. Beats now, sacrificing his life for the greater good. Will he get caught out there by Courtesy? Yes, he can. Headshot now will connect through the wall. And Courtesy, he already clutched it out a while ago, but the Rolling Thunder will break his vision and make it hard for him to hit that shot. Now, OG coming on through. Godowers and Ripper get on the board. From below, Courtesy gets that kill, but Brain Freeze is there. And oh, that Bucky! Just so painful. Oasis Gaming, they say, hey, Beats, would you like to die for us so that everyone is trapped inside? And there you go, the Bucky's getting value and a stolen round there by Oasis Gaming.
Worshipped and the rest of Oasis Gaming utilizing the timing of that Rolling Thunder. They rushed right out because they knew that everybody from TFO will be scrambling to hide in the corners and wait for the duration of that daze to pass. And they just made it so that the timing push was perfect and nobody could really be the wiser. And what I like about that is as well, they knew that they had the shotguns, so having the Rolling Thunder to bridge the gap in terms of the distance was so good for these Bucky players.
The Bucky players indeed, and that's the thing, B site is so easy to retake because of that Rolling Thunder. That's why Oasis Gaming is so confident anyway. Even in a round they had a disadvantage. So TFO now needing to reel it back. Have to be careful not to lose a member quickly, especially that Omen. He is by B site right now as we're watching Marky check out A. The question is, will we see a peek here from Oasis Gaming? Not really the best if OG just goes for those dry duels. Instead, it's TFO hunting for some targets and might overextend. And cheeky angle done by Godowers up top the wall, finds Strix there. And the extra elevation, seeing the park, seeing that courtyard, and getting that takedown.
Yeah, that little wall boost does give you some vision on Fridge. I like to call that the nice little cubby area on near Arch Fridge because it just looks like a fridge. Any case though, nice little kill by Marky through the smoke. Immediately gets refragged, so the numbers really aren't going in the favor of TFO. No matter what they do, it seems like Oasis Gaming are just going to be able to pick it on back up. Now Courtesy as well as Worship here will try to go for that duel. Courtesy and Coco, nice little pinch play as well from that short area, and Coco was able to pierce through. Although still a 2 versus 1, Beats got all the time in the world and Courtesy did not. He had to push up, hope to get a kill, and maybe even plant that spike.
Good timing though from TFO to push through the cubby as the wall was just gone by that point. Godowers going for the resurrection and a little too busy with the hands to try and go for the shot instead. But Oasis Gaming, they were one step ahead of their opponent, ready by the garden, ready to go for the kills anyway. And in the end, it's OG now taking the lead yet again after a 2-round streak. The TFO, it really goes to show that if OG is fortified like that and getting picks for free, it's their strategy working out time and time again. TFO in the meantime, they want to rush on through. There we go already with the smokes. Fault line can be into play. Good tag though by Courtesy, even though he is dazed on up. But the triple stack is very scary. Now the flashpoint gonna be into play. Worship now looking for the spray down and the takedown. And the wall fortification to make it even harder for TFO to siege. It's everything and more. It really feels like it's more tower defense here from OG rather than a tactical shooter.
Everybody, the duelists for OG are going to try to make something happen. Sorry, not OG, but TFO, rather, to try to get that kill. Ripper was spotted out onto doorway. Immediately as they get that kill, Courtesy pops his ult. They get the wall drop down, and TFO make the correct decision to just wait a little bit. We don't need to charge onto A main. If our duelist can get a kill, they can just back away safely, like you said, use that mobility, and just get on out of there. Now, Beats was holding that angle on A Heaven. The thing about that, the bouncing of the walls, well, the floor is lava, and he does take some damage from down below, 2 versus 5. And OG, I don't think they're going to be able to get this one as TFO crack that egg that is the A site.
And you know, OG and TFO, when these two teams meet, it's like a chess match, and we're seeing it again. Adjustments all around as Beats gets a wall back down below, and Serve gonna go down before he can TP on away. Coco right now, though, with a beautiful headshot onto Brain Freeze, who just drops dead to the ground. And Coco wanting to get that second, gives Beats a taste of his own medicine, and we are all tied up yet again. TFO doing the homework, OG doing the adjustments on the fly, and you see a tied scoreline, but yet again, things are looking a little more on the side of TFO because of the comp choice from OG.
Economy as well, not going to be favoring OG here, but they still will be able to buy up ever so slightly, if they do lose this one. Their economy is going to be in the toilet. You never want to have your economy in the toilet, guys. It just does not work. I know, I've tried. In any case, it is going to be 4-4. TFO Are they going to go for a quick take here? I do like the Moxie. The thing about that, though, is Brain Freeze has locked down the site. I do like how he optimizes where he put his utility here, but with the opposite Killjoy, having her lockdown, might be the other side that they will be able to use. But Beats is going to be timing with that Nano Swarm as well as the Shock Darts to at least keep them honest. And that lockdown not going to get any detains, but it does still stop TFO from making something happen. And Trix died somewhere too.
Oh, Marky though gonna ball. And you know what I want to say about lockdowns like that? And I'll take it from some of the Bovas that we like to watch. Space created. A lot of space has been created, but you know that space is gonna get shuttered down by Oasis Gaming yet again, because there we go with the spray down. And, you know, as the right by this point, as Coco does get a kill. Oh my god, from the market, he bangs the angles, and a good adjustment there from TFO yet again to not have everyone on site. But this B site, it's a death pit. This is a trap that OG is setting, and TFO takes the bait again, and will lose out on the round as OG plays another great B retake.
Actually, that's a very good point, because if you think about it, they already used the lockdown. No one was detained. They know that it was going to reach up until the back of site and the entirety of the B. So why was there more than at least 2 members of TFO that were still scrambling onto the site rather than them just kind of playing a little bit more outside of it so they can try to challenge? Marky was there. I did like that he was very aggressive to try to do with that, but nobody was there to kind of help him pick up the slack. I think TFO might be pushing a little bit too deep into the site here. And of course, that's not a bad thing to do, but when you're in these tight type of situations, it's not really going to work out in the end. Gadors, he's not a duelist, but he's doing duelist things.
Dude, he's not a duelist right now, but he has the heart of a duelist in
True.
him. That's really it. Maybe the heart of these cards, but the heart of these guns. And it's time to duel yet again here for TFO, as they are going to be trying to figure out where to go. OG though with 3 ultimates ready. It's going to be even scarier when OG is able to play that Rolling Thunder later on. TFO in the meantime, mid control is the answer. The thing is, they're just trying to see who's going to be peeking here, but look at Beats. One thing he can really do right now is toss some darts into the middle. The other thing is he hops up top the thing in the middle of the spawn, and he's going to be able to get a bit of a jump peek on that lane there. But for now, Trix with 2 HP. He's desperate and hungry for a kill. He's starving right now, Asarai, and he might just die before he gets his meal unless he catches out that Omen there.
I don't think it's going to happen. Ripper has such an angle here, and it's going to be very difficult. But maybe if Ripper does get like distracted from A-Short, that could have happened. But I think Trix had to push in and pinch because they need to get that main control. Now they do know that the other Omen is going to be playing this particular site. There is going to be a shock dart from Beats, but it's not going to connect onto it.
It does.
Just slightly.
Just a little bit. A little bit of a chip. The armor getting a little bit of a stain. But right now, Ripper is just overflowing with the blood of his opponents. But Coco going to be able to hold yet again. 1v2 scenario. And that's going to be Sova going on down. Coco right now looking absolutely loco. And there you go. He is insane in the membrane. The triple kill for TFO to clutch it out. And that's exactly what TFO needs to do. When the duels are gone, you got to win duels with anyone else.
The duelists are gone, the Sentinels will play, and it seems like Coco was brought to his playground. Look at this. That was just like a fadeaway running shot. Yeah, immediately just like rotates, and then he sees the second target, backs off, fades away again, and then he just angles a little bit, and then he just perfectly positions that crosshair. Such a good play from Coco. 5-5, and that shouldn't have been a TFO round, but these singular plays from their individual players have really put the round in the pocket of TFO, whether it's Trix or Coco and anyone else in the First Order's roster. They really do step up to keep it even up against their, I would say, greatest rival, that is Oasis Gaming.
You know, family is forever, but right now, family feud between OG and TFO. Courtesy though in the meantime, scanning on the round. Marky though finds worship there. TFO right now really trying to get away from the shadow of Oasis Gaming. If they're able to get this win against OG in this series, you already know that they have gone their own way, have gone their own path to try and make it to the grand finals. But still going to be a very tough contest for both of these teams. 4 ultimates though, giving TFO the advantage. Not only that, it's 5v3 on the A side. We go a lot easier to hold rather than that B. So have to be careful. Lockdown and Hunter's Fury might net kills for OG out of nowhere.
Hunter's Fury could be used. We should hear it in like a minute or so, or maybe they're going to use the Recon Dart first, get that information, and then activate the lasers, the light shows. Beats is just jumping up and down. I don't know what he's waiting for. Maybe the pinch from Godoers, but there's not really any time in the world that they could use there. There we go. The hunted, and Marky has to try to do the cha-cha, but it seems he's not having that good footwork. Zerb that spot out one onto Brain Freeze, and with that Killjoy ultimate to lock down the entirety of the site, I think the best that they could do here, Dax, is to try to go for that exit frag.
What name were you trying to say as Godor is going to get taken down there? Zerb will get what he deserves. Tricks also on the board. And TFO for now going to be taking the lead 6-5 and winning that round. TFO is keeping the advantage and more. OG in the meantime going to get broken in their 5. At least they have that Rolling Thunder that can equalize the odds. But then again, Asarai, yes, is that your name?
I was about to say Dodge for some reason.
Oh, maybe because TFO,
yeah,
is
TFO, right?
So
yeah,
maybe the OG and TFO, he's still that mutual link by that point. But yeah, this is actually really worrying for OG because it's not only the fact that they don't have Duelist. We saw it yesterday that they did struggle on their attacking side against Empire. And if TFO is able to get even a 2-round buffer, or honestly just a 6-6, it's already a good sign here for the attacking side for now. Will we see TFO though be able to snowball later on? Can OG figure it out on the next day? And this is that day to try and make it work. Now Swarm though gonna get popped. The Omen in the meantime is saying, hey, I want this orb. From the Shadows now gonna be available. Brilliant Storm is ready to go as well for TFO. And the thing for TFO is they feel it. They know they've died on B side multiple times. They know that Rolling Thunder is up, and they will try their best not to stay there, but OG is already fortified with 3 people there by the garden area.
They are going to be rotating back Coco on B main here just to make sure that no fancy footwork or no shenanigans will be happening. Beast has already been spotted out, but he's just going to hold his angle here on market, not being too afraid, and still no map control at all for TFO here. They're really putting a lot of, how do I say this, like pizzazz around the map. Lots of utilities already used. But OG have really stood their ground here. Brain Freeze is going to be first contact, and it seems like the first order was able to get that order that they wanted to do, which is the B side. Tricks, once again, is just phenomenal with that entry frag. And I don't think OG, with the weapons that they had, can really take this. Maybe make it slightly expensive, but in the end, it should just go into the hands of TFO for this first half.
Last round of that first half. Also, and Marky, he shrugs off the bullets, and he gets the blade onto the breach there. Beats in the meantime, though, the power of the Bulldog showing on up, but Vandal in hand, and it's all eyes on Beats. Beats has been able to get the beat down here for this playoffs, but he's the one getting beaten on up by Courtesy instead. And the first order is just being so confident right now. They're invading the turf of OG. They're saying, you know, this is now going to be our map pick. And this is actually their map pick. TFO is picking up a sense of all things. Just gotta say though, OG doing their homework and more. I've seen the bans and Icebox being gone from the rotation really is a good sign there from Oasis Gaming. But this is the big test now, Asarai. Because OG has to prove to everyone that they can attack with this kind of comp. Whether they play it with the combos, they play it with a certain speed, it will be up to them to figure something out. This is their chance to try and shut down TFO. And this is going to be a good time because pistol round, everything is even.
There is a chance that if OG are able to win this pistol, they're going to be able to get a bonus. They're going to be able to maybe start building some safety rounds here. But for the most part, it's going to be very difficult. Tricks onto the side, and he's going to be able to deal so much, still surviving. And look at that, through his dismiss, through his invulnerability, he's going to be able to dance in front of the OG members and say, we have you now. 2 versus 1 though, and Beats does have a chance. 59 HP. I think I needed a 10 HP more, but I don't think he's going to be able to get this one. But maybe the sneaky beakies might be enough. They spotted him out. There's going to be the turret, and I don't think he's going to be able to hit the shot onto Marky. But that was close. Nice little taps onto Coco. Still in the end, TFO get that round win.
Good takedown at the very end of that, but it goes to show, right, that TFO, they had the angle, they got kills, and they had the advantage. There is no sudden burst there from Oasis Gaming whatsoever. It's a steady stream of people coming on in. And Tricks, you know, this guy, he's being a little cheeky, okay? Who other agent does that? Gets in your face while he's invulnerable, you know that, yeah.
I mean, Yoru, but not as not as impactful.
But
yeah.
exactly, it is just him saying, okay, I'm pretty much dead, so I'm gonna distract them, right? And OG seeing shades of a bit of that pass right now. TFO doing the same old thing and learning lessons really for these two teams. But right now, it's gonna be a Congo line to the middle, and someone's waiting again, and his name is Rick. Straight down already for the takedown. Gadowers will fall and a dismiss there to get on away. Aldron also getting that scout, and then Alvarm actually hurt the Reyna right now, put him on the other side. OG. Oh, Trix, we have to fight, and he will actually win that one out. Dismiss rather than Devar to stay alive. No way to heal up anymore, but this is the Reyna popping like crazy, and OG losing lives because of it. What a shock dart again from Courtesy.
Trix almost has an ultimate. Next round, when they buy up with the rifles, he has so much power to just use in that one. Yeah, Ripper's going to be able to get a kill here and there, but that's just going to be it. A quick, streamlined round for the first order, and they're starting to run away with this. And like I said, Trix is already with an Empress. I'm definitely impressed.
Yeah, really good call by Trix, because if he wins the fight, he gets Empress. If he loses the fight, he also gets Empress.
Yeah.
So now he can just pop off like crazy. He has that full buy ready to go. Marky, though, in the meantime, having that Bucky in hand, going to be saving up on the money alongside everyone else. And this is now the only chance for OG to try and equalize in a good manner, because rifles are bound for Oasis Gaming. You see the pull of not only their deaths, but also the utility they've been using. Not everyone is on full armor here for the side of OG. Trix, though, in the meantime, gonna get hit by the fault line. But this Reyna, Paranoia, does it actually connect from his own teammate? Seems like a little bit of that delay shock dart gonna be into play also. And TFO trying to play the aggression, but OG say, you guys kind of played that one wrong, and we'll just hold our ground here.
As his teammates rotate back, Zerv has to hold short a little bit. Hearing a couple of those shots as well as the Sova drone makes him a little bit honest, a little bit wary of that short angle, but this does allow OG to get some foothold there, but still, like you said, not having any flashers, or sorry, not having any explosive duelists to start the round, even if they have the flashers, really just make it so that OG's push is very premeditated, very, very visible, and very, very counterable if they do get challenged here by TFO. And with that smoke dashing away, nice little flash though. Maybe it's going to be the A take. We'll see.
Brain Freeze putting that alarm bot, trying to fortify on up. Recon Balto does get the sand, and here we go again. Courtesy and Zerv with a 1-2 punch. Trix also in the meantime with a takedown. Worship though gonna fall after that kill onto Zerv. And this is now a 4v2 situation that OG is struggling yet again. Beats now putting the spike down, but TFO ready to reinforce. And here they come. Asteroids, the wall does come on up. Gadowers waiting though to watch over that rafters, but the push is gonna be there very, very soon. Trix is also on the board already. Beats in the meantime down below, and to hell he will go indeed, as Marky will execute him on the spot.
Is he gonna be able to get the? Oh yeah, no, the Empress stack or duration might be too long, and they would just like give it to somebody else. In any case, though, TFO, I don't know what they did, but they didn't have to like figure out everything that they had to in terms of like specific plays up against OG. I think they just had to understand the limitations of OG's composition, and it seems like on that first half they understood it well. Ending into 75 was great, and now on the defender side themselves, they know that everything OG has to do, they cannot fake because they just don't have the speed for it. All of their utilities all got to be set up into the one side, and if you don't, you're going to go into the other side basically naked, no utilities whatsoever, and I don't think OG want to do that. So it's either B or bust.
You know, I gotta say, for especially TFO fans, they gotta think about that. Okay, this first half, after that scoreline, we probably win this game already, but we're not done yet, guys. OG still having a chance if they can figure things out, but it's very obvious right now the weaknesses and the limitations of this composition. When you have a duelist asteroid, what's the one thing you usually expect from them?
Entry.
Yeah, entry. And where are they on a site? Like, where are they? Are they at the entrance point, or where are they instead?
Entrance point in going straight into the back line of the enemies.
Exactly.
You
So
know?
when everyone is in a Congo line and everyone's just like, yo, let's hold hands, sing kumbaya, try to make it there to the site, it's just so obvious. There are pinch plays that OG can do, but it's still the same speed. You're going to be expecting them to show up at the same time from two, maybe in 3 different spots. And TFO has found the answers, not only picking people apart before that even happens, as Marky has whipped out the operator there, but also just in going for the counterplay. Godot with the resurrection, yes, but Worship fighting against the turret. Shock darts coming yet again, and TFO already fortifying this B side, ready to pounce, ready to go for the action. OG now stuck in their ways and stuck in B main.
They don't have any ultimates to flush out these angles as well, and Trix is going for the big flanks coming in from top mid. They're waiting, they're hoping that maybe there's going to be the rotation here from OG, but they've really set their eyes onto the B side, and whatever happens, it's all going to be down to the shoulders of OG Worship, as he only has an operator of Aftershock and a Dream and 59 HP once again. He's going to try to maybe, just maybe, hit a shot off. But the thing about that is he has to plant the spike, and once he tries to go for that, it's going to be the 3 versus 1 for him. They're still careful, though, here from the first order, and Worship knows what's up. 40 seconds, though, there's no time. I mean, there's plenty of time, but he has no opportunity to really plant that and, you know, get a W.
He has no choice, and the thing is, TFO respecting the breach right now. They know how potent Worship can be with that operator. They will just be careful. Turret right now, just to get confirmation that he does still have that op if ever. There's a swing though, and Zerv gonna die, but Coco is there right behind him. And that's enough for TFO to get the win anyway. Valiant effort there from Worship. You can really see that's why he does play up from time to time for Oasis Gaming, but TFO, they had the numbers. They basically used the trap that OG was playing with on the defensive against them, and they are now up by 6-2 away to take this.
I still do like that OG are taking the site, but the big caveat to that is, or the big drawback to how they're taking the site is that they're not able to take the sites without losing any of their members as well. Granted, of course, that's always going to be happening when you're on the attacking side and you're not clean, or again, you can't flush out these corners without dry peeking them. But what that just does for OG is that in the post plant, they're kind of like panting dogs looking for water. You know, they need a little bit of that breather, and some of that is just numbers advantage as well as a couple more utility, but they're using everything just to take a site, and this is no bueno, you know, no bueno for OG.
No habla español, but we are going to be speaking in the English language yet again. But as you said, it's just no dice, really, guys. It hasn't really worked out for OG whatsoever. We already saw their struggles in the quarterfinals, and we're seeing it right now in full force here in the semis as TFO is punishing them time by time. But then again, the combo is up. The Rolling Thunder is available. There's the lockdown. There's the Hunter's Fury. So OG having a chance to actually take a round, and they'll be seeing B-side very, very soon. Already the turret getting hit by Worship. Nano Swarm though gonna be in the way. Gedo is pushing on board. Coco in the meantime spraying down the lane. Shock darts are coming, and the Hunter's Fury is the call here from the first order. Counter Lightning though is the call, and we'll see who's gonna be wielding this hammer, and Beats apparently is the worthy one. OG now up by 1, and they are gonna be able to put the spike down on B.
Zerv has to get the kill here. He has to, or else it's not going to work out. And he does. The pinch is going to be fantastic for the first order. And once again, Worship and teammate left to try to defend against all these bombarding members of TFO. It seems a little bit more palatable, a little bit more digestible, as it is going to be the 2 versus 3. Worship still has his ultimate, but his teammate will be in the crossfire here. And will he try to use it right now? Here we go. Let it rip. Everybody gets knocked up, and he has to find an opening, but nobody's charging him. He's not going out because he's afraid about that crossfire. And there we go, straight up for the defuse. He's not going to be able to get the second one onto Coco, and it's just not going to work out in the end. The first order, push it, and now we're in to match point.
Match point indeed, but that's so unfortunate for Worship. He had the right play. He already caught out the Omen, and he had good sight lines on the Killjoy. Unfortunately, couldn't get that quick shot, and if Marky was really forced to fight even more so than that, that would have been a bomb detonation. That spike would have popped, and TFO for now is actually just running away with it. Considering that first half, this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 round streak overall for the first order. They're really proving that Ascent is the playground for anyone, and right now they're playing against OG and winning as hard as they can.
This is a true hard win for TFO. Ooh, Marky, hello, what's up?
That's a perfect pick. No res, no slows, no wall, and Marky knows what's up indeed here, Mr. Asteroid. The first order has proven that homework is the best way to go, and it really goes to show also that these two teams are always competing. We might actually, you know, I'd say overhype a little bit how close these two teams are, but the OGs fighting on back. But they're really proving right now that they can be bitter rivals against each other, that their main enemy used to be their family, and still is, honestly, as OG right now trying to figure out where to go, but that operator is watching the garden. There's the push from Zerv also. Pinches have been the way to go for TFO, and maybe Grandma gonna be proud of TFO very, very soon, as if they get another good angle from the Omen.
Well, you know what happened to him? He got sliced in half, if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, no, that's Emperor Snow. Sorry. Oh, nice little pinch there from Zerv, though. You're talking about the pinch, and Zerv just comes out. Still, Brain Freeze, though, is going to hold the flank. Coco does get it, and we're getting 1-for-1 trades here left and right, Dax. This could actually still go into the favor of TFO, as OG missed a couple of the beats here, but they will still be able to maybe push onto the site. And TFO, they're waiting, and now they spot it. It's going to be B, and the spike has gone into the site. Coco, if he challenges this is going to be difficult. Oh, wait. Hold that thought, though. Oh, he's charging in. He wants to use the timing right now. It's going to be very risky, but if he can get the kill onto Beast, that's going to be a 2 versus 1, and Coco has to push through, and another Killjoy ultimate is used. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, he has to, because he doesn't want to get detained at the very least, and Brain Freeze now is forced to actually go for the push on forward. He will freeze down time and break that lockdown, but he will fall to the hand of Coco, and the first order is the first one on the board. They show off on the attack, they show off on the defense, and they show the weaknesses of OG and their comp. TFO will take this one 13-5 in an extremely dominant second half.
He just understood every part of that particular segment of play. Coco, he knew that this opponent was using a Killjoy ultimate, but he sneaked on through, he got the kill onto Beats, and he still had a little bit of piece of the backside that is not going to be affected by the lockdown, goes there, activates his own, so he has to get pushed, and he just like played it so well in the back of the side with his ghost, and in the end reigned victorious, netting TFO their first victory in the semifinals. And what a victory it was 13-5.
Yeah, what a win. And Coco, he put that lockdown there to not only force Brain Freeze push onto the site, but also I think he didn't know exactly immediately that there was a corner for him to hide in. Then he realized, hey, that part is safe, so I'm going to be able to actually shoot him down instead. He was setting on up for his teammate to come on in, and what a great setup it has been for the series. TFO taking map number 1 out of 3, but OG still with a chance for revenge on their map pick, which is Split. We'll be right back, guys, for this series in just a bit. This has been the stage number 1, week number 3 semifinals between OG and TFO, and it will be more action coming your way very, very soon.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. And you gon' mess up your thing, yeah. Show the whole world, reinvent. Nobody should know something is true. You watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
when the going gets tough, the tough get going. It seems Oasis better tough up or else they're going to be booted out in the semifinals by the First Order, who looked incredibly consistent, incredibly dominant in that first game. And we'll see how that kind of pairs up into the second map, which is, I believe, Split. Yes,
You got
Split.
it.
I love it.
But I gotta say, you know, OG, just to add on to your intro, you just gotta do it. They just gotta do it. Gador's gotta do it. And you gotta put him back on that duelist, I feel. It's just not working out for OG right now to play their specialized kind of composition against TFO, who has studied it against them. But we are going into Split. Gonna be the defenses, of course, very fortified yet again for both of these sides. And we've seen from Oasis Gaming that they do know how to play it right, but at the same time, still a bit shaky because this map pick was taken away from them from Empire last time. And it might be the same case here if TFO can keep up their tempo.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Maybe we'll find, maybe OG, will go back to their Chimera days and just say, like, oh, guys, your Gadores is showing. He definitely has to show up right now. Maybe he got a couple of good kills here and there with the Sage, but you really did see that extra punch that we were looking for Oasis wasn't there. Maybe it was in the quarterfinals, but again, up against the teams that they had, which were having slight issues here and there, Oasis Gaming were able to kind of breeze through, but now up against a very ready team like the First Order, they knew what was up and they knew what they had to do.
Motivation is real here for TFO because I gotta say they were a bit of the underdog against SE Atlas. They won it out through their grit, through the map draft, and they figured things out along the way. But here we are on to Split instead, and you just gotta do it indeed, as Gador is gonna be playing that Raze here. So basically the comp that we saw last time from OG Beats though gonna be on that set, so double duelist gonna be the way to go. Killjoy, Sage, and the Omen very, very ready to defend. But the problem for OG right now is even though this is their map pick, they are going to be attacking first, and we've seen their struggles on the attacking side so far.
Ooh, I mean, they've gone back to their roots a little bit in terms of the composition. They will be going for this double duelist. Gadores is finally going to show up his worth. And is that right, Dax? Are we going to go for a mirror matchup?
Oh, TFO, is this really going to be it? If they want to show that they can beat OG, not only do they beat their specialized composition, but they beat them at their own game. TFO is trying to prove to many, to prove to everyone that maybe they should be the ones under that banner instead. But Oasis Gaming, man, this team has really been at the top of the game as well. Consistently making it to the semifinals, consistently in the playoffs. That consistency is key. But there's also one thing consistent for them, unfortunately. They haven't made it to the grand finals yet, and they're one map away from losing that last chance.
Semifinals has been the Oasis Gaming gate.
No, it's just been the Oasis.
Oh,
right?
yeah. They're like,
let's go on vacation. You're going to be able to make it to the semis. And that's the thing, right? I believe there is prize money for the semis onwards. So they've been racking it up, that's for sure. But then again, that master slot is really coveted. That master slot is what everyone here is playing for. And TFO is the one with the advantage. Mirror comp, though, and it really feels like it's a battle of skill right now. TFO, OG, flashbacks of CT Next versus Chimera yet again. And I really love this matchup. I really love what we're going to be getting here. Whoever wins this will just prove to basically be the better team coming into this one.
Yeah, and again, it's called Pokemon Master, not Pokemon Challenger. That's what you want to be, right? And everybody else want to be the very best.
You just do the rap right now. Maybe you should do the rap right now. But here we are, guys. On to splits we go. We're split up with some of the decisions, but we are not splits on the action whatsoever. The First Order going to be defending here. Oasis Gaming on the attack. And OG, well, they have to defend the territory. They have to defend home turf if they want to force out a decider. Can we see it right here, right now? Will we see OG take a dub? Or will TFO take it all the way to the grand finals? It's TFO up by 1. And OG attacking here, looking to play onto A site.
Now they are setting a little bit of a nice little crossfire here, and Brain Freeze, he's had enough. Coco, you were too good on that Killjoy. It's my time to shine. But Marky immediately gets that refrag, just charging right out. Might have heard that Brain Freeze was just kind of fiddling with his twiddle-dee, twiddle-do there, as Trix is going to be the twiddle-dum on the back of side. Does immediately get popped out, and Trix Marky once again just pops away. This man is everywhere, and he at least stabilizes everything. OG will be able to get that plant on the spike. but numbers not in their favor.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, but I feel the extra motivation for them. They don't want to be losing in the semifinals again, and especially they don't want to be losing against TFO. Kador is already on site alongside their Sage. Will be all eyes on them for now. This is Gano though playing into the middle. Zerv though in the meantime alongside the raise there of TFO. And the angles here being taken right now. Oh my god, Crossfire is the way to go. And quickly as they come, quickly as they see, quickly get those kills. Well played there to Gado and Worship, just maximizing value and getting that round win. Hey, that's right. They're telling us something. They're actually good at the attack.
Yeah, they can set up those crossfires really damn well. Wondering how TFO kind of botched that. It seems like they should have gotten everything, especially when Marky was looking so hot in that pistol round. But this is going to be the full save for the first order. And, well, the first order for Oasis Gaming is to try to beat them here, get very little casualties, and start building up that bank. Very, very important when this particular map here definitely needs you to, well, basically just dominate and save, or dominate and build economy.
Yeah, the Oasis Gaming, they pick split for good reason. They're comfy with this composition, and what we saw from the pistol round, some really good map knowledge, map geometry, and knowing what kind of angles they can take and more. TFO, though, in the meantime, holding close. They also want to be playing the Bucky. Still Marky, what's the plan right now? Almost gets a shot at Gado. He tries to dash on the way, but Gado is there. Vandal in hand to get the takeout, flying on it. Also, but Trick says, oh, hello, Gado. What are you doing here? Beatso in the meantime now with a refrag. And this is OG yet again setting up on a site. There's for the taking. They don't want to be missing this train, and they want to keep it up with the lead.
They're going to be planting it out for open here, and even if, for God knows what, Courtesy was able to stop the plant there, it's still not going to work out in the end. He knows that there's somebody going to be in the corner here, charges right out, and hopes that he's going to be at least the one to take down Brain Freeze, which he does. Coco is going to be trying to play Vanguard here on top of the site, but as the heal pops off, Ripper knows that he was near in the vicinity, charges right out, and just goes straight in. And it seems like that's going to be a quick little good round for OG, but now here comes the challenge, as it's going to be the buy round for TFO.
Yeah, it's finally time to get the arsenal, and we are looking very comfortable here, Mr. Azrai, as OG is up by 2. Good start here for Oasis Gaming, already shaking off a bit of that rust on the attacking side. And what's your order here at K Coffee? Because it is going to be, of course, more hype action coming our way. TFO finally with the buys. Oh, that turret here from Trix. This is interesting. You don't see this too often. Very aggressive. And this might be Trix saying, hey, let's fight. Someone fight me right now. I have my bot. I have myself. This is my gun. And there you go. That headshot will connect on Brain Freeze. Confirmation also that someone is also there. Nano Swarm for the zone. And TFO, cheeky aggression, allowing them to get that first kill.
Pixel Angle and Trix didn't even have to be afraid of his positioning because Coco set up a nice little wall there, and he's playing keep away here so that Oasis Gaming cannot take this mid-mail positioning. But still, as his cooldowns are starting to dissipate, he has to back away and hope for the best. Now there is going to be, of course, the charge right in, and Marky couldn't do jack anything. Trick is going to be on default, spotted out by Godoers, and honestly, Oasis Gaming, really good stuff here on the attacking side. What is the answer for TFO, as we're going to go for a 4 versus 2? Zerv is going to be immediately coming in from alleyway, but there's not really much that he can do unless he gets that straight kill and Coco finds another.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming is proving how much they know this map. They even lose one member at the very start, but they're confident to take this B site, and they do so. Now high ground being taken, and Coco gonna fall to the hand of Worship. All eyes on Zerv. What can he serve us up this time? He's already by the alleyway, trying to play into B, but someone's watching, waiting, and Worship. You just gotta pray to God when you're facing off against him, because this is now OG up by 3. And really, they're just proving to us that they can fight against the best. They can fight in their own ways. And right now, they're fighting and really persevering through this attacking side with a 3-0 lead.
We're gonna go for a tactical pause. Whenever I hear that chat ding, I always think that it is. Oh yeah, there we go.
no, it's someone saying nice shot.
Nice shot.
NS. I wonder what the rules are actually, because I wonder what the rules are for the chat. Just be like, keep it cool, only ask for the pause, that kind of thing. Be as professional as can be. But this is just not working out for TFO right now. I love the play there from Trix, but it feels like that was the only thing we saw from TFO. As soon as OG Siege is on in, they're able to get that sudden burst of speed, that sudden burst of totality with Duelist. They're able to get some really good angles immediately, fortify the way they know. And it does feel like they're I'd say an IKEA package by this point. They already have the instructions and they know so quickly how to set it up. It's not a struggle. Be like, where is this block? I don't know what kind of wood I need to use. It's everything working out for OG right now because they just know exactly what to do.
Maybe it's also because of the changes to the split map. Granted, I would still say that it's heavily a defender-sided map, but the wider angles does allow for a lot more leeway for duelists, especially when Godowers and his teammate are going to be trying to enter these sites. It does make it a little bit easier for them to digest what they have to do because it's not so tight anymore, these angles that they have to push in, and it is allowing them to just like basically rush right out on rafters and says like, okay, what is happening here? In any case though, TFO is going to be on the weaker buys for the moment. Zerv is going to be playing close up with a shorty. But you know what happens with shorties, they don't usually last, and they're not able to net you something too good. So in the end, it's just going to be a little bit of expended utilities for TFO, but the site should still go into the hands of OG. But hello, Coco.
Oh, hello, Coco, indeed, and Helmoto. It seems like it will just be courtesy, though. Playing side that's low, and Godowers and Beats do get the takedown, but Marky giving the Blade Storm from that Orb Dig. But Ripper is there to get the headshot anyway. All eyes on Tricks, and Brain Freeze will show him how the one-tap is done. I can't really blame TFO, though, with how they played that one out. I like the shorty from the Omen, not because he's really going to do anything with it, but he is protecting Marky to get that orb and get the Blade Storm. From that point on, all eyes were on the Jet to perform, but unfortunately the gun advantage a little too severe, and OG to take that win.
What's going to be the step for the First Order? They saved up again pretty hard. Marky did not buy up, so he does have some cash to buy into that Operator, which is going to be huge here, because honestly, I think the one that they're missing is kind of a powwow on their defender side. But if Marky is going to be going up against Operator for Operator, I'm not sure he's going to be able to connect the shots, but if he does, that's going to definitely be a much-needed win here for TFO. I do love that nice little play there, and was Worship fiddling with his resurrection? Because I was seeing a little bit of a wisp of like glow.
He was going for the wall. That's why the wall came up and he died. You know, sometimes you will fall to the ground, but the wall will still come up pretty slow in the meantime with the kill onto Godowers. And that's the thing. TFO, they are trying to play the aggression. Seems like they do want to gear up their strategies more onto some more attacking sides, I'd say, as Ripper is now in behind of the Rams. And that's where we've seen OG perform a little better than TFO. They know how to use their sentinels on both sides. We know that it is going to be them trying to blockade all of these pathways. And TFO looks to be the same, but it's just not working out as well as they would like. OG able to fortify, able to have the numbers that they would like. But here comes Brain Freeze right now, pushing through the heavens, and that Sage on their side of the smoke. And Coco assuming wrong courtesy, though, in the meantime, with that showstopper, actually. Ripper going to go on down, and it's up to OG to play that high ground in a very well-paced manner. Brain Freeze actually do it, drops on down. There though from the garage, it's Beats with the Operator and the Blaze Storm in hand. Gonna be very dicey though, as that's gonna be the first part to not get the connection. Brain Freeze instead will get that take, and it's 2v2 as time is running out and the spike is planted alongside the lockdown, and there's the turret also from Trix.
That is some really good damage though. He's put Marky, or rather, yeah, anyways, the Jet of the OG. Very, very low, but they have to wait for this lockdown for the moment. Now they do have some utilities to work with. Marky is going to be coming in from B Heaven. He does have a dash, but it seems like they're not even going to allow them to maybe utilize that because he knows back at the site, it has been the ultimate. Defender's Killjoy will use the lockdown.
Running out of time though. This is very dangerous right now for
Just left.
Oh, and OG. They get that kill. Marky, though, in the meantime, with the tick. And he has to commit onto the spike space created. And Marky, you need to hold this down. Beats, though, assuming everything's going to be A-okay. And that's going to be it. No time remaining. And that was my concern because the lockdown does come from TFO. But it felt like it was too late, and we see it there.
Too little, too late. Honestly, I thought that was going to be a good round. They had a 4 versus 2, but OG dissected the site so perfectly well there. Beats, there you go, was just fantastic to follow up with Brain Freeze. What Brain Freeze did was get a kill from top of B Heaven. This opened up the site. Zerv was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm going to be able to get the kill onto Brain Freeze, but nope, hello. Just going to be Beats to just rush on out, get his blades popping, and they push it to the 2 versus 2. And like you said, that use on Trix's ult, definitely not needed.
Doors though,
Too late.
Go on in, but yeah, it really just means sometimes that when you're trying to play something out, it's a little too late. But this is gonna be an early bird gets the worm situation for OG, and they're already ready by that train station. And Gadores is by the screen to take down one. Marky will fall as here comes TFO trying to get the kill. But Worship setting up the wall himself, tries to go for the op shot, but that's a peaceful buckshot there from Coco instead. Zerb and Coco stuck in the screens. Courtesy in the meantime on the high ground. That's why I'm going to be into play. How can TFO do this right now? Seems like OG is just well set up for this plant.
And they don't have really the weapons to try to just basically play the long angles. It's always going to be about the Buckies. And them knowing this, it's not going to work out. A little bit of flights from Courtesy. Although he does immediately get swatted away. And OG running away with the lead in the attacking side. Who knew that they had a really good attacking side here on Split?
Who knew that playing duelists really worked for them? But this is actually such a good sign for OG because we already know that they are a very defensive heavy team from their performance this playoffs, and getting 6 rounds just like this is really the way to go. They don't want to be giving up home turf again just like they did in the quarterfinals, and they're proving it right now. Their repertoire, I'd say, their energy and their knowledge on a map like this. So things looking very, very OG for OG. Oasis indeed, Split is for them. TFO, they have to figure something out. There are a few caveats here and there that they are able to build on. Some early aggression, some good pushes here and there, some good sightlines. But it really feels like that they're lacking right now on the stopping power. It's still OG able to move on in the way that they would like. OG is able to have the numbers that they would like to set up on site. And TFO, they have 2 Sentinels right now. They have that stage, they have that Killjoy. And you should expect more of that hamper rather than an open door approach from OG.
Even though that's kind of like how they approach the sites, it just feels like it's not working bad for them. And honestly, this Split map is looking mighty fine. It's actually the map that OG picked up for themselves. Yep. But of course, I mean, even if you pick up a map, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the be-all, end-all for you. It's just really how well they understand it, and I'm really enjoying how they've really popped out to stay at the least. Marky smartly backing away into mid-mail, has a lesser or back position here. He has to back away as that Boombot is really chasing him out, but that just means that there's a lot more mid-control here for the members of Oasis Gaming. But Marky challenges and wins out the duel, but of course Worship will be able to use his hands to give a little bit of that boost and keep Gadores alive back into the fight. We're still with the 5 versus 5 minute to the clock.
Yeah, 5v5 indeed. Mr. Asteroid TFO though does have their own resurrection, and that's the thing. TFO, they're trying to set up these traps. They're opening up areas like that, or pushing into areas that they will get the surprise, but it only needs to kill. And in this case, the resurrection is there, but Beats watching through main. Marky does get the angle, but Brain Freeze finding Marky in the end. Beautiful one tap there from the Killjoy, and OG is at it again, flying high. There comes Gadores, and Brain Freeze using that distraction to get the takedown onto Coco anyway. 4v3 Courtesy unleashing that showstopper, I believe, a while ago. But at the very least, it will be him now trying to play it out. Bum Buddy is out there. There's the Boombot there. Courtesy though gonna fall to hand of Ripper. And Oasis Gaming, this is just the dominance you expect from them. Weren't they able to run away with it? What a shot. What a performance has been from OG so far on the attacking side.
Everything that TFO are doing is just not working. They get kills, a little bit of kills here and there, but in the end, they're basically being separated so incredibly well and proficiently, say at the least, by Oasis Gaming. You are seeing right now the enemy Go bundle buddies, as well as the artwork that is plastered on the skins. I think you can still buy that even today, or have we got? Oh no, it's Prime 2.
Prime 2, yeah.
Right.
So you have the Prime Vandal, now you have a Prime Phantom. No, the Prime Odin, the really winning skin right there. All your 200 shots gonna connect, so pick up that Prime bundle right now. But no, guys, this is just gonna be Coco on that high ground. Ripper in the meantime backing on away. And actually, just before this whole thing starts, I love the fact that, remember First Strike, right? We had Black's X play Zilla, which actually was just a skin. Maybe one day we're going to be seeing that also in maybe Masters, maybe in Challengers later on. It'd be a good way to at least promote that kind of thing. But Zerv promoting TFO to the one-man advantage. Godor is going to go on down there, trying to be cheeky. From the shadows, might get popped here. He's thinking about it. Worship though in the meantime with the kill on Courtesy. And the turret there on the high ground. TFO, they're struggling to get any sightlines as OG casually stroll in through B and onto that spike plant.
Casually stroll in is probably an understatement. They basically gave everything up. They do get the 1-for-1, but that's not going to work out in the end as Beats whips out the blades. Whiffs the blade, though. Not going to work out in the end for him. Coco will be able to bring back Marky, but the fight still ensues. What was that, Zerv? He just went in through the smoke and nothing was transpired. Maybe he was trying to find somebody on B main, but everybody was on the site. There was a shorty in the hands of Marky, and he just says, or sorry, of Beats, and he just says, yeah, I'm going to take this kill easy with the shotgun. And TFO looking incredibly disorganized in the split map.
Yeah, it feels like all their eggs were on the Ascent basket, and they found ways to answer against OG. OG, in the meantime, this is a scoreline they were looking for from Ascent, but they're like, okay, we'll take it here, and we'll see what we can do in map number 3 instead. But we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if TFO later on can actually get back on the attacking side. It's 8-0, those still chances for TFO to defend as well as they can. And Marky right now going to bring the Blade Storm. There we go, though, with a mid-take TFO of all people. OG in the meantime going to be fighting there through the Ramen. Worship, though, does get that kill onto Marky. It's a really good heads-up plays here from OG. They have an idea of where the Jet's going to position. They aim high, they get that takedown, and that Eagle going to be soaring on down as OG now with the one-man advantage.
These plays from TFO not really getting the benefits that they would probably like. Maybe it's because they're not using it during their gun rounds. I really do want to see these plays when there's better weaponry for TFO, because I think Marky is an insane shot, but those blades, they really are polarizing. If you don't get that one kill, you don't get the refresh, and then you just feel like an utter potato. And Marky definitely whiffed those. In any case, Trix is going to be playing here onto the Raptors side. We'll have that nice little high ground as everybody else is setting up from the... Oh, no. That is not even what you want to go for. He whiffs the first shot, and he pulled the trigger way too early here, Dax.
Worship instead with the punish. Trix going to go on down. And TFO seems like charges just see their fall from grace. Unless they have something else in the bags for the next few rounds, because OG, dominant that they are, this has really been their paradise, this has been their oasis, and they are just keeping it up bit by bit. Ripper though on that high ground, Brain Freeze though in the meantime with the kill on the Courtesy. Loving it here from OG, the extra motivation, really the implications of a match like this, sinking into them. And as Coco will fall, Zerv though in the meantime will still alive. Can he actually figure something out with only 10 HP? No, he'll die to hand of Beats and Oasis Gaming. This has just been a run from them to remember, 9-0, and keeping it up more and more moving into this map.
They're bringing it back. This was not even how clean of a round or clean of a game that Ascent map was. It still ended 13-5, and we're looking, I don't know, like a 30-0
Oh, no.
based on how this is just looking pretty damn straightforward for the OG roster. Of course, there still will be some difficult rounds here, especially when their opponent will be able to buy up, and this is one of them. We'll see how this pans out. Beats, though, if he charges right out, this is just going to be a massacre. Smartly enough, it's going to be the use on that wall just to stop people from pushing in to that B main area. Courtesy is going to be holding into the mid side, but without any help. Actually, never mind. It is going to be Marky right beside him. We'll see how this pans out, but... yeah.
And that's the one awkward thing about playing Jet on split. When you dash away, you hit the wall anyway, and you are just going to be going on down too far away from that box. And these are the little things that are giving OG the advantage. I feel like they're the ones who know more what angles you can really take. TFO in the meantime trying to play the hyper-aggressive style that's not working, but Coco and Brain Freeze at the very least getting a trade apiece. No detain though from OG. Godor is waiting onto the corner, and this is going to be a slow orb to remember as this forces the blast back away from the Raze. Strix though with a kill onto Worship this time. Here comes Zerv also on the board, and that backside not cleared up by OG. TFO feeling the chance that this is their time to get a scoreline. Godors, you know how he can clutch this. Can he figure it out? The Killjoy though with that first shot, and Trix will finally allow TFO to get one on the board.
Also Zerv. The one time that Zerv doesn't get flushed out from his corner is the one time that I think he got like 2 to 3 kills there. He's pretty much underperforming compared to what he did from yesterday's matches, but now at least getting that one up for TFO can give them some time, some space to be happy about. But damn, the thing about this one, Dax, is I think if they lose that round, they won't have the money to buy up into this next. So economy reset, that's never what you want to happen. And TFO, what you gonna do?
Yeah, this is so unfortunate because they finally win a round, but if they lose the next one because of their streak, losing streak rather, getting broken, then they're not going to be getting too much money into the next one. So all eyes on OG. They have the biggest bank of them all. They're ready for this round, they're ready for the next, and they're ready to go into the second half to try and win the whole thing out. Gadowers, though, playing by the middle. We got Marky here on top of the ramps and waiting into the corner. Plan here for TFO, find the pick at the very start of this contest. But Gadowers is being extra creepy crawly into the fence. And Nano's one right now, not going to get the connection, not going to flush out Marky so far. Dangerous assumption though for OG. If they think that there's no one here, they have to be careful because Marky is still keeping an eye, and Brain Freeze might not be able to see this one coming, just in case.
He's allowing his teammate to bait for him so that he will have less presence on the top of ramps. And let's see if OG are going to be baited by this. Looks like it's going to be a 1 kill into their favor. They still do have Worship that does have his... Oh no, his Resurrect and Marquee.
The trade is no longer trade. This trade deal is not going to work out in the history of all trade deals. And it just goes to show right now that OG is finding ways to cut the deal under the table and make sure that this will be medical practices working in their favor. Spike even is planted in a 5v4 slate. Courtesy going to get caught out by Gadowers, and OG is the one waiting in the wings. Now we have the lockdown into play. Zerv though going to get caught on out, and TFO. Alright, Tricks, okay, give it to us, give us the lineup. What's the plan? Into the corner, just in case someone's hiding there, but no. It will just be OG pushing forward, catching out the Killjoy there. It's all up to Coco right now to try and fight back. But a clean round for OG. They expend that Resurrection, but that's it. OG in control, OG with confidence, and they're just saying, no, no, no. We deserve this name, we deserve this banner, and we deserve to go into map number 3 with a lead like this.
This is a insane lead for Oasis Gaming. Maybe thought that that first map was not really their map, but they seem to have reset well after a couple of minutes going into this, before going into the second game. And honestly, they're looking very, very pristine here, Dax. In any case, though, going to be the last round of the first half. TFO do have a shot to go this at 2 to 10. But I'm also kind of curious what TFO can bring into their own attacking side. But for the moment, every shot will be missed by TFO. And OG just gobbling back up with their refrags. Actually, not even refrags, just their own frags.
It's all about getting any kind of kill value here, Asarai. And it really feels like they have ran out of steam for their defense. But then again, still a chance for them if we go into map number 3. Still a chance for them if we go into their attacking side and they perform a little better. Because what we're seeing right now from TFO are executions that are very on the aggressive side. OG though, knowing the corners, knowing the angles, and punishing them time and time again. So it might work out a little better here for TFO to actually decide to play the attack instead. But Tricks, a good hold there as Gadowers will go down. Second one there for Tricks. Is why he does play that duelist from time to time, and he's just crazy with the headshots anyway. Now OG trying to find the angle, but Tricks with a third, with a fourth, and can he get the ace with efficiency? No, Brain Freeze will shut it down, and the Killjoy of the OG side wanted to try and make his own ace case. He has 3 so far, he has the spike, and he will now try to defend against TFO.
If he wins this, TFO have basically said to them that even if Tricks can get 4 kills, it's still not gonna be enough.
Oh no, Brain Freeze. He's like, no one saw that. The turret is not correct, but then again, he does have the time to put the spike down, and here comes Paranoia, but it doesn't connect, and Brain Freeze will get that quad! He's hungry for the ace, but no! 4 is the magic number for the Killjoys, and Zerv will say that's enough. We want the point back, and TFO at the very least putting a small little bandit on the hemorrhage that is the scoreline, 10-2 as we get into the next half.
At least they have the 2 rounds rather than just 1 or none at all. There's a bit of a buffer, a bit of bounce back that TFO can do. And I was talking about the stacks before that last round in the first half started.
Placing
Does
sentry.
TFO have a good attacking round in Split? Can they go for those straight rounds, push it to 10, go further beyond, and go for it? And here we have a nice little replay of Tricks here. Honestly, he was firing because he thought that the Omen was in the back of the site. I'm pretty sure that's what happened there. And he just did not, or sorry, I think he thought that the Killjoy was in the back of site. That's why he was firing and looking and strafing everywhere at the back of it. Didn't spot it out. Brain Freeze found an opening. That would have been very close for comfort. Brain Freeze, I think, had more HP.
And Brain Freeze actually suffering the same kind of loss of his own life. Zerf just comes in from the same angle he did. It's the irony there.
Yeah.
The Killjoy, same spot, same number of kills, same way to really die to their opponent. But there you have it. TFO, as we mentioned, save the ambulance for now, guys. They don't need it just yet. They're still alive. They're still fighting back here on Split. And, you know, comebacks can actually happen. You know, OG was trying to, at the very least, get a few rounds here and there on the second half. TFO, in the meantime, they do need to try and get a very, very, very big point margin here. It's 10-2. And how many does TFO need to equalize? 8. How many does OG need to win? 3. It's really just a handful of difference right now. And with OG defending here with the double subtel composition, wouldn't be surprising to see how much of a chokehold composition they'll be running right now.
Well, for the moment, it seems like we are going to be on a bit of a break. Pause will be had here as there are some hiccups in this particular map. Oh, it's a turtle. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a big shot, but it's a turtle. Split is really a pretty map.
Speed Demon.
Speed Demon. Did you know that turtle goes quick? It goes vroom vroom.
I mean, if you're either one of the 4 turtles, Leonardo.
Oh, here we go again. The Ninja Turtles. I was like listening to you guys a while ago and be like, if you give the ninjas guns, then are they still ninjas? They're not ninjas anymore. It's
What
like
are they?
Assassins. I don't know. Like if you give a ninja a gun, it's kind of noisy unless you only have silence guns. But then
Teenage Mutant Ninja. No, Teenage Mutant
Assa-
Hitman Turtles.
Hitman Turtles. Ah, nice.
And they're all bald already, so they just need a suit, right?
Perfect.
Yeah.
You know, got Agent 46, 45, 43, that kind of thing. And hey, that's the train. We always talk about the train on a site, but then again, we never see it. It's just there. It's just waiting. Hopefully, it does get out in time before the spike does detonate. It does feel like it's a very quick one. And for now, I'm just making sure everything is A-okay for all our players like usual. Making sure that everyone can play a little better. That's why, remember, guys, we missed the lands. At least if we're like, oh, there's a technical issue. We're on it already. Get the toolbox, Asteroid. We're going to be looking to clean up some fans, and we're going to be trying to make sure that nothing overheats along the way. But TFO, what is the plan for them? Because this is a mirror-based composition. OG up by this is just them saying, okay, we're basically the better team on this map right now. What I've really seen for TFO that can be hopeful is how aggressively they can play. I cannot stress it enough because the only times they get kills in rounds is when they go for those peaks, when they find ways to actually get takedowns out of nowhere. And from that point on, it has to just be them trying to really build on that. But OG, I gotta say, their flush out game has been strong. Their push game has been strong. Things have really been going in their favor time and time again here on Splits.
Here.
Maybe, you know, the First Order, it seems like they just rely or really do like these contact plays a lot more when we saw them on Ascent, right? Tricks, as well as, I believe that was Beats, were just rushing in onto the side, getting the kills that they wanted. And the way that they were able to really do this a lot is to kind of understand where Oasis Gaming have put their own utilities at and just rotate away from it. Or if they at least cannot rotate away from it, they're aware of what they have to do. I think because of how tight the maps are here, they can't really utilize that on the defending side. But maybe now that we are going to be on the attacking side, the First Order can utilize this one as Marky is going to be going for this Frenzy. There is no shield that will be adding to his Frenzy, making him the raid boss here. And being softened up by the pain shells does not help his case, but at least they do have the Sage to heal him back up. And Still, seems like the eyes for TFO are looking for that A site. But look at this, Trix and teammate have already gone and faked the way all up to B.
Oh my god, TFO making it happen there on B side, and it's all about that stall, it's all about that subterfuge, and be like, hey, we're going on A, joke's on you, here we are at B, and it's been a funny time here for TFO, as they're going to be having the last laugh so far, but can OG get the one up? It's 4v2, high ground right now taken here by Worship, it's the Frenzy, gonna be in hand. The thing is, OG, they do have a little bit of that time to make it just a standard 2v2 instead, but never mind, TFO is already there with the rotate. Backstab gonna be the way to go from the stage, and Coco will be able to get that spine broken on down. Breakthrough though holding the line, but Trix with that right click. Perfect first fire there from the classic TFO taking one. And I like this a lot, they're changing up the game, they're changing up the name of the game, and they're changing up where they're going time and time.
Seems like their big brain on the attack. They're able to understand, read what Oasis Gaming are doing. But of course, with Split, even if you lose the first round on that pistol round, you can still buy up into the Buckies, and Oasis Gaming, they provide themselves with 3. There's so many angles, there's so many close quarter combat positions that those shotguns will be very powerful, very scary, and very tilt-inducing.
I'm already tilted by this point, but you know, OG also proving how strong they can be with the Bucky a while ago on the scent, using that breach, Rolling Thunder to enable them to get close and get those takedowns. TFO though, still need to be careful. Don't really need for the breach for OG right now on a map like this, even though it's really good for the setup, just because those natural chokeholds, those corners are very tight anyway. Oasis Gaming can wait it out and try to see who they can right click or left click to oblivion. Now then, OG pushing forward might not be the best call. TFO is there to get the punish, and this is what TFO just wants to do. Marky though causing some chaos on A side, also beats though in the meantime with a kill onto Courtesy already. But that spike is moving towards the garage and more, and Marky says, okay, can't really find those kills. Beats now waiting by the other side of the default. Gador is actually trying to hold the line in the middle, wanting to push first before his opponent.
They should know. They heard already Gadors was there. They know that there's going to be beats on this B site, but it seems like TFO are still going to try to go for this particular angle, and oh my goodness, almost Marky taking down, dashes right in. He might have heard the footsteps from right behind him, but no, they don't even know, as Brain Freeze is sneaking up his way on top of Raptors. He has the Bucky, but Zerb was like, no. And honestly, that B take, I was a little bit frantic, but I did like that they were setting themselves up, although a little bit more of seconds, a little bit more of not checking their corners, and I felt like Oasis Gaming had a solid chance of taking that round.
Now, we are going to get some condiments because, you know, just the pepper there from that Spectre. Find a way to get that takedown. TFO now finding their footing also on the attacking side, but this is the big test for them coming into the next round. OG going to have the buys that they need. Well, you've seen OG and a score line like this before. They're able to eke out a few rounds here and there on the half they're struggling in, and this just might be the case for it. But Gador is on the Bucky. We'll see what he can really do here. Holding the line. Brainfree's already going on down, so it should be the buy here for OG instead. Low Orb though gonna be into play. TFO right now spamming it down, trying to see if anyone's crossing. But Gador is whether a little bit lucky or a little bit proactive. He gets away scot-free, and he's now just waiting for someone to come again, as Marky is patient also on the other side.
They have the numbers, but they're also kind of wary that there is going to be a half buy that can be purchased by Oasis Gaming, as they don't really really go for those full utilities. In any case, Gadors might get caught out here. That's so risky, but well, it's a risk that he wanted to take, as he was able to get himself a nice little Vandal. He might be even able to go for a pinch play here, coming in onto that ropes area. Well, now that TFO seems to try to go for the B site, beats, and well, his teammate here have to make something work out, and look at that, beautiful as can be. Just amazing crossfires coming out here and there, and they still do have control of this B Heaven side. Although Beats have seen teammates drop left and right, there's going to be the pop out right there, and he's got to be careful because someone is already right behind him. Coco, though, is going to be in the one onto side. If Beats can get the kill here onto the mid-mail, this is going to be fantastic for him. He knows it's going to be the 1 versus 1, so he wants to charge out onto Coco, but Coco was knew what was going to happen.
And just how TFO played that was really, really stellar because you had so many different antics there from TFO that could have worked, and Beats was really put to the test, put on the dance floor, and he tried to survive as much as he can. Step 1, you start Coco, right? Wall on up, but he was up top the wall, and Beats was like, oh, where do I aim? And Coco, he couldn't get that kill quickly, so he backed on out. Step 2, Marky trying to go for the flank. Neither connections did actually happen, so the Jets just reset themselves anyway. And then we saw Coco finally get that kill. OG, though, a while ago, some of them did buy that rifle. Some of them stayed on the Bucky, but this time it might be a more consistent affair from Oasis Gaming. They need to get their cunning back and fast, because even though they have rounds to give, it's still going to be a snowball effect if they can't figure out how to really sync up their buys coming into the second half.
They've been really aggressively buying too. I mean, yeah, it's just a Bucky, you know, and a little bit of utility, but that still adds up in the end. And they really want to challenge, make it an expensive round. And the way that TFO have been able to circumvent the Bucky plays here, the Bucky buys from OG, is that they're just patient. They're not pushing it aggressively, and they're waiting for OG to overcommit to these angles, and it's working. Now, oh wow,
Marky.
he is going to be able to know the angle,
God.
but brain freeze. I'm going to be maybe, you know, called out here, but mid-range sniper does it once again. I love that brain freeze is just hungry to challenge that angle, but also as well, interestingly enough, that Marky just did not continue with his, you know, wall bang.
I think he just assumed that, okay, maybe there's no one there after
30 seconds
firing
left.
a few shots here and there. Unfortunately, someone was, and someone did survive. So Oasis Gaming getting killed for free, but here comes the showstopper now into play. Not the raise we're looking for, but Courtesy does kill Worship there. Ripper in the meantime now with a refrag. And he has that Spectre. Beats, though. Interesting enough, that's only a shorty. But what's the plan right now for Beats? Looking for the backstab. There's a turnaround from Coco. 4 HP! And that's a problem. The shorty right now, not a potency, but Ripper hiding in behind. All eyes now on Coco, but there's no time. Oasis Gaming, they found their way to make this happen. Heal gonna get hurt. Ripper gonna get a third, that 4th kill also. And that's just so unfortunate for TFO. They took their sweet time to make a play, and because they took their sweet time, apparently time was not on their side. The kills were just happening out of nowhere, and Oasis Gaming now 2 away from that dub.
That particular round, nobody was there to refrag anybody, and OG able to just thread to the needle and get the kills that they needed without being put into a really bad spot. And honestly, Ripper is such a fantastic controller player, because that's how you kind of understand how well a controller player is. It's not how explosive they are, but how well they can position themselves to kind of plan for the future. And Ripper does that time and time again. Oh my god.
That shots.
Exactly.
A clean headshot there. Pixel perfect. Sees a little bit of the beanie. Apparently the head will be absolutely dead. Coco though with the resurrection tricks brought back to life. And you know, speaking of the killjoy though, actually here for OG, he's really stepping it up. You mentioned it a while ago before the match started, that Oasis Gaming people have been stepping up, not just Godor's show anymore. And Brain Freeze is one of those players who can really prove themselves in certain situations like a map like this. Now then, what's OG gonna do? What can they actually figure out right now as the wall is in the way of the garage and Worship hiding in behind of these sites? It's all about finding the angle. It's all about staying away from the shots. It's all about that lockdown now from the side of TFO.
Entire of the backside is not going to be reached by that lockdown, so they have to be able to take down Worship so quickly here, or Zerb rotates onto A. I do like this. Oh, he backs away as well. Is that going to bait them in for the second time?
What's the plan right now? Worship actually with the kill there onto Tricks, but Courtesy is there to find the takedown. Brain Freeze, though, in the meantime, does get the answer. The thing is, TFO a little hesitant, and okay, mind games now. Mind games just their ass right. Marky, he's playing the last stand, but he will sacrifice his life for the greater good, and its greater good is to set up on B site instead. Ripper though, hearing this first and foremost, it's gonna be a 2v4 situation. TFO in a really bad spot right now, but they can try to figure something out if they can make the clutch happen. And there you have it, Zerb. Opportunities that he is. Catches out Worship already. Coco in the meantime down below. And will we see a peek right here? The shot don't connect, and Ripper instead is there to get the takedown of Coco. Zerb though holding the line. It's 2 bullets and a dream for him. Updraft though gonna be into play. Here comes the shorty, but it's not enough, good sir. It will be Zerb serving it up yet again. He is just a master chef here on Split, and the Omen will take that round.
That was the Zervis. The serve filled with ice on his veins. OMG! That is...
That's right.
Talk about it, man.
It's not raw whatsoever. It's delicious.
Oh,
ah,
serve it.
Serve it. No, we are
yummy.
We are just watching Zerv prove himself. And really, you mentioned it also a while ago. When Zerv is kept alive, Zerv is in a good angle. He just shows up and he just makes it happen. So 6-11, TFO still alive. OG with a handful of leads and only 2 points away from getting this victory. But they do have to be careful because TFO now not only getting some steam, but getting a bit of that clutch also in them. Smoke though gonna be in play. Brain Freeze right now, watching on out. Ghidorah's back on the Bucky. What can OG really do here? Are going to try and get that boom bot as TFO is trying to figure out where to even go.
It's gonna be another slow-paced play here for TFO as they don't know if their opponents are gonna be on the better weapons, if they're gonna be on the shotguns. I don't know. Maybe it's not gonna be in this round. Maybe it is. And you are seeing them use that kind of caution to their advantage as they are using their utilities as well to peek out and just eke out these corners. But Beats still has some lethality left in him as the burst fire from the Classic reigns true. Although knowing that Beats is there, he's low, maybe on HP, maybe they notice, maybe they don't. I don't know. But the rotations, it's going to be coming in sly and fast from TFO onto the A site. They're going to be able to destroy some of the utilities here, but they will be using, again, the explosiveness of Marky as well as the raised just get into the site. Now Brain Freeze, his lockdown will be hitting the entirety of the site. Everybody has to back away, and they haven't still yet planted the spike down. They gotta be careful though, because Brain Freeze spots out Zerv.
One thing.
And I don't know.
That's a big detain there, but Marky is keeping a watch, and now the Blade Storm is out and about. But where is that spike? It's all the way on the other side of the site, and Marky is there to put it one down as Coco does find that kill. Beats now all alone. Has been healed up, I believe, by the stage for the fall of the medic. But Marky, he just needs one shot anyway. And this is now looking convenient here for TFO. 7-11 as they are inching closer and closer. And what's the problem right now here for OG Mr. Asarai is this the second half jitters hurting them when it counts.
I mean, if we're superstitious, probably it is, right? But Marky has gone to the adage. One shot, one kill, no luck, all skill.
I should frame that. I'll ask one of those, you know, those companies where they have a stock background image and then there's a quote?
Motivational poster?
Yes,
something like that?
exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna frame it by our sets, and it will just be there. Just look into Mr. Asarai there for all your motivational quote needs. Let's get Doers right now. He needs that extra motivation, and I'm glad to see him on a Phantom this time. Not enough of that Bucky game. Even though he's an amazing Bucky player, gotta say he's actually one of the best Bucky players we've seen in the Philippine scene. It does get read by TFO, especially actually by TFO, and they like to play the same game anyway. Marky though, in the meantime, operator still keeping an eye out. A site though, only having that Killjoy on site. The raise is by defense instead. And if TFO, they realize how this fortification is set up, they might just siege onto this site and try to make it work.
They're setting up the utilities already as well as the smokes. This is gonna full take. He can hear like 4 people already dashing right in. And Marky, he's just so aggressive. Brain Freeze is gonna get blasted out. Godowers, I do like the positioning. He's slowly creeping back out, but Trix is so quick onto spotting out Godowers first. Brain Freeze cannot hold the site, and this is what I talk about. When you try to defend at the back of A, and your opponents take the top on A Heaven, you're basically on an island, and an island that you have to try to work out for your favor. Worship is wall banging the box, but he doesn't know if somebody's there, and he's not hitting the kills that he needs to, but he doesn't even peek out, and Worship's opponent there is just going to be able to just survive for much, much longer. Beats though has the ultimate. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, Worship even the resurrection onto Godowers, and this is the high ground being taken by OG Worship now with a takedown onto Trix, and Godowers is lighting the fuse and going from that showstopper, but his show gonna get stopped there by courtesy. Here comes Beats though with a push on it, and Service there yet again. The ultimate opportunist that he is. The Omen waiting into the corner. Can he get the takedown? There's the swing though from the stage, and he's gonna be trying to go for the defuse, but Worship, he will pray to God to get that kill, but apparently God is not on his side because that spike is gonna detonate, and TFO doing it again and proving this aggression, this attacking side is where they belong, Mr. Asarai.
It's where they belong. The defending side, stick it where the sun don't shine because we don't want to remember that anymore. We're in a different game here, guys. This is game 3. No, I'm kidding. This is game 2.
This is game 2. So excited already.
I'm kidding. This is game 2, guys. But it seems like TFO have turned over a new leaf. A tactical pause is being called by OG as they've lost so many rounds and have not figured out what they need to do. And it seems like Oasis Gaming here, team that some of us have predicted to actually get this 2-0, is struggling and struggling hard. They look so good on their attacking side, but it seems like TFO have also a so good attacking side of their own.
And it just goes to show that TFO, their aggression that we saw on the defensive side, it had the reason. And there you go. You have it here on the attack, proving the Fangs are absolutely bared against Oasis Gaming. And this is really a true contest between two titans of the Philippine scene.
Where is this?
Yeah, that's the ramen. That's the tamago. And that's the...
The tamago?
The tamago. You want me to say it like that? I remember. I know I said it that way because I want you to remember something near and dear to your heart. Yes. And there was like green onion. There's a soup. Yeah, there's 2 tamagos.
2 tamagos.
2 tamagos. It's not you. It's not you. It's just a tamago.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It splits set in Japan, right? So
yes,
it makes sense. Okay. The land of anime and the land of just enjoying your time. Just enjoying the time. I had a great time when I went to Japan.
Same.
Yeah.
Good food.
Good everything. But it's been a good game. This game has been stellar. Like, OG had a chance to run away with it, but TFO said, no, we're going to be fighting back yet again. Tricks, though, patience into the shot, but okay, brain freeze. That's just unfortunate. He hit the wrong mouse button. He went for the right click, I believe, rather than the left click, and that buckshot just does no damage.
That's true.
Yeah.
Was it too far? Right?
Too close.
Too close.
Too close.
Okay, so it went through him?
No. So what happens is like a big rock thing as Trix does get a 3rd kill. And yeah, let's play the Bucky instead. Ghidorah's there. That's how you use that right click. Because it doesn't burst into pellets as of yet. It's like a big fist, and then it explodes. That's how the right click gets the damage done. So
right?
if it's just in fist mode, basically, then it doesn't really do anything. In some games, sure, it does a bit of chip damage, but here in Valorant, it barely does anything. Trix with a 4K. Patience is a virtue, and TFO will take that win and make it a 2-round gap.
Some people, they like the fist mode, but honestly, for me, I don't like it. Left clicks is where my heart desires, and it seems like only 2 more rounds till TFO will stabilize.
The scoreline, a bit dangerous, Asrai. A bit dangerous here for the side of Oasis Gaming. Because TFO, if you look at that second half, they really ran away with the points and more. OG has taken 1 round out of everything here into the second half. TFO in the meantime, though, at the very least, splitting up their offensive. But OG, when the going gets tough, beats get even tougher.
You should run.
Beat down with the operator. But is this mind games again? Tricks playing the lockdown. Thing is, though, they've done this time and time again, and will OG fall for it?
Oh, I think they might have heard that.
Might have heard that. That spike dropping there. The detain, though, will get the connection. But at least someone is keeping an eye out on Worship and his Jazz hands. So OG knows that B-Sides A is not going to be the way to go. It's A instead. Ghidorah's still breaking that boom bot. And no, the pain shells in the perfect timing against Mark. He couldn't get the dash on away. Good take here by OG so far. And when you do the same thing too many times, you know, eventually your opponent learns their lesson. And TF,
they use the wall to boost themselves up on B, and they don't know what's up, Tricks! You talked about how they did something different, but then they layered something on top of the layer. It's the onion. Strike has talked about this in his movie, but we didn't believe it. And TFO, they do a what's up.
Donkey will be proud of this one, but oh my god, indeed, this has been a chess match between TFO and OG. Good notice there, Mr. Asrai. We get bonus points for that as Ripper and Coco now gonna be able to get 1 apiece. The Omen, though, on the high ground here. And what can OG do? Because TFO, they said, no, we're not going B. And apparently they are actually going to be there. Dash on in already by the Jet. Zerv in the meantime, back upside. Brain Freeze, though, with the kill. And he's been popping. Beats also getting that takedown. All up the courtesy, but it ain't going to be any dice whatsoever. And this gamble looked to be in TFO's favor. But OG say, no. It's going to be our odds. And they are now on match point.
Again, that crossfire setup for post planters, not really the best because you put yourself in a nice little pocket. It does not work out in the end, And OG going into this last round to push it into a game 3 has some money, and money well spent as OG Beats is back on his operator. Actually, he didn't actually lose this. They went as a 3-man. Anyways, though, still a sniper in their hands, and this is looking really, really good for Oasis Gaming. The First Order still will be able to buy them some weapons, but maybe the layers, even though it was fantastic, even if it was big brain, the kills not really resulted for their plays, and that's where TFO needs to just reduce the numbers that OG has.
What a show-off tricks this. That cap was just so clean and got the kill onto Beats, and not only that, that was an operator challenge. Peek me, brother. Apparently the peek just doesn't work out whatsoever for OG. And TFO now with control of the middle. Waldo is set up just to fortify the B tower angle. Showstopper though gonna be the play, but look at who's waiting on the high ground. Ripper though gonna get torn apart by the explosives. Worship now trying to stay alive up on heaven. Apparently the Raptors is just not gonna be the way to go, and Coco will get that kill. TFO surviving so far. 4v2 situation. Gondowers though gonna be waiting on the other side, but Marky is there, and Ascado does get that kill. All eyes on the Raze right now. 1v3, can he do it? Rest is available here for TFO, but Gado barely having any HP now.
If he can get a kill and die, that would mean that he would have his showstopper going into the next round. That is going to be incredibly huge. Does hear that there was the Shrouded Step utilized by the Omen, but it was a fake. Makes Gado second guess himself if he's in a good spot, and he'll probably will just back away. Because here's the thing, I would honestly want him to die right now so that he can maybe get a kill and then his ult. But I'm pretty sure OG don't have any money.
Yeah, the
so
economy is not too good.
Saving is the best option for him.
You know, saving your money, guys, very, very important to survive life. And right now, it will be him surviving this fall. He can be surviving this round, keeping the Vandal in hand. And TFO still alive for it now. Thing is, though, there was one more answer I could have said to you, Asarai.
Yeah.
If he kills everyone, then he wins.
Amazing!
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 Great analysis.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I'm glad I was able to enlighten you, but this is actually getting scary because both teams are in double digits, and TFO just 2 away from forcing overtime here.
They need to defeat TFO, right? Or sorry, Oasis Gaming now. If they can, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be able to push this to overtime. Because unless they mess up when when Oasis Gaming is gonna be on the weaker bye, I think this should be a straight round for TFO for the First Order. In any case, we have still seen that Oasis Gaming have some fight left in themselves in this defensive round. It's far and few in between, but because they got such a big lead in that first half, it seems like the pressure is still on for the First Order to play catch-up.
Yeah, catch-up is the way to go, and go, TFO, go, as they are going to be trying to figure out where to go at it again. Lockdown versus the Res is going to be ultimates available for both sides for now. It does feel like, though, that we have to go there by the vents, marking the challenge. That's a dark cover going to be dropping on down, and who will see who first? Ray's already going to be popping that boom butt over to the high ground. And it seems like as Marky tries to confirm that someone is there, Gadors still being extra sneaky. TFO, they need to have eyes at the back of their heads if they want to spot this one out. Courtesy, though, can be helping out the Jet there. And Gadors with the kill onto Coco instead. Sage can be gone. Oh, the Fade Shells, though! It will be there to defend him instead. No push whatsoever from the side of TFO. And even though it cost him a bit of that HP, he's still alive.
I honestly thought Coco was going to be the one to deal with the angle onto ropes there, but maybe he was, and Gadowers is just really that good of a shot that he was able to beat the one out. 3 versus 5 though with a lockdown. Yeah, that's going to be very difficult, but maybe they're going to have the positioning here, but Worship just knew that Marky was going to try to make something a little bit sneaky, and Courtesy is the last man standing, has to get out of dodge, and no ultimate, 1 satchel charge. 5 members of OG. It's too tall of a task, even for Courtesy. He flicks into the second, and we're going to a game number 3. What a second match that was.
That was a second match that was. And Oasis Gaming, they survived the onslaught, they survived the comeback, and they're able to win it out here on Split. And that's the thing. OG, sure, if they do have struggles in the second half, but if they have a good first half, then they're pretty much primed to win it out eventually. And there you have it. Great contest, though, from the First Order, proving that they can put a fight back on the attacking side. But OG, just knowing the angles, knowing where to move, knowing where to rotate, and it took so many mind games there from TFO just to disjoint Oasis Gaming.
I like how the First Order was very creative and adventurous with what the strategies that they had, they double fake, and then they added like a triple fake happening where they saved the wall of of Coco, I believe, boosted himself up, and then went through straight onto the site. That was fantastic, but in the end, it was nice and all, but these fakes resulted in their own teammates being taken down, which resulted in 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 4s, numbers not in their favor. And in the end, I think they really need the numbers to try to at least clutch out these rounds.
And TFO, at least they gave it a try. But we are going to be going into map number 3. Oasis Gaming able to take split. So a decider yet again to deal with this blood feud. We will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, for more of the action. Stay tuned and stick around. This is the VALORANT Challenges Philippines Stage 1, Week number 3 semifinals.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng Wi-Fi ko.
Paubos na lang yun sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for all 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found. Yeah.
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for all 99. Only from Globe.
The end is nigh. It's not the end of the world, but the end of this series with the First Order and Oasis Gaming going head-to-head, 1-1. I mean, recap for that, Dax. Game 1, it was pretty straightforward, I would say, with the First Order just wreaking havoc. Game 2, it seems like Oasis Gaming was going to have it. A little bit of life alive by the First Order, but still, they got the rounds they needed, and Oasis Gaming pushed us into a Game 3, and here we are now.
Here we are indeed. Game number 3. All boils down to this. And one last map, one last chance for one of these two teams to make it to the grand finals. Dax and Asteroid, we are back in action, good sir. And it really has been a bit of a roller coaster of a series. There are times where it looks like OG is just completely dominant. There are times where it looks like TFL is completely dominant. There are times where neither side looks very dominant, honestly. But then again, there have been scraps, there have been brawls, there have been some really good plays here and there also. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, but then again, there are just these instances where out of nowhere, someone pops off, someone just goes crazy, and it just defines how the round goes in the first place.
Yeah, we saw a lot of rounds where Marky was playing insane. We saw a lot of rounds where Beats was going ham, Trix was going ham. Honestly, we did say about individual players for Oasis Gaming, but there's also a lot of individual players for the First Order, like Zerv, that was definitely popping off in 2 rounds straight, I believe there. In any case, Haven is the final bastion of hope for both of these teams as their tournament life is on the line. It's no longer only Oasis Gaming that is struggling, but it seems like TFO as well, and maybe Haven is, well, the haven for one of these teams.
Yeah, and there we have it already. Oasis Gaming going to be playing that Sova. Thing is, though, it's Brain Freeze on the Sova, which will allow Ripper to be playing something else because of Worship. Look to lock in that Omen instead. OG trying to configure their utilities here, there, and everywhere at TFO. Going to be keeping it real because Marky and Trix going to be going for that standard Jet Phoenix comp instead. Zerv looking to play that Omen still. Fun fact about Zerv, he really loves to play Omen. Like, he just plays Omen all the time. Omen, every day, all day. Omen is his, maybe his other name by this point. And he just feels so comfy on that hero. Courtesy, will be trying to whip out that Sova and Coco on the Killjoys. What do you think of right now? Double duelist. Then you got a Intel, you got a Sentinel, and you got a Smoke. Yet again, it's pretty much the core compositions here being whipped out by these two teams to try and face off against one another.
The difference from the comps is one of the Sentinels and one of the Duelists, but I do like it. It's kind of like the same thing, but one of them having the Killjoy at least will have a little bit more of, I would say, an offensive style of play here, which I think the First Order really does like. There's a lot of contact play. There's a lot of really aggressive takes into these kind of segments around the map, and again, Haven being a slightly attacker-sided map will maybe give them a nice little heads up. Oasis Gaming on the other end here is going to go along the same lines. They don't have the Phoenix for a lot of those flash plays, but they will have a lot of utility to flush out these corners with that Sova as well as the Raze. And of course, Cypher to top it all off. We saw that with the other semifinals, the quarterfinals before this match, where at least 2766 did use the Cypher to really just plug the other areas where his team wasn't able to defend properly and just push that out and at least get the flankies.
And that's a big difference between the Cypher and the Killjoy. The Killjoy, very good at sieging, very good at swarming. Nano Swarm's going to be very, very potent at flushing out the opponent. But there's one thing the Cypher has the advantage on the Killjoy, is you leave the trip bar, it's on forever until you die. But for Killjoy, if you stay away, apparently your batteries, the signal isn't going to be reaching your turret, it's going to be reaching your alarm bot, and it does limit the amount of movement you have when you're playing that agent. It's a small amount of commitment when you play that Killjoy, but here we go, Brain Freeze already trying to get on away, but a beautiful, beautiful scan onto Marky to get that takedown. Gadores will take it. Zerv, though, in the meantime, with a kill on the Sova. Gadores, though, will catch out one more. Apparently for OG, the B-hold is the way to go, but TFO, sneaky yet again, and onto A site, they're trying to play.
Again, these rotations are great and all for TFO, but they expend too many of their members just so that they can try to take a site. Granted, I think this wasn't a result of a fake, more of a result of them not being able to successfully take the B site, as Gadores is just a great enough sentry in the back of the site. He's able to defend that so well. A couple of flashes here and there, of course, from Trix will make short work of these couple of members, and Worship, as he tries to go for that nice little flank play, will still be thwarted and figured out. And TFO will not be able, or sorry, TFO will be able to win that first round.
I mean, the potency of Killjoy in full effect. Even though you have trip parts, you can leave all the way on the other side of the map. When you have a turret, when you have that setup, you have Tricks also helping out on the angle, and it's a pistol round. It's a recipe of success there for the first order. So win here for TFO to start things off. Offense is the way they have been winning at in the series, and we are seeing it yet again. Courtesy though looking to line it up by the middle, I believe. What's the plan right now for TF? Oh, where does it go? Oh!
Yeah, that's the lineup right there.
Such a great lineup by Courtesy. Into the window, delays it long enough to kind of surprise the opposition. And TFO safe. Let's go straight forward and let's put the spike down in the middle immediately.
Probably watches a lot of YouTube for, you know, Sova's.
I just watched this tournament basically when I've been playing so much Sova just by using all of the lineups I've been seeing here, and I messed them up a lot, that's for sure. But then again, Coco will mess up, Beats there, Coco and Marky actually. Getting on the board, TFO right now cleaning up house. The ghost in hand from Marky is just making Spectres out of the opposition. And speaking of Spectres right now, Coco is there to catch out Gadot. Brainfreeze now all alone. Beautiful headshot. Coco will shrug it off. Survive with 6 HP with a triple kill. And TFO now up by 2.
I like the mentality there for the first order. Going into the site only as one person onto B. I get it, if you die, you lose the control in the spike, but it's fine. They're there to just rush in, use the time that they have, and get the spike planted down. If they get it planted down, they play for post plant, which they have the positions already set up because only one entered the site. And if they don't, if Marky dies and he loses a spike, you just go in and get the refrags with your better weapons, right? At least you get that information as well. I really do like that play because it gives a lot of versatility for the first order to kind of interact with how it just fares out, and I really do like that they keep doing this play. It doesn't seem like OG have a counter for this one because all he does is jump into the site, smoke himself off, and just dashes away. This is kind of like the Omen play that I like, which you TP in, get the spike planted down, TP out, but it's way more efficient like this.
This is the most simple strategy you can do on Haven, and it's lovely to see from TFO and how quickly they execute it. OG though already catching out Courtesy. Zerv in the meantime with a kill onto Ripper. And this is one thing Oasis Gaming can do, play the flanks and try to catch out TFO. And there you have it. Angles being taken, all about the off angle, all about getting the flank, and all about getting the takedowns in 1v1s. Oasis Gaming will get that third round turnaround and get a point on the board.
How do you beat those? Just try to be the better flanker, the better 1v1er, and they are. Oasis Gaming just straight up massacred the members of the first order in these other particular angles. Now, TFO, what's the next step for them? 10 seconds on that clock before we do start the round. And the name of the game could actually be this a site. I do like, again, that they do have tricks on this Phoenix. Lots of contact play, lots of ability to flush out these corners. And again, because you're a Phoenix duelist, you either die a hero or you kill as a hero and you get your run it back as a hero as well, very quickly.
Or in this case, you die at 0 because you're dead immediately as Brainfreeze sprays it down. Godot is still going to get caught out by Coco, and TFO right now trying to rush on in. Stinger plus the Blade Storm is the call here for Marky. The rest of TFO going to have the arsenals they need to believe. And this will now be the lockdown, and the play time is ticking. OG having an idea where the opponent is, but he can't really come close for now. And Beats has to back on away, and the Sova does get detained at the last moment. This might hurt OG a little bit more, since the problem right now is Brainfreeze cannot shoot. They have to wait it out, and TFO get the spike down.
They don't know that it's Brainfreeze, but without the shock darts and the recon darts, they might have an idea of who was detained there. For the moment, it's going to be that post plant. 4-4. They did lose tricks in the process here. That might be pretty big because the flashes are such a huge thing. And Beats just come out dropping the beats. But Marky is here on point, on mark. And he's going to be able to utilize all the blades in the world to take him out one by one. And this is the true connives being used by Marky. A conniving brother in disguise here as he does get 4 kills with the ultimate.
Absolutely foxy there. from Marky. And the kunai knives, as you like to mention, how conniving he can be. Well, there you go. 1 and 2, looking for the tempo. That's going to be a third. And there we have the fourth. And that's the one thing I like about the Blade Storm. Jump peaks turn into jumping shots. And then you just get takedowns out of nowhere. That mobility you don't really see too often in a game like this. But then again, it's an ultimate for the Jet for good reason. But Marky Nile does get rid of Worship. Beats though, giving his blades back. And more, 2 in a row already for Beats. Getting the beat down using the ultimate. And here comes OG to try and reinforce. But TFO now feeling the fear. He's backing on away slowly but surely. Run it back though, available for Tricks. But he's stuck in the cubby for now.
It's not the only aim monster that's alive, or that is the Jet in this game. It's also Beats. 3 versus 4 though. They can actually decide to rotate if they wanted to be honest here. They don't have the numbers, but they still do have the spike, and this does give them a bit of versatility. Maybe the thought process is to hold off a couple of seconds, maybe hope for a retake, set themselves up and try to go for the plays here. And some damage is being done by Trix immediately. Beats does have a couple of blades, but the Ripper, of course, with the headshots, it's going to be reigning supreme. Now 1 blade left in the chamber, and he cannot avatar his way to victory. Brain Freeze does have 100, as well as Sheriff. 1 peek to the left could be it. 1 peek to the right could be his demise. Tricks though, making sure first with the flash, and Brain Freeze has to back away.
Yeah, Brain Freeze has been popping from that last map, but he has popped some heads instead. And he is going to be going over to C-Link here to try to find the angle. But wisely decision made by TFO. They are going to be playing into long instead, playing by the Cubby, and they're waiting for the Sova to get that peak. Now, when in this distance, 1-shot potential from the Sheriff, going to get neutered to only 245 instead. And this just might be the demise of the Sova. What's the plan? He's tanking the turret bullets, and he will just say, please kill me now. We all know that this round is over. TFO up by 4. And the forward momentum they get by being on the attacking side first really helps him out in terms of confidence. Coco, though, crazy scoreline for a Killjoy on the attacking side. 8-2 right now, leading the charge.
What's worse for you, Dax? Dying to fall damage or dying to a sentry or a sentry turret?
I mean, the turret is unfair. It has aimbot, so fall damage is the answer. What's unfortunate about the fall damage also is sometimes you just take it pre-round. You think about split, you jump from the heaven and then -15 to your HP, not even your armor. So yeah, fall damage is a big no-no. When you don't kill a turret, you just say, I suck at hitting that shot, don't I? But then again, it's always about making sure that the Killjoy is dead in the first place so the turret isn't there. Right now, OG, they need to make sure they figure out what to do because they have 4 ultimates. They have a big arsenal right now. They have the guns, they even have the operator, and the shot just doesn't connect. Good peek there from TFO to confirm that there's an op in the middle, and now the choice is gonna get a bit neutered, but then they can be a bit more wise in where to go.
There's the webcam that should be spotting out the A main here. Ripper sees the brunt of the forces of the First Order, and should the rotation be merited by OG, oh, there's going to be a big punch into the site. Godowers throws out the nade. He has his Kumbaya. Boom, bot, kaboom! And he does find Coco. It's not the ultimate, but the nades that connect. And look at that. The crossfires with the ultimate is just working in their favor. But Marky, okay, does get some couple of kills here. And Tricks, though, in a 3 versus 1. He does not have the spike in his hand, but he does have some time to work with. Aldrone will be spotting him out. Does have a flash out. Will try to challenge him.
What a shot.
What a shot indeed. 2 versus 1. Can he spot out the other? Oh, MG. And he spots out the recon door. And he can actually get this. And Trix has a moment to breathe. 15 seconds. Can get this spike immediately to his side. But the recon, or sorry, the shock will not connect. 11. He's chasing. He knows he wants to be able to get it, but was he able to get the spike out? And he misread. He overestimated himself, and Brain Freeze played it up to a T, going up to heaven and getting that clutch.
A bit of misread there from both sides. Brain Freeze darting around when Trix went for the shot onto the one on the flank by Along instead. But then again, just a push there from Trix. Not really working out. Could have gone for the spike first and foremost. The shock dart, though, really scaring off from his own fire. And right now, TFO only up by 2 in a game of clutches. And that was what I was talking about before this game even started, Asteroid. It really feels like it's whoever can outplay the opposition, not only as a team, but also individual players. Courtesy, though, lining it up yet again, waiting patiently to throw it in the middle. Here we go again. TFO through that courtyard, through the grass already. Trixel in the meantime gonna get spotted by the boom bots. Angel's gonna be there to do the damage as well. Worship, though, comes close. Trick's gonna be going on down. And TFO, they're trying to keep it simple, but apparently it's not clean whatsoever, as OG is ready, prepared, and defending.
They wanted to do the play again, didn't they? Yeah. Any case, though, Brain Freeze is gonna drop the spiker as well. That is so bad for the first order here. And Brain Freeze, you were talking about how this man is just that good in the last round. Well, he's also equally good in this particular round. And just fun fact here, Dax. In the 2 rounds or 2 games that we've had, Brain Freeze has accumulated 37 kills.
Ooh, stats man right there. But I've really seen him step it up from week number 2 to week number 3. He's been, I'd say, the biggest improvement of OG right now. Brain Freeze has always just been a great utility player, and there would be times to pop off. But from this point on, he's really worked on himself, worked on his game, and he's top ranking for OG for a good reason. Might just be because he didn't have all the playtime in the world before, and right now he's just trying to prove that I'm the best player of this team, I'm the best player to get the shots on, and it's working in OG's favor because of the angles he's taking, because of the decisions he's making, and they are just only 1 away from tying it up against TFO, who's stacking heavy onto A lobby. Gadors, though, a little too in deep as per usual, and Trix now going to be going on with that kill.
Not sure what Gadores was wanting to try to do with that. Trix is going to be playing, of course, the I will trip every wire that you have as Marky comes out into the air. Yes, that's a legitimate play for TFO, guys. Check it up, learn it up. Marky will be able to pick himself a Spectre, as he still had a Spectre in his own arsenal, but he was whipping out the blades. Brain Freeze, though, almost comes out and gets that control onto Graffiti, but it seems like the first order had everything and more there in that play.
You call it Graffiti, I call it art. And this has been the art of war, the art of speed, and the art of TFO rushing in just to get those takedowns. Yet again, though, the habits have been read by TFO, akin to what we said, doing their homework, knowing their opponent. Gador is liking to actually push onto A site. And how many people did he meet? Not just 1, not just 2, but 5. That's too much to handle, even for an aim master like him.
I mean, unless he could like flick in 0.01 MS, you know, no delays whatsoever, and get every single bullet. Even then, I don't think it's gonna work out. Still, there is gonna be some buying power for Oasis Gaming here, guys. Beats will be back on his operator, and well, he's going to be situated way too far from the members of the first order here, as they are going to be going once again for that A site. I do like Marky uses this Cloud Burst so that nobody will be able to spot him, get control of that A long spot. And as his own teammate, Zerv, uses the smoke to blot out Heaven here, he's just going to be able to get that site freely, surely, and the God spot will be planted once again. Gadores is going to be able to get spotted by Courtesy, but not win the duel. And in the end, isn't that what's bad? And Ripper, nice little peek it out there, though takes a little bit of damage. And guess what, Jet Spray? Let's get 1 kill at least.
They gotta guess what's going on. And TFO, they've been liking this A site because they can actually use that jet to maximum value. A bit of cover there, and speaking of cover right now, Courtesy covering fire. Worship gonna be going on down. Coco with the kill onto Beats, but Ripper still up above. 2 HP though for the Cypher. And what's the plan right now for Oasis Gaming? Can they commit? This is just gonna be basically Brain Freeze going on down. Ripper cannot jump down or he will die to fall damage. And now he will die. Oh no, never mind. He cheats that, and he's able to get that shot on the Zerv. He also catches out Coco, and there is just no feeling the Reaper. That is Ripper. He is just crazy with the shots. Unfortunately, he was at death's door. He couldn't commit on the spike, and there you have it. TFO still gets the point.
First order, that chase down onto Ripper was merited so that, you know, he won't be able to drop the Phantom for his teammate or use it for himself as the hero Phantom. That's actually a really cool like hero or like an anime name. Anyways, what I just wanted to say there was, I think the first order made a big mistake of rushing in 1 by 1 and also rushing in with footsteps, because Ripper just knew the timing. He knew when they were going to step outside of that cover onto the A main area, or spawn area rather. In the case of the first order is going to go for a quick trigger here onto the C site using that Sova drone, but Ripper, the sneakiness on this man, but he's going to get spotted out though, only going to procure 1 kill. in the end, is that going to be enough? Because that's Zerv, that's the smoker for TFO down.
Now, TFO, they might just have to commit on somewhere else. They can't get the cover that they would like. And I've been noticing here for the 8 takes for the side of TFO, they use the jet there to clear out whatever the Cypher's doing. Marky knowing exactly how to use the boxes also for cover, and that's what really allows them to put A side rather as their favorite spot. But C is also something they can contend with, and with Cypher down, it's going to be even easier. Trickster throwing away that glitch pop vandal, making sure that TFO will only be the only ones having the gun so far. But OG still ready with a Blade Storm beats. He's shown potency. Oh, Worship, cheeky, decides to go into the smoke and get the Phantom instead. A bit of a standoff right now between TFO and OG. And what's the call here? 35 seconds left. They need to either commit or rotate.
It's not only the going back to the C site, that's why they're going back here. It's more of like they have the utility to be able to really optimize what they need to do, but Beats, oh no, this is gonna be really bad! He got the first kill, the second as well to follow, and Beats just knew what was up. There's going to be the spike that will get the half. I'm not sure if it was halved or anything, I wasn't able to spot it out, but it's going to be the 2 versus 2, and Coco and Courtesy put down the fantastic display of Crossfire. And for what looked like to have been a upset for Oasis Gaming, they still brought it back around, bringing it around town, and TFO got that 7-3.
And speaking of circles, the circle of light from the Hunter's Fury, just timing it right, getting the cook, getting the toast, and not even say a bit of a charbroil, a bit of that overheating there on the side of OG. Not only that, Shock Dart to help on out and the spray down there. A bit lucky there for TFO. They had an idea of where the spike was. They pinged it like crazy, and I believe it was the Killjoy who actually got the connection. TFO, though, yet again, showing how strong they can be on the attacking side. And it really proves here for TFO, they are that kind of aggressive team. They want to make quick plays. They want to make quick work of the opposition, using their skill, their talent, and their lethality. Sudden Impact is the name of the game for them. Assassins in their own right. Brainfree is now going to go on down into the hand of Trix. And the First Order is just ordering up a Storm, ordering up the poppin' headshots. And now the running back is the way to go. Cypher going to get spotted. Ripper still going to die. And TFO clearing it out as easy as ABC.
Marky even putting a Cloudburst on the body of Trix. What a bro, you know? He was saying, my dude, if you're going to be pushing in, I got you with a little bit of Cloud, if you know what I mean. Anyways, 2-5, Oasis Gaming, they're definitely struggling hard here. And honestly, I just got to say, it's really unfair to go up against a Phoenix who has to run it back. Because if you go out in the open and fight the Crossfire, you either lose it, or even if you don't, you take enough damage that Phoenix is like, yeah, I'm going to come back for you later, bro. And he does.
2 lives are better than 1. And right now, Zerv! Almost going to be able to get that shot on Gador's. Gador's missing the initial few bullets. But then again, at least he does get the takedown. And it really feels like it's just been TFO answering OG at the right places at the right time. They rushed on in. They surprised OG with shock and awe. And Oasis Gaming, they decide to play this duelist comp as well. Try and fight back on a map like this, but it's just not working. 8-3 right now. The First Order wants to make it to the grand finals, wants to make it the place to beat for them, and wanting to finally vanquish Oasis Gaming. And again, OG still alive, still breathing. Not the worst scoreline for them. And we'll see if they can improve later on into the second half, but for now, Beats, Operator, here we go again.
Feels like a song. Oh, yeah, actually it is. This is a nice spot. You guys, you know, are too young. Search it out.
Operator.
I think it's... Oh, that one's also one. And Here We Go Again, like from Whitesnake.
Here we go again. I'm glad that you're showing your age here, right? You're not as old as many people think, but then again, you're not as young as many people think also. But right now, the folly of youth apparently will be Beats catching out Trix. That summer is going to be over for the Phoenix. No more light, no more fire for him. But then again, Marky's still trying to fight back. OG desperate to make it an 8-4 scoreline. They do have the advantage with 3 ultimates in their clutches. And if Godowers can make this one work, this would be good for him. But the thing is, he has a showstopper, not going to be using it anytime soon. And goodbye to him. What a wall bang with the Operator. That's a Crazy shot from Marky, honestly.
That was also like a jiggle peek
Yeah.
that he
That's,
spotted him and just connected.
That's a Marky wow. That's a Marky wow moment right there. That's all you gotta say about that one. Hunter's Fury though is the call, and Zerv gonna get spotted by Brain Freeze. Gotta say though that OG is learning from their mistakes, learning a bit of the biases that TFO has been wanting. Brain Freeze right now with a shock dart should be going across the map instead. Marky though still potent with the up. High ground taken by Ripper. This is now going to be a 2v3 situation. Spike is planted. Coco though does get rid of the Omen there. Marky now with a triple. Coco is still insane also. Absolutely loco. A warm drink at night and a warm gun to get those kills. TFO up by 6. 4 away from moving on to the grand finals.
Brain Freeze was frozen on site as he was trying to communicate with Professor X. Marky is there though and going to be able to drop down that spike, and this is where it was. I love that the team was just able to basically fight for Marky up until the last point, and Marky was able to like sneak in through the spawn area, the spawn hall, and then spot Brain Freeze communicating somewhere, and then he's like, "You killed. Let me get that 9-3."
Take those, and TFO now taking names and making sure that they have really passed their homework, passed their projects, and have showed on up in the grand finals. Just a bit of those nuances that Oasis Gaming like to do, being read by TFO. I'd say the same thing by OG to TFO. There are really those angles that they expect TFO to peek in, TFO to actually challenge as much as possible, and especially on splits, they're able to win it out. But now, the tides do turn, and it's both I'd say a test for Oasis Gaming and TFO. OG has struggled to attack on that first map, figured out on the second. TFO though, their defense was a lot better on the first map, but a lot worse on the second. So it really has to be an amalgamation. It has to be them trying to find their balance. Who can have the advantage here? We'll find out as we are going to be getting into the crux of the action. This is where it really matters. OG down by 6. Will we see a comeback again, Asarai?
6 might be a big number. I keep saying this, guys, that in Valorant, because of how the rounds are kind of formulated, 3-9, you get it 4-9, you get it 5-9, and it seems like that 6 rounds becomes more palatable, more digestible for you to net that comeback. So I believe Oasis Gaming still has a shot in this, but step in the right direction is going to be able to get the W on this second pistol. It's going to be very crucial here, and Trix is running out the way to see long, and Godor is like, "Hey, what's up, man?"
And it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna let it happen, I guess. But Godor is right now over and out. B-Slide, the A-Link, gotta be careful. Does get a shot though onto Coco, but Trix, Courtesy, and Marky make it quick there. 3-3 picks for both teams. Zerv in the meantime though with a kill on the Brain Freeze, and all eyes on Godor, but the paranoia will take that sight away. And apparently now we see TFO taking that pistol and getting momentum.
There was 2 highlights happening in that game. It was, or in that round, sorry. Godor's getting control of A-Link, and then the rest of TFO getting C-Link, and basically every other teammate that he had was dropping down like flies. Yeah, Godor's got like 1 to 2 kills, but in the end, he was not able to bring it back around. We are seeing, of course, the contraption that Kingdom has in the Haven map. If you guys don't know what Kingdom is, it's the corporation. Yeah. It's like Umbrella.
Oh no.
It's a bear corporation. Oh no, are we gonna have zombies now in Valorant
Maybe.
with Radiant?
Next Halloween, and then Christmas the penguin skins. Remember, we have a storylines going on, guys, in challenges. We have when we have our favorite moment of the day, technical break. Yeah, we're giving it right.
Zombie penguins.
Zombie penguins. Oh no.
That's
oh, no.
that's worse because you don't want to kill cuteness.
Oh no. But then again, this might be a bit of an oh-no for OG. Because we gotta figure out what to really do here. They're all sticking around on the other side of the map for now. Trix in the meantime, looking to play the aggression. I guess for OG, it's a calm before the storm. Trying to figure out where to go, trying to figure out where they can actually push. But TFO, on the other hand, Bucky is ready. Marky has the frenzy, has the full armor. And they're looking to weather the storm as the Ripper is coming close. Godor's right now trying to go for it. That curveball though is huge. And that's going to be a 1, 2, and 3. Struck out there for Trix already. Looking for the 4th. Gonna get blinded though by the paranoia. Marky in the meantime don't win 2. And keep the pose as arrived because TFO flexes over for that win.
Hey, Bada Bada. Hey, Bada Bada. Curveball into 3 members of Oasis Gaming. What are the odds that Marky had an inkling? Trix, let's go to A-Long, set up your curveball. They saw the recon dart, and you knew this was a kumbaya moment. Hello, triple, and Trix just says, I get a hat tricks.
hat-tricks. Ha ha ha. A little punny there, Mr. Asarai. Shockstar did come though. And then again, it's just perfect. Curveball, 3 kills. It's like we're playing baseball here rather than Valorant. But then again, it's now an 8th round gap to TFO. The first order, these guys set out on their own this year. And they've made it a journey to make it to the playoffs. Run back though going to be used by Trick. Doesn't get too much OG in the meantime. Their chance to go for a bit of the comeback. But then again, they're only playing the Spectre here for Warship. And really, the economy has been a bit of the struggle here for OG. When they lose out that momentum, we've seen them be unable to get the full buys that they would like because they're trying to make the rounds work. They're trying to go for the Buckies and et al. And it's just not working out for them in this case. So OG, into the middle we go. TFO, though, ready on the sides.
There is going to be one alarm bot here to help Trix out as soon as they start swarming, waterfalling in onto the B side, but he has to give it up. He can't really challenge, but courtesy. Okay, Ares, the god of war, the god of courtesy, the shot of war. I don't know what to call about it, but you know he just pops off with the LMG, and Coco and Trix waited for the right possible time for that smoke to dissipate and get the final kills. Flawless. Yes, Oasis Gaming do get the spike planted down, but in the end, that is already loss. Loss's door knocking? Wait, no. Wait, hold on. The Reaper of Loss knocking on their door. 3-12. There you go.
Add a chapter to the Pantheon, Mr. Asarai, because we have the God of Wallbang in our presence.
Yes.
Give a little bit of that retribution. Give a little bit of those shots. And apparently, the Ares will be there for courtesy. Perfect map to do it on Haven. Usually see the Odin by the double doors, but no. Seems like it's a bit of that economy for the side of TFO, and it just nets them the kill. Now the coup de grace might be here from the first order. Can they impose and break the Oasis, break the paradise of Oasis Gaming, and show up with a bit of new laws and a bit of a new order in the Philippine Valorant team? Paranoia doesn't get primed here by Zerv, and here comes OG already flying on in. Gokodo and Zerv on the board, and the new blood already spilling as much blood as they can. 3 have already gone down on the side of OG, and TFO with the advantage. Worship not quite low on the HP, but here comes the... Here comes Sova, and the flag is real. Marky will get to, and the first order is the first one into the grand finals, Mr. Asarai. They have proven themselves, they have shown themselves, and they are here to make it to the end of this playoffs.
GG. I think at the first of that last round play, the recon dart was lacking. Like, I knew that it should have been able to get the back of platform, but Zerv saw it and he's like, I'm gonna hide and just set up my paranoia. There was a miss angle, a missed time on that. I'm not sure what or why, but Zerv was able to get the paranoia onto multiple members of Oasis Gaming, capitalize on it, and everybody else just started to come out from TFO, wanted to challenge, and the challenge was true for them. It was really a hard struggle for Oasis Gaming, but the first step to victory for that round was to take out Zerv, which they did not, and we are looking at this 2-1 series win for TFO. And like you said, Dax, grand finals for them.
Grand finals, they finally made it. And they've been working so hard for the past few weeks. Struggles in the open qualifiers, making it to the playoffs, losing to OG last time. But retribution apparently is the answer. So many implications by this victory. TFO, they've made a statement against OG here that will resonate time and time again. And they are our first grand final team, Asarai. But it was just insane how aggressive they could play. You could really see on their attacking side, they knew how to exploit natural barriers. They're like, okay, we can hide on this box, we can hide on this corner, and suddenly we'll pop out 1, 2, 3, get those takedowns.
Yeah. And I just want to say, before we actually try to go for that break, the curse continues for Oasis Gaming.
Hey, consistency is key, and apparently consistently into the semifinals, consistently win the quarterfinals, consistently lose as well. Gotta give it to OG though, they've at least got a map win, impressing on split. But then again, back to the drawing board for OG to break that barrier, and that has been a bit of the problem for OG. Always a top team, but then again, they would struggle at really making it to the highest of all echelons in the Philippine scene. But then again, OG still at contender, OG still gonna be there, and Oasis Gaming. These guys are just such a strong team.
Yeah, and now, guys, we're going to go for that breather because that was a bit of a doozy of a series. The First Order definitely deserved that victory, but Oasis Gaming did a fantastic job. So, guys, you know, just give them both a round of applause. That was such an incredible match. Anyways, we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, it's going to be our amazing, beautiful, handsome panelists to get in and break it down even further. So, my name is Asarai. With me is Dax. See you later as the panelists break it. Yeah,
break it
for you
down.
guys.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM.
Another upset having occurred here in the VCT Philippines. A 2-1 victory for the underdogs, TFO, against their rivals, Oasis Gaming. And we're going to be speaking with one of the players who has made this all happen, the MVP, or one of the MVPs himself, Marky, who was amazing on that op. So I'm going to tune into my psychic powers and have a seance and summon Marky. Marky, are you here with us?
Hello.
Hello, Marky. Yo, what's up? Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling after that victory against Oasis Gaming?
Masaya, syempre.
Yeah.
Kasi nakapasok kami ng finals.
And this
Yun.
is the first time I think we're seeing you in a grand finals. I think your team has grown so much. How does it feel knowing that you have gone so far, especially you guys are playing apart from each other, you're not in a boot camp? What is that feeling that you're getting right now?
Masaya siyempre kasi nag-improve din kami. From last week, natalo kami ng OG.
Yeah.
Tas yun, nag-comeback kami ngayon.
Why do you think that you guys are playing so well lately? Because it feels like you guys are so, feels like you're so much more, coordinated. It feels like you're more disciplined. Why is it that TFO is doing so well nowadays?
Ano lang, sa tiwala sa sarili tsaka sa teammate mo.
Okay. And if you're okay, one more question. You're going up against either ArkAngel or DR later on. Who do you not want to go against later?
I wanna fight with ArkAngel.
Why though?
Because they 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 said ArkAngel is a top team.
And
So
yeah.
I'd like to fight them.
Definitely, because there's a lot of learning opportunities, especially when you fight a top team like ArkAngel, and I'm so excited to see that. One more question before we go, Marky. Anyone you want to give a shout out to, and what words do you have to give to any team that you're facing off in the grand final later?
Shout out sa sa coach namin saka sa manager. Tapos good luck and have fun na lang
All
sa
right.
mga kalaban namin.
Well, a lot of sportsmanship yet again. Thank you so much, Marky. You were amazing on that jet earlier. Hope to see you do the same performance in the grand final. So good luck and see you in the grand final, man.
Thank you.
All right, so that's been it with for our correspondent, our player, of course, Marky, who was just an absolute phenom in the previous games from TFO, beating their rivals, none other than Oasis Gaming, who must be feeling a little bit frustrated right now because they seem to have been having troubles breaking through semifinals and landing in the grand final slots. I personally thought personally today was going to be the day, and I'm sure a lot of us also thought that, but I guess it just isn't there yet. Maybe a little bit more time, maybe in split number 2. But let's talk about that a little bit later on and go back and talk about how you can be a winner yourselves. We're giving away 1,500 points of VALORANT points, rather, and this is how you can do it. All you got to do is stitch and do it, Azurize TikTok video, Casting Challengers Week 2, and post it on the PPGL Facebook page. Share it on your Facebook or TikTok with the hashtag PPGL. Just do it. And get skins and rewards and levels with the new Battle Pass. Recharge your VALORANT points now with Coda Shop using Globe Prepaid or TM Load. And also, don't forget to stay tuned to our official channels. Like and follow our Facebook page. It's facebook.com/PPGL. GG. And take a look at our YT. It's PPGL-YT on Bitly. And search PPGL on YouTube. And on top of that, we'd like to give a very big thank you to our sponsors who have all made this happen. Of course, to our sponsor, Acer Predator. We'd like to thank them because they are our official gaming PC and laptop partner. So if you want to be truly on the next level like the players here, make sure you check out Acer Predator. And of course, Globe and Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other. starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings, on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And if you want to know where you can watch all of this, it's going to be on English and Filipino. This is where it happens. Putting it on your screens. If you want to watch us on English, that's going to be on Twitch. And that's twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And on Filipino, it is facebook.com/PPGLGG. So whichever language you choose to be your language of choosing, we've got it on lock for you. Head on over to these links right there. All panel discussions will be in English. Now, let's go back and talk about the game itself. I'm again Illustrado. That is my name. I'm going to be your host today. And joining me on the panel here is none other than Trix and Viminal. But before I go to you, I want you to stick your hands out like this. Okay.
Okay.
Just,
I have no idea, by the way, what we're doing.
Okay. Curse of Oasis Gaming, I break thee. Okay, nothing happened. I'm sorry. Just maybe not today. I'm sorry. Hopefully next time.
We do hope to see Oasis Gaming get to the grand
again,
finals.
for the nth time, guys. On the cusp of greatness, but just not quite.
But they have it. It's like they have the tools, they have the resources, they have the players.
Yeah.
But something is going on that prevents them from getting to the grand final. I just don't know. At this point, I don't know anymore.
To be fair, there's a team like that in CS, right?
Yeah.
They used to have that wall.
And then suddenly, wait, are we talking about the team that used to be TSM?
That too.
They became
That
Astralis
too.
and became the best team ever.
Yes.
Okay,
but
fair
there
enough.
are other teams as well that really it's this pressure, this mental aspect of they get in their heads because they're at the semifinals. They
Right.
start to get really concerned, really focused. They get hyper focused that they
Yep.
lose sight of the match.
Like
and
overthink things
Yeah,
even.
and they just kind of goes all over the place.
Right. That may be true because we were just talking about it. Some of the best teams in the world started out with being stuck for a very long time, and once they broke through that, they were able to make it to being the best team historically ever in CS history. Maybe we'll see that. Well, maybe not yet, but at some point it'll come out as we take a look at the highlights of the previous games right now. But let's go and talk about what we are going to be seeing up next here. It's the next semifinal of the day, the last one, and this is one we've been waiting for. DR versus ArkAngel here.
Yeah.
We can see right now the replay ArkAngel, that's the previous matchup. But honestly, ArkAngel against DR, it's going to be a close one. What are your initial impressions? Talk about this really quickly.
Initial impressions of DR versus ArkAngel, two very good teams, two teams that know each other very well, quite similar to TFO and OG, but I would say more experienced in the mental aspect as well.
Yeah.
And for ArkAngel, they have the benefit of being together for much longer than DR, which is even a newer roster than the current ArkAngel lineup.
A little bit of a... oh, okay, sorry, no. On the top left of your screens, you're seeing the timer to the next match, by the way. Just in case you're wondering, that is not the replay of what we're seeing. This is the replay of TFO OG. So let's talk about TFO OG real quick. So, honestly, what happened? Because I am genuinely at a loss for words at how this went.
Okay, here's the thing. TFO OG, honestly, a lot of us were expecting OG to take the win. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I said 2-1 in favor of TFO. Did I fully believe in that? Realistically, taking into account all the stats from the past, I didn't really fully believe in that prediction, but it happened. Because TFO just stepped up to the plate, and they were so coordinated in terms of their offense.
I think they just knew all the tells of their opponents early in time as well, which helped them be able to play on their ages aggressively and know when they had to really move together and peek certain angles and corners.
They just looked a lot smoother.
Yeah.
I think overall, especially on a map like... When they struggled in Split, it seems like they still somehow managed to pull it together, all the way to the end. And even in Haven, it just came through. It seemed like they were a more coordinated team. It seemed like they had more, I don't know, chemistry is what it felt like.
I mean, we speculate and discuss their strategies and try to dissect, analyze what they did in the game. But it's funny that when we ask the players themselves, like when you talked to Marky earlier, we asked him what's the secret sauce. Well, he just says, we just believed in each other more. Sometimes it's that simple. I believe that it just taps into their muscle memory.
That kind of trust that you build with your teammates, even outside of the game, so that within the game, it's easier for you to trust them too. Because you feel like this person is trustworthy, whether it's in-game or out.
Yeah, you gotta have that chemistry like all throughout. I mean, which is why it's a big hindrance to a lot of teams when, you just aren't able to see eye to eye. And it's just very frustrating when you are together for so long and then you still don't find the magic stuff that makes you click. But sometimes there are teams that are like that stick together for years and years. And then they find, the magic sauce they need to win a grand finals. It's just not what we're seeing here today. Maybe OG needs a little bit more time to bake, in the oven, and then just sort of come out perfectly done. Right now, it seems like they're a little bit underdone.
Perhaps a little bit rare. But yesterday, I mean, it was different, a different story for OG. But today, again, maybe just not on their good day.
This is the pressure, I think. I definitely think it has a lot to do with the pressure because yesterday they looked polished. They looked clean.
Yeah.
This is why we're so surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, we are surprised because we had such high hopes for OG, especially coming into this one. They have looked like one of the better squads. They have looked like the OG that we used to know and love. Probably the best form that we've ever seen them. Yeah. And then today it was just not the same.
There were a lot of mistakes that they were showing that were pushing through, and TFO just able to capitalize on it. And yeah, you're right. It's just not the OG that I've come to really enjoy watching.
Yeah, but let's take a little bit of a gander at the silver lining here. TFO, they're going to the grand final. They're not the most, I'd say, experienced team, but they are showing a lot of potential. And they're going up against, regardless of who wins the semifinal next, a very, very veteran squad in the form of either DR or ArkAngel. So regardless of how that outcome goes, it's going to be the new boys versus the old kids on the block. No, that doesn't... that doesn't work, but you get what I mean.
Yeah,
it gets the point across.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
I just think that going, that mindset that Marky had as you did the interview of he just wants to play against what is considered to be a Philippine top team because he wants to learn. That's a very healthy mindset that I feel a lot more teams need to have. That it's not about necessarily winning the games, it's about just learning from the games, because this tournament allows all of the top teams to play against each other, the top players in the Philippines, and essentially we can learn from one another too.
Yeah. I think it's a sterling example of that when, sometimes you aren't able to get the scrims that you need in. I just don't. Sometimes you just can't. Sometimes they're busy, other teams are busy. Sometimes they don't want to scrim against you. But when you get to play against a top-tier team, you get to really find out where you are. It's a really good barometer to figure out where you stand if you play against a team like ArkAngel, if you play against a team like Bren. This sort of really tells the tale a little bit better. But speaking of tales to tell, let's find out who the hero of this previous series was. The MVP is coming up very, very soon. And I dare say I think it's Marky. I mean,
could be Marky or Trix.
You know what? I think Trix might actually be a little bit more deserving of the MVP, but I definitely think it's going to be close. Marky, for sure, he's going to be taking this MVP title for that last series. 239 ACS for him.
He was amazing on Haven, honestly speaking. Just the way he was able to clutch rounds that helped TFO keep the momentum that they really needed in order to just clean sweep that map. So for me, it makes sense that he is the MVP.
Yeah, there were multiple occasions wherein they were at a man disadvantage, and then all of a sudden he would get a multi-kill and swing to their favor. Yeah. So that was a pretty impressive performance by Marky right there.
Well, that has been the story for now. For the meantime, for the first order, let's go ahead and take a look at the storyline overall, where we are in the tournament, because the bracket is coming up right now. So we find ourselves very much closer and closer to the grand final. That's going to be tomorrow, and we see already that the first order has qualified. ArkAngel versus DR is going to be up next, and this one is going to be the match of the day, 100%. I think this is the match that everybody has been waiting for. The first match, DR versus Hashira could have gone either way. I think it was definitely it was a stomp in the end, but it really just builds up on why we want to see DR ArkAngel even more now. This is the first time that they're really going to go head-to-head against each other, and I am so excited to see what they bring to the table here. I want to get your feelings about this, Trix. You first, and what are you feeling? Are you nervous for your team right now?
I'm a little nervous for ArkAngel. I respect and admire and know the coach of DR Esports. So I also know what he can bring onto the table and what he can do to a team. I only wish to be a fraction of that even to ArkAngel themselves. But honestly speaking, there's a lot to learn just watching these two teams play, and I'm wondering how well they're really going to read each other, because we both know, like TFO and OG, right? It's about who knows who and how easily can we read their movement.
Well, speaking of the ArkAngel roster, we're going to be pulling it up right now, and one thing that I actually have noticed is that both of these teams got coaches recently, and we have seen actually quite massive improvements in both of these squads. So, yeah, you can take that as a little victory there, Trix.
It goes to show that having a good coach obviously has a huge impact on a team and a very important component on a team. Even though you don't see the person on the board right up there with the photos.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, you got players like Josh S who are finally performing to the level that they want. How are you feeling? Are you happy about the performance of ArkAngel recently?
I just want them to enjoy the games, honestly. I think that every team that comes into this tournament, just enjoy the process of everything. Enjoy the loss, enjoy the wins even, because if you lose, there's more to learn. If you win, there are better teams to fight against. So it's a win-win, really.
Very good mindset and really indicative of their performance recently. They've been changing a lot. They've been trying out a lot of new things. Josh S back on that duelist role as well. It's been working out well for ArkAngel.
Yeah, I agree, but it has also been working out for the other side. DR, one of the most improved squads in recent memory.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I do have to say, I think a lot of it, and I had an interview earlier with PBD. He said a lot of it also had to do with Coach Carter. So just the effect of Coach Carter on the squad is just immediate and, honestly ridiculous. Disrupt, Fission, Kelly S, Nasmi, and PBD. It feels like these guys have been unlocked, especially Fission, who was just absolutely insane against Hashira earlier. A thorn in my side a little bit, but honestly, very well played. How do you feel about this, Vimnal? I'll start with you in this one. How do you feel about DR and how much they've changed over the past few weeks?
Here's the thing. DR, they went from... They were extremely strong when they faced off against Bren, and it was actually a huge surprise to us that they were able to take a map away from Bren. So we knew that there was a lot of potential in this roster. But the form that we saw today was just beyond what I previously expected. And again, indicative of that help from Coach Carter. And I do believe that we are looking at the top two teams right now in the Philippines, AA and DR.
Aside from Bren.
A bold statement. Aside from Bren, of course.
Yes.
A bold statement that I'm really believing right now.
A bold statement that I definitely agree with. I think DR, when I first watched ONF, when they were ONF, not DR Esports yet, they were amazing. And when they joined DR, it was like they were just even better. If you think of, How to Train Your Dragon, and they have like the little secrets to unlock the dragon. That's how I felt Carter dealt with the team as well.
I was thinking something similar too. I was thinking like Kaioken and like Dragon Ball Z, but
But again, this all goes to the question of how close are they to Bren. We'll only find out once we head to the Masters itself. But for now, we can only focus on them going against each other. So we'll take a quick look and a closer look on the head-to-head right here. Josh S versus Fission, probably one of the biggest duelist head-to-heads that we're going to have. These two guys are absolutely nuts here. Josh S on the Raze, and we keep saying this, probably the best Raze in the country, versus Fission, who is just an absolutely dominant jet, And I feel like he just keeps getting better. Like, people they don't understand how to deal with him.
Yeah. Fission is one of those players, always been very, very talented, but he hasn't had a lot of limelight in the past in his previous teams. So I'm glad he's getting the attention that he deserves right now. He's actually shining as that Jet duelist, doing an incredible job at it.
That ACS difference, though, 180.6 on Josh S, but 262.9 on
Well,
Fission.
that's because we know, first of all, because take this with a grain of salt, that Josh S is more of a team player nowadays. And, you know, that is...
And
he's
Jet-
all,
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
he has been a team player because he actually has switched off from Raze recently. So, not surprised to see those stats where Fission was just an absolute madman in the previous series. You know, on Split. I think he was one of the highest scoring games of all time. But let's take a look at the veto and see where exactly we will land here today in our best of 3 semifinals. So, it's got to be Ascent, if I'm not mistaken, and then Haven, and then Split to close it all off. I actually just guessed when I said Ascent, but, you know, sometimes I get predictions right once in a blue moon. So, Affinity Esports... No, excuse me. That's not Affinity. That's ArkAngel. A little bit of a little hiccup there, but it actually was Ascent picked by ArkAngel. There we go. And then Haven is picked by DR, and Split is picked, is the last map.
Yeah. So I'm feeling okay, I guess, about these map picks. I know that watching GR just now, we've all noticed they're amazing at the retakes, so Haven to them makes sense that they selected it.
Yeah, it's very, very logical. Ideally, you would want to play around that sort of retake strategy that DR Esports knows how to do so damn well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to find out. Is to go into the game itself. But before we do that, I'd really like to ask you guys, who do you think is going to take this? I'm not even going to bother asking you.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Criminal.
All right. 2-1 in favor of DR Esports.
Okay.
2-1 in favor of ArkAngel. And I can see an OT.
Yeah, so I've been...
I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see an OT in there. Okay, but honestly, I've been dead wrong more or less the whole day.
So what do you think?
I'm going to go for broke this time. I'm going to say 2-0 DR. Okay, I'm going for broke. At this point, there's nothing to lose. But let's find out whether I finally get something right today or whether the panel will continue as we give it up to the casters themselves. I know Dax himself has a 100% prediction rate. Can he keep it going as we go into the final series? Only time will tell. As I leave it all with the casters, take it away.
You know, sometimes, guys, things are the matter of the mind, things are the matter of the heart, and you know, my predictions just come from here. Not too much from here, but all of the action is coming in from our amazing teams. Zax and Black and Blue gonna be here for the second semifinals. It's ArkAngel versus DR. And you know what's interesting enough here, Black and Blue? We saw a bit of retribution a while ago, TFO versus OG. Gotta say, it's the same thing, same storyline. This is this arc of the playoffs right here, right now, for the semifinals.
So, as Illustrato just said there, you are currently perfect, at least for the day, on your predictions, right? You
even
predicted
yesterday.
Even yesterday.
I don't know why you guys are making such a big deal about it.
The whole weekend.
I'm just gonna answer, man.
So you predicted DR to take this, right?
Yeah, but don't. I don't want that to be in the way, guys.
Well, it is.
No.
It is totally.
The
You
match,
can quote him on that.
The match is important. The performance is important. And yes, Mr. Black and Blue, what would you like to say?
Dax, a man thinking with his kokoro, but I'm going to use my coconut. I have to say, with the respect to the guys who were able to make it to the grand finals, last week, and of course, First Strike, that I'm going to predict ArkAngel to take this one out. But, of course, as I did say at the start of, this week, for me, DR are the dark horses of this tournament, of this week, especially right now. And so, Dax, let's look into it. Ascent is what we're starting off here. Map number 1, final series of the day. DR, I don't know what Nazim is going to go with here just yet. They already have 2 duelists up, and they all have Omen and Sova. Same thing on the other side. We're going to see now what AA are going to be bringing out. Pretty much the same thing. I assume they're going to pick a Sentinel here for Nazmi, right? So, yeah, pretty much same thing across the board.
Pretty much going to be standard here for DR and AA. Gotta say, though, I got a little bit of a fun fact for you, Mr. Black and Blue. So, DR actually banned Icebox because we saw the Ching Omen. Now, the best. I don't know what team he used to play in where he played that agent, but he's so good at it.
I wonder where he got
that amazing repertoire with it. But he's also crazy on the duelist. This is why he's actually moved from the loving arms of Bren to play in ArkAngel, and he's been grinding tooth and nail, and he's going to be playing that Jet coming into the map. Gotta say, though, I'm very happy to see Josh S back on the duelist role. Now, Moski has been crazy with his shots also, but it just felt like it was just so right to see Josh S playing that agent instead, playing that role. And ArkAngel, after the quarterfinals, it was a shaky start yet again, but then again, it was also them figuring out how they wanted to play it, what routes that really gave them the edge in a previous series, and now they're looking a lot more accomplished, a lot better, and a lot more confident in what they want to do.
Definitely so. And speaking of the roster here, as you can see, for DR, Nazmi and PBD, if you guys aren't familiar, were actually from the ArkAngel roster prior here to being part of this DR lineup. And so this is kind of a story wherein they're going to get a shot against their former team in a way. And we're going to see who's going to come out with retribution at the end of this.
I think I told you, TFO OG a while ago, a bit of retribution, that OG team still there, TFO not being there, but then this time it's like the ArkAngel duo getting replaced for Ching and Motsuki instead, and DR in the same place as their former team. And that's a great thing about DR. They have been a dark horse for a reason, because all of their members coming in with a lot of experience. 2 of them from ArkAngel before, 3 of them from Affinity Esports. And in this case, they found their org, they found their place to the semifinals, and they're going to be finding themselves on the defense as ArkAngel now going to be on the attack. Exciting matchup coming our way. Implications yet again. Will it be retribution, or will it be just the show of force and everything into place one more time, as Ching going to be together with the Phoenix of Josh S trying to get into the cubby, but there's the Omen on the other side.
As you said, DR coming from a bunch of different teams. These guys are like a Franken team here, and currently right now, they've been a complete monster. Now they're making their way here towards the short area. Josh S flashes his way in, not to find anything yet, but the Tailwind is going to be burned here for the side of DR's Fission. He's going to try and escape, 68 HP on him, and as they try and barrel their way towards the A site, they've actually made their way now towards Market, and B site is in their sights. Nazmi is going to have to fall back all the way into the boathouse as a classic in hand. That's all he's going to get to work with. Turret to try and buy him some time as the rest of the defense tries to compile on in, but a good pick from Nazmi, a double kill from him, and Johan will shut him down. Thus, the retake will have to happen if they can get the spike down in the first place.
4v2 right now, and Sova and the Omen pretty much going to be an army of 2, trying to hold together. Shocklight right now trying to get a bit of that haze. Kelly S though on the board, and here comes the race. He woke up on that second game a while ago in the quarterfinals, and right now he has a great start as well. DR off to it, getting that pistol and saying, hey guys, we found ourselves, we found our roster, and it's time to find a way into the finals.
1-0, a good start here for the side of DR, and I like that AA pushed short initially there towards A, but then realized, okay, we don't have to commit to this, even though we've gotten pretty deep. We can fall back towards B, but the rotation from DR coming in at the perfect time, and of course, we cannot forget the fact that Nazmi got a double to hold them back off. Sentinel truly doing their job.
An ArkAngel, he cannot count this team out anytime soon. Making it to the finals in week number 2. Finalists for First Strike. Really considered to be many to be the second best team rather in the Philippine scene. And at least they found their footing, they found their position yet again last time. But they have a tough test in front of him in the likes of DR. It really feels like you're trying to slay the ghost of the past. You're trying to prove that you made the right decisions for your team. And it's not really on of the players themselves, but it's just sometimes the configurations have to work a little better, and it's a big prize at the end of this rainbow. Mr. Black and Blue, this is the master slot to join Brent Esports in the region for that first Masters this month. You already know that every team is vying for it, every team wants it, and every team wants to prove they can make it to the SCA side.
Very colorfully said there, Dax, and we can see now here for the side of ArkAngel, they are kind of committed here towards the A short side. They do have 2 players going towards long and main as well for the A side, so Disrupt, he's going to be the first one to make contact as they do try and pie this corner. Fission's going to be there with the judge. 2 shotguns looking down their way, so this could be in it for a world of hurt. One, give him a second too. Disrupt's going to chime in, and Motsuki will get the trade off. He's going to be in a 1v1 here up front in the dual battle, but Motsuki still not going down. Classic in hand. Shotguns doing all the work here for DR. A bit of a help, of course, from the Rays, and that's going to be a good 2-0 start. But now we're going to be moving into the first full gun round coming in, at the very least, for the side of ArkAngel. DR still going to hold on to that judge that they do have in their hands, and so not going to be fully upgrading yet. DR, well, shotguns seems to be the name of the game, at least for this very round. Fortunately, they are on the defensive side, so they can pick their shots.
Yeah, they can actually wait on those angles with a Bucky and a Judge trying to hold the line. Some of them, though, already with the rifles and the SMGs to get a bit of that range. But ArkAngel, they're expecting that close range to be a big bother for them, so they will adjust and play the middle instead. Spike can be in the hands of one by B main so far. Josh is charging charge alongside Ching. It's gonna be time for them to prove the dynamic duo is the way to go. Looking for the shots, looking for find a way home, looking to find a way to a site. But DR holding these angles, not really overcommitting. They have that gun disparity, and they want to be careful and take advantage of AA coming on in. And there you go, 5 HP left for Ching. The paint shells might be the answer, but the tailwind is there, and PBD not resting whatsoever, getting that takedown.
Good peek there by PBD to capitalize on Kelly S's paint shells to really flush their out Ching of the corner and well, good opening frag here. AA, they did bring the spike here towards B main, but not committing to that push as of yet. I'm not sure if B is the right decision to make in the first place, considering there are like 3 DR defenders already on it. So the rotation is going to come in, and they do decide to go towards the A site instead. As you can see here, lots of utility already committed by the side of DR to hold on to the A side. You got a bunch of nano swarms there and a bunch of traps, just in case they do
30 seconds
come their
left.
way, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Johan, he's going to be the first one in, letting their position know now as he had to delete that alarm. Josh S going to run it back on and in. Finds a turret, but not finding much else yet, as Nazmi will get a frag, but a quick trade-off from Johan. That's a double kill now from Johan here towards the gardens, and they bring it now to a 3v3, thus equalizing the man advantage up. The spike will get planted, it won't get denied right now, and for the rest here of the DR squad, they're just going to play for the retake, and that's the right decision to do. Although Kelly S is very low, and that shock dart finds its true home.
Indeed, Kelly S was the target, and Carl makes the connection. 3v2 for now, Josh is down below. Beautiful tag there, actually getting the hits, but thing be still by the critical margin. Efficient gonna get a bit of that flash action from the curveball. AA though have set on up, trying to make the third round turnaround happen. And in this kind of game, patience is a virtue, but when will the jet burst on out? That'll be the question. DR taking the sweet time, so they're gonna be giving this round away to AA. Thing is though, what's the plan here for Fission? Trying to get the exit, but it just doesn't work out whatsoever. On the other side, the Sova already evacuating the B. AA survived with 3. That's the first round on the board for ArkAngel's attack.
I do like that round a lot from ArkAngel. They did give up the initial pick there. Ying was taken down towards mid, but after that, they only lost one single member on that execute towards the A side, and it was done perfectly. Josh S using his run it back to really scout and make their way into the site, and they really just cleaned up house then on and so forth. Of course, Johan did a lot too to try and hold things down, and so very, very good job from him. 2-1 on the board, and they're only a round away, obviously, from tying this all up. But what they have to keep in mind here, ArkAngel, is that their economy could be in for a bust if they lose this next round here upcoming. So let's get things going.
PBD, look at how smart this is. That's the thing about Ascent. We can actually use the outside boundary since there's no real boundary there. Bounce it around those buildings. I've seen a lot of trick shots in the first place on a map like this. And really the power of Sova being maximized there by PBD, but A ready for that dart, but not ready for this rough. Good takedown there. Ching gonna be going on down immediately. DR though, 2 people already quite low. If ArkAngel is able to burst on in from the seams. Okay, there you have it. The wall bang there to get the connection. Fission will go down, and ArkAngel equalize, and now are trying to make decisions where to go.
Good heads up play there for Carl to go for the pre-fire wall bang. He did expect the jet to be boosted up, and he guessed right. If you were a betting man, you might just have hit the jackpot. In any case, 4-2-4 on the board, and this typically does favor the attacking side, and right now it really does because they have the health advantage. 2 of the side of DR are quite low, and so as I said, 4v4 does typically favor the attacking side because then it splits your defense. You're gonna have what, 2 on one side, and the others have to either hold mid or the opposing side, so it really does split things up. Motsky, he pushes on in. Nazmi, a double kill, they line up for him. That's gonna bring things back towards DR's side, even with the low HP on 2 of their members. He is gonna swing things their way. Josh S and Co, they're going to be trying to get the plant here, which Johan will do, and Josh S is going to try and defend them off for now, but he can get an advantageous position here on top of the rafters and maybe even cut off Disrupt if they're not careful, but Josh S is making lots of noise here, and they know exactly where they are. The lockdown will be destroyed, and I like that aggression coming in from AA to capitalize on where that was, but PBD will get the trade-off on Josh S, and thus round will go in the way. Once again, the DR 3-1.
When you go for the aggressive play against Lockdown, you gotta watch corners, and DR basically making a bit of that pincer happen. Good retreat there from the Killjoy, waiting for people to come up to the rafters. And DR just becoming that dragon, really proving themselves to be quite a myth already, quite a beast to work against. And they are up by 2. So the defense working out really, really good here for DR. Looking at their composition, it does feel like there's a bit of that comfort between Fission and Kelly. Yes, we've seen these guys play these agents before. Nazmi doing a great job also on that Killjoy anchoring, able to get that spray down, takedowns. But ArkAngel, you never count these guys out. We've seen them come back from big gaps here and there. We've seen them come back from bad momentum. And in this case, Josh S might be the first one there. Is it going to be time for the ritual already? No, it's only going to be the Phantom so far. Shakhtar though trying to get the connection by the orb, and AA waiting to pounce against the opposition. There's a bit of the tag, and the lockdown going to be played out by ArkAngel instead, as Ching dashes on in just to die because Nazmi sets up a trap and is able to execute the gem.
Good work there by Nazmi to take it on, and Josh S will get the trade going their way. 4-4 on the board now, and the Killjoys lockdown will not catch anybody on site. So, here they come in. AA making their way down into the site, and they know that the siege is going to be happening right now here. They're not going to be going for the denial plan, but Nazmi still wins that fight, even while totally blind. Unfortunately there for Josh S. They're going to try and go for the retake with the man advantage right now. Oh, yes, we get out and dodge. Kelly S doing that just perfectly. Modski will find the opposing Killjoy in that case and engagement, so now brings it to a 3v3. A bit of information trying to be found here by the side of ArkAngel on Carl's Aldrone, and Kelly S will find Modski, not expecting it. Showstopper out, he's going to pre-fire the boathouse, and he does find that frag, the perfect place to shoot and disrupt. Will close it all off. Great heads up play by Kelly S to recognize, like, basic game sense. You know, there's probably one behind the boathouse. Might as well pre-fire my big rocket over there, and, well, he was right. 4-1 on the board.
AoE wins games and clear it out, make it simple. Can't see it? Shoot it with a rocket instead. And DR right now just going on and getting the takedowns. And one of the best things that DR has been able to do is win out fights that you don't expect him to really win. As you mentioned before, Nazmi just gets flashed and he still hits the shot. Wall bangs abound also for Team DR, and things are working out for them time and time again. ArkAngel though, they need to shake this one off. One thing I've noticed from the AA squad is they are a bit on the slow start sometimes, and we're seeing it right now. As soon as they can get out of their heads and back into the game, that will be the best chance for them. There are times where Ching just tries to make a play, but he's just getting killed immediately. And a tactical pause to calm things down here for ArkAngel. Can't blame them. I like the chance that they're taking right now to wait it out, figure out what to do. I also see for ArkAngel, they're doing the right things here, black and blue, but at the same time, they are just having the right answers for the plays that AA is trying to make.
They might have the right answers, but a question I propose to you here, Dax, is what exactly has it been for AA that has been very challenging for them to hold on to these post-plant situations versus DR? Why have DR been so successful on their retakes, and why have they been able to really stop whatever momentum A are able to take in the post-plant situation?
Now, I'm really seeing right now from the side of DR is they're just at the right angles at the right time, and they're also getting a little bit of, I'd say, a bit of luck and also a bit of knowledge, because you don't see spray downs that worked out that well. You don't see fights that work out for DR that shouldn't be going in their favor. But then again, if ArkAngel can't hit the shots early on enough, then that's going to be a bit of the problem. We'll see now as Modski trying to bait something out. Angel's going to get thrown, and immediately it does get a bit of the tag against the Killjoy. Will we see the feet? No, yes, Nazmi going to get punished for that one. This is what ArkAngel is all about. Get that raw aim done, get the shots in front of the opposition, and clean up house and clean up heads.
That's the thing with ArkAngel. These guys are all superb mechanically, and you can never just, you know, throw away a gunfight because you might think, okay, you only have a pistol, you only have a sheriff, but they can make great work of that. They're not crawling their way up into A long, but Kelly S, a good flank from him to find Modski. Not expecting that push. Obviously, 4-4 on the board, and, well, Ching has a Marshal in hand. Flashes out, and Fission's going to find that opening pick on Josh S. Disrupt will follow up with 2 kills of his own. Give Fission a second as well. 2 double kills for 2 different players on the DR squad, and they are now up 4 rounds at the 5-1.
Now stand in the corner. DR says to Disrupt, and he says, okay, this isn't punishment. This is me getting all the kills I need and more. 6 takedowns there for the Omen. Only 1 death for him and PBD. And DR right now just holding steadfast time and time again. Issue here for ArkAngel is they're just unable to get a clear shot on. We all know how crazy these guys can be in a firefight, as we saw there from Modski getting a beautiful one-tap against Nazmi. But then again, you can see the struggles of Ching because he's just getting caught out by people he didn't even know was there or by traps that have been set by DR instead. And it just goes to show right now that all the utility in the world is making DR make this defense even better. As ArkAngel now trying to play into the middle. That's spiked though by top mid. What's the call? Apparently DR, look at there. Look at them just holding close by a main near the orb and waiting for someone to come.
Here they go, and well, I don't think they have to wait too long. They did have initial intention to go there, but now re-aggressing towards mid and market instead. Cheng is going to be the first one to make contact there, and we know what he can do on these entries. But Kellyes is going to find Johan on the opposite side of things there, all the way towards the top mid from a long. And so that's a big pick already, removing controller from the side of AA. 2 smokes already gone, and that's really the only smoke that they got. They do have a blaze wall still up, but that's not much, to say the very least. They're going now here towards the B site, and Nazmi is going to have to hold down the site once again, and the fort is currently safe, but he is in for a world of hurt as the siege is about to come underway. Kellyes will find the frag on the Modeski. Ching will find one, Josh S as well, but PPD will get the trade-off on Ching, thus making it a 3v1. Make that a quick 3-0 cleanup by Kellyes and Fission, and I have to once again give so much props to the Killjoy here for the side of the R Dragon there. That is Nazmi, because he just holds down that B side from Boathouse so well.
And that's a big thing. He's a big distraction for the side of the R. And everyone else is just hiding in the corner saying, thanks for dying, Nazmi. Time for us to clean up. Time for us to get the kills. Unsung hero there on the Killjoy, but he's doing a great job also with 7 kills to his name. And ArkAngel right now is just unable to look their opponent straight in the eye. They are right now playing subterfuge, playing infiltration, and playing the right position at the right time. Positioning so key in a game like this. And Ching, the first 2 shots, a bit of a warm-up for him. But the third one is there as Nazmi isn't paying attention. So already, it's PPD trying to hold the line. First kill does go on to Modeski. But Carl catches out PPD. Fission though cleans up against Ching. And it's now 3v3 as DR trying to get the angles, trying to get that vision. And Fission is ready with his mission. Blades are available, but he's going for the shot. Shock dart though, zoning him out. And Kelly is saved by the bell. But Carl is there to get that takedown. It's 2v1 by the Boathouse. Fission right now trying to decide which door he's gonna go on. And this Jet creeping closer and closer. Black and blue hiding in the corner. Smokes on that. Into the cloud as he goes. And bursting at the seams to get a 1. Get that 2. It's 3 in a row for Fission. And DR right now just playing a little bit more better against AA. Smart. Subterfuge, again, the way to go.
Fission just keeping things together here, keeping it fused for DR, even in a dire situation. Taking the 2v1 very handedly, and big brain as well. I love that tailwind after the cloudburst just to throw him off guard. They had no idea that was about to happen, and fortunately for him, Carl was pretty low too, so able to make use of that. And you can see Carl was just bamboozled. Where did that come from? Josh S as well, expecting him to push out from the other opening of the Boathouse, and well, great play once again, to say the very least here for Fission. He's been doing so much on the Jet.
The Cloudburst there to get a big surprise, and at the very end of that one, hasn't just been hitting that shot. No, Fission moving on around, looking at that right door at the right time. But Kelly is actually catching out Carl anyway after Carl takes him down. So perfect positioning with the paint shells. Couldn't really move on forward, couldn't really move on back without dying. Apparently that is the demise there of not only the Sova, but also the Phoenix. DR again with the advantage, making these rounds oh so quick.
I do like the use of that paint shell there to flush him out, and they even got the frag with it, so good job for that. For the side here of ArkAngel, they are trying to re-aggress towards the A side. I think Nazmi might actually get shot out here. Rather, sorry, Johan, and there he does go. Modeski, though, will get the trade-off, so that's good here for ArkAngel. They can still bring this one back. The spike is dropped here, but they can still, burn a cloudburst maybe to buy them some concealment to try and retrieve it, and that's exactly what they do. They are making their way now here towards the B side, wherein a bunch of traps are already set by the Killjoy here on the Nazmi, and so they're going to have to deal with this first and foremost, but a turret of their own has now been dispersed. Ching making his way, and we know what Ching the God can do, but Nazmi's going to find him, shutting him down. Seems like he is a non-believer, and Nazmi just once again holding onto this B side alone, no problem at all. And there it is, 8-1 on the board, and this, to say the very least, is pretty dominant for DR.
DR is just showing that they know the playbook of ArkAngel, and they're answering back time and time again. The shutdown game against the likes of the Duelists and more. No one on the AA side actually in a neutral or a positive KVD by this point, and DR just playing a level above ArkAngel right now. But then again, never count out ArkAngel. We've seen these guys come on back from bigger holes than before. Sure, they might lose map number 1, they'll come back in map number 2. Sure, they're going to be down by this much, and they're going to be suddenly winning out the game in the very end. Sure, they've been in a close game against Brain Esports, but they've taken the map away from them anyway. There are many possibilities for the ArkAngel squad to go for the comeback, but DR is trying to shut it down one by one, bit by bit, and doing it a really good job. Paranoia only gonna get to Disrupt at the very end, but no one actually to get the shot. And this time, Disrupt trying to get on the way. 2 HP to his name. Paranoia into play. Vision, though, and Josh S gonna be able to get kills apiece. And in this case, Kelly S will be waiting on the high ground. Showstopper time. Looking to blow up the window. Josh S trying to evacuate. Masmi is there. And that's one thing that DR is doing so well. Someone waiting on the other side, but Motsky and Carl are now waiting. BBD, though, with the Hunted Fury. And the action continuing in as there we go. With that spike being dropped down. AA also making space with that lockdown. But as I say that, Disrupt already catching out Johan and Motsky. Space created, hiding up top of the rafters.
Here he is up close and personal. He's going to have to fight this 2v1 right now. They're going to go for a double pick. You can actually catch him off guard right now. He does have the information on where they are, and that is going to ring true. They know where he is as well. Motsky's going to have to play this very close, but PBD on the entry, on back to the site, gets the round once again from DR. ArkAngel have been being able to get into a position where they do get the plant, but the problem is DR's holds are so good, and the fact that they're not able to get into a good post-plant position then on afterwards, even though ArkAngel do get the plant. And so, guys, I want to remind you that for the past few weeks here at the VCT, ArkAngel have had historically like slower starts in a series. They might lose map number 1, but they do come back a lot in map number 2 and 3. And once players such as, you know, the star players of ArkAngel like Shing start waking up, I don't doubt we might see a more competitive game right now, because DR just looks so dominant right now and so impressive with how they are really controlling each side, both before the plant and after the plant.
And we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Still a bunch of rounds to go. This is only the first half, and even though DR is dominating the action so far on the defense, we'll see how they fare better on the attacking side later on. AA has already taken 1 point. At the very least, they do have a little bit of a buffer. But in this case, DR going to be scouting on the round, also using to jump there in the middle. Let's see what's going on into that lane by the pizza, by the market. But in this case, Josh S having to deal with a bit of that one-way action from the other side. Carl scouting on the round at one area. And this is just DR holding steadfast yet again. Same angles as they like to do. Runs back though, gonna get popped here by Josh S. And the answer here for DR is to just run on away. Wait at that, play that angle, but Disrupt designed to hold the ground, and he will pay for it with his life. Ching also infiltrating already down below to the hell angle. And Carl going for that spike down, but no, it's gonna be Kelly S forcing him out, flushing him out with the pain shells. 2 in a row for Kelly S before he dies to the hand of Josh S. Fishin though catches out Ching. And it's 3v2 quick fights going in this game. And it really goes to show here that DR and AA, when they see each other, someone's gonna die.
Definitely so. Fission he's gonna go for the peek here. Actually, no, he's gonna still stay very diligent and very patient here. Not gonna give away his position just yet. You know, they know they're up here on the heaven. Josh S, can you find a frag? He's gonna need something big, but Nazmi's gonna shut him down. Nazmi, I tell you, man, this guy's been playing, you know, the backline role, but he has been holding together, and he's been the glue right now for DR on map number 1.
DR is just always at the right place at the right time. Scan still connecting onto Motsky there, and that was just enough for Kelly S to flush him out yet again. Gotta give to Kelly S, he has a proper ping today, so he's really showing on up yet again. Top fragging, 13 kills to his name. For DR right now, they're just keeping it up with the combos, with the peaks, and being at the right place at the right time again here. Black and blue, it's just so consistent for DR that they're awaiting their opponents.
Man, DR is looking really hot right now, and Fission is going to be opening pick onto Ching, the opposing jet there. Josh S trying to make his way in, but Kelly, a triple kill from him! What a spray down! And here comes the showstopper, not landing anything, but they have to know that the last player here for the side of AA, who is Johan, is all the way towards a long. You can see they're wary of that, and, well, for now at least, flawless from DR. Johan giving his position away. They now know that he is definitely here towards a long, and so Johan stinger in hand. That's going to be a very painful bite indeed, but still, 1v5 might be a bit too difficult to deal with. We're going to see what he's going to be able to do here. I think he still did have the paranoia online to really apply if he wanted to, but, well, he's going to get spied out. He's able to find the frag in Kelly, yes, thus shutting down his tirade, but not just that, paranoia too as well. So, There's smoke coming in here. Johan's gonna push this. Still, cannot win against the opposing Omen. And, well, his Omens are bringing you right now. Disrupt brings it 11-1, and they do increase the lead now, double digits to 10.
10 points indeed for the side of DR in that lead. 11-1, looking to be quite insurmountable. ArkAngel, if they get this win on the defense, they might be able to turn it around and get that initial momentum. But then again, if DR takes the pistol, it'll be even harder for AA to try and win it out. This just might be the quickest match we've ever seen in the playoffs so far, but we shall see. AA looking to go for that comeback, looking to try and turn things around. DR in the meantime, they feel the momentum, they feel the heat, and they're just absolutely on fire after finding their place, finding their org, and finding their name here in the VALORANT scene.
This is honestly very uncharacteristic of ArkAngel, how they're performing right now. Like, these guys, maybe they've had their slumps, but they typically do show up when it comes to the big moments, and I don't doubt that they still have that in them when we come into the later maps of this series. So hopefully for their side, they can start getting things heated up. But right now, DR, the changes that they made to the roster and adding Carter as a coach really seems to pay off. You can see here just the discipline that entails, and you can really see they are playing as a team. Well, quite literally right now, they're all 4 stacked here. So, yeah, very patient.
Patience is a virtue, and DR, they want to secure a pistol win by taking advantage, taking a number, and going on in with everyone they can and more. Still though, PPD scouting on the round, trying to figure out what's going on A side. Aldrone says hello to the solo on the other side. And now with that kind of intel, they are going to be looking to execute on B instead. Nano Swarm's going to get dodged there by Fission, giving chase against Josh S. And the Killjoy not paying attention. Fission right now able to go nuclear there and find the reaction against ArkAngel. Moski has ball and Josh S now zoning them out with the hot hands. But DR doesn't care. It's a 2-man advantage. And B side is right for their taking. But Johan has an answer. He gets a kill onto Fission. Over to the side he goes. 2 in a row for the Omen. Disrupto in the meantime with that frenzy. 3v2 for now. And Nazmi, he wants to set up the turret and wait things out as PBD by the main. Carl gonna get that kill. Ching also on the board. 2v1 right now. Disrupt is all alone with only a quarter of HP. Missing the shots. And AA will survive to win that pistol.
AA still holding on here, and this is the start that they needed. Of course, a very steep hill to climb, but, well, 2-11, still, I mean, not probable, but still very possible, to say the very least. ArkAngel are going to have to play almost perfect here. They do have quite a bit of a cushion, the Dragons, to really lay on for now, but they can't get too complacent because we know that ArkAngel are definitely capable of making these comebacks happen. So, getting the pistol around here at the second half is always a good start. We're going to see if they're going to be able to carry that momentum, which they should, because they have economy advantage here on round number 2 of this half into a win. Now you see AA here. It seems like Modski and Josh S are gearing up for kind of an aggressive play here towards B main. We're going to see if that's really going to pay off, but there's a bunch of them here. He's going to crawl his way in, and DR, they're going to be making their presence known as well towards B main. Dax.
Yeah, just seems like that's all about seeing things, and Josh is going to be seeing that as Fission does get that takedown. Moski though would too, but Disrupt does find the refrag, and now they can actually take that to the Spectre and move over to the site. Disrupt planting this one down, and here comes ArkAngel from the defensive angle. Just have to be careful though. Marshall in the clutches of Ching, but PBD patient enough, and Ching not going to be looking where he's leaping as heal will keep going on down there. DR right now looking to clean up house. Shockdart connects on to Carl for just a little bit. Counter Shockdart though is a call, forcing the Killjoy out, and PBD trying to get the angle. Here comes Carl looking to do the same with the recon, and suddenly the headshot will connect on PBD. Carl clutching it out there, does get a 3K, and ArkAngel, when they're back, is on the wall here. Mr. Black and Blue, you can really see that's where they turn it all up.
This is why I told you guys wherein ArkAngel historically in the VCT have had slow starts, yes, but when the going gets tough, these guys rise and fly high to the occasion. Now, still, of course, 11-3 on the board, and we're not overhyping things. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. The comeback can still happen, but they're going to have to prove it with their actions here right now. Carl, though, a good start for him, and he is waking up on this Sova, getting that beautiful clutch going in his way. That shock dart to really try and distract him. The recon as well for the information. Easy kill, easy frag, easy information, triple going his way. And now as we move into the 3rd round of the half, we're going to see now if AA are going to be able to carry this momentum as we move into a gun round.
It's the hat. We saw the hat. The hat is too much, you know. Unfortunate. Maybe Killjoy took off the hat to be easier for her to survive headshots just like that. But then again, it doesn't really matter right now because ArkAngel is trying to defend for their lives and more. Almost no room for error for them. They cannot afford to lose even a single round or they will be put in a match point situation. In this case, though, Motsuki can be hiding into the market yet again. DR right now trying to figure out where to go. It seems like mid control is going to be the call. Kelly S clearing out the cubby with himself. Josh S in the meantime gonna be all the way by the defensive spawn. Vision peeking, getting away though just in time as the dark cover does dissipate. DR trying to find some holes, trying to find some weaknesses, but ArkAngel putting up a steady front so far.
Well, ArkAngel right now, they do have the right idea to play this. Look at this. They have 3 here towards A, and then the 2 players that they have towards B are very close in case they need to rotate towards the A side. So, as they're playing market here in mid, they can definitely reinforce the site as soon as the attack comes in for the DR sides. DR crawl their way up now here towards A main.
30 seconds left.
Execution's about to come underway too. Here comes a recon just to find the information. Nobody on site for the side here for AA. And Shingzo is going to find the frag on the Vision. That's a good pick coming from him. He's taken down very low though, and Carl will let the shock dart out. He's going to find the frag on the Kelly S, but Disrupt will find one of his own. That's a double kill now for Disrupt, and PPD will get one, but quick trade off from Shing. A double kill for him as well, hiding here in the shadows. Motsuki will find Disrupt, and it's now a 1v2 situation as Motsuki does chop it all off. 11-4, and they're still staying alive, not giving up match point just yet.
ArkAngel and comebacks, very much they go hand in hand. It really goes to show though the struggles of attacking on Ascent. The assault is a little bit more difficult. It's so much easier to set up traps, to set up crossfires on the defensive side rather than trying to siege on in for the attack here. So good streak for ArkAngel. They're surviving, they're keeping it up, and they're making sure that everything is a-okay under their belt. Big step-up game though from Motsuki. You gotta see him yet again. That's why he's been playing that duelist for quite a while on ArkAngel's side already. But then again, just how he's been playing Killjoy also has been a bit of a, I'd say, a starstruck performance. And now DR, to be wary, but Fission can be popping the Blade Storm for this fight.
Motsuki, he is going to be on the site this time, and you can see his help is there all the way towards market, where Josh is waiting. Kelly S letting some shots ring out. They do know the information here that they are kind of gathered up towards B main. How many, though, is the question. Do ArkAngel know that? Well, you can see they're very wary of the B pushes here, so they have like 4 defenders close to it, and this solo defender towards A for the side of A, that's going to be Johan. Bladestorm is out here for Fission, and he's going to be trying to make his way in. Will he catch this information? Well, Josh S will find Disrupted, but no trade coming in. Flash out, and he is not going to be able to capitalize on that. He's going to be very wary, though. Blaze Ball to try and find some concealment, but Carl and Johan finding a pick a piece to now bring it 5v2. So far, very flawless from ArkAngel. Make that a 1v5, and as I said, flawless and perfect of a round on that defense from A to stop the Eagle.
Yeah, we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. ArkAngel putting on a show, putting on a comeback, and their weak start has been met by a good middle. We'll see if we'll see an epic finale later on into this map. Or will DR figure things out and get the rounds that they need to win? Seems like though we are going to be into a pause right now. DR trying to figure out yet again what to even do. And ArkAngel, the way I see it is this time, since they're on the defensive, they don't need to be watching all the angles that they might need to. They're always at the right place at the right time yet again. And it's because of the limitation of choices that we've been seeing so far. They only have to hold the usual angles. They only have to hold onto the mains, onto the middle, and try to figure out where to go. It's been very simple for ArkAngel, and they're getting the aim tools to go in their favor, and that's where they really shine in direct combat.
They've been very good on their pincers too here, ArkAngel, on the defensive side. You saw there, as soon as they knew there was information here towards that they were on for the side of DR, going towards mid, you saw the peek coming in from short, and you saw as well there Josh S peek in from the market. Of course, his flashes, while he doesn't blind anybody, that's enough to draw their attention, and especially the Blaze Ball to really kind of distract DR here and make them look his way, wherein the pincer can come in from the rear and the side. So very, very good team play now coming in from AA on this defensive side. But still, a bit of a ways to go. They do have a 6-round deficit between them and really tying things all up. So Boombot has come out, Ruler of Death denied.
Goodbye to cleaning. Goodbye to all that kind of easy automated service. Instead, with a Boombot going to be gone, it does get the intel that someone is there. But at the same time, couldn't really chase them to any kind of oblivion. So for DR, they are going to be trying to play into the middle yet again. Look to open up a site. And this might just be that cubby to watch out for. But the aggression here from AA is the one to watch out for. Johan at the right place at the right time, getting to buy that lane. And that point on, it's just an easy walkway double kill there for the side of ArkAngel as DR does get rid of the Omen. But as the price, it's now 3v4 as ArkAngel holding on to the sights yet again.
I love that play and perfect timing as well coming from ArkAngel for Johan to find that double kill. He was supported by the Jet after Ching on ArkAngel there towards short, playing very close to the smoke, and Ching could have went for the trade, yes, but he didn't want to give up his life too easily in case he got traded out in return. So I do like the idea. I do like the fact that, you know,
30
AA,
seconds left.
like, okay, let's pull back. Ching especially was like, I can go for the peek here, but never mind, I'll just play her safer. But Carl will get found here, and now this is their time to shine. We get the spike plan down here on triple, and Ching has made his presence known. They know where they are right now, but Josh has to be the first one in. He's going to find him, but PPD, a double kill going his way. Dr. PPD for sure. 2-1 on the board, and Modski, it's going to be all up to him. Now, that is going to be placed down. He might actually get caught out here if he's not careful. Oh, no. He might actually do. Will he get out in time?
He might
Just a
actually.
second.
So close. That was so close. But, you know, a license to kill there from PBD. And right now, the Hunter's Fury is going to be the call if need be. Nasmi, though, holding close. Does get the headshot there, but doesn't secure the kill. And ArkAngel now, they're at a critical junction. Modski trying to find the target, but time is running out. PBD will get the triple. Give him the doctorate there. Give him the shot. And DR right now going to be on match point against ArkAngel.
Very unfortunate there for the side of ArkAngel. They found the double opening pick with that aggression by Johan towards short, but still, DR very disciplined. Even in the 3v4, 3v5, they're able to bring it back because of the fact that, well, their discipline just really works. They did get control of tree, and then two of them pushed up into A main, wherein they were able to take control of the site, some smokes, and really a good, decent amount of aggression to hold the line back for AA. But now Ching is going for a deep peek here towards the B lane. What will he find, though? Pre-fire? Nobody peeks that way.
Operator gonna be in his hands, and he's desperate to find a kill. Gotta say though, in that last round, so unfortunate for ArkAngel. They got control of the cubby. They got a double kill in the middle, but then after that one, they just gave it up. And DR said, "Thank you very much for the open door." Got rid of the generator defender. From that point on, A site was theirs for the taking. Now, they're up by 7, and they are on match point. If DR takes it, then they are going to be getting that 1-0 lead in our second semifinal. AA in the meantime still holding as much as they can, but the run back going to get popped here by AA already. Josh S popping his color immediately as he has been felled by the setup here by DR. Kelly S going to be there with the Silva. Ching in the meantime already rotating. And DR trying to really poke a hole against AA's defense, but apparently this thing is looking to be so stable and stellar so far.
Well, initially they pulled the attention of ArkAngel to try and help towards B side, but they realized, okay, let's reset. Let's go back to a 2-1-2 setup. And Ching is now looking down his way towards mid. That smoke will pop there towards short, but if he crosses here, and the spike, by the way, is on the Omen for the side of DR, he could get found, which could be very dangerous. He still does have a teleport on him from the shadows, and so let's see if that shadow step will really come in play.
Stop it though. Doesn't get much. Seems like it's just going to be Kelly S looking on around to find the target. And through the smoke gets absolutely nothing. But Paranoia going to get the connection. And here comes Josh S with the blind as well with that curveball. 2-4-2 so far. Kelly S though still holding the line. And he wants to go for the push, but time is running out. Carl needs to survive. And they will win it through that timer. ArkAngel forcing DR into the funnel. They couldn't get that spike down. And DR, even though they had the kills, even though they had the position, apparently they just weren't ready with the objective.
Well, that single presence being there alone was able to buy them enough time here for the side of ArkAngel to really, well, half deficit up. 6 rounds is what they have to come back through once again. The last time they were in this situation, it was 11-5. Now 12-6, but this time they don't have the comfort of knowing they have a round to lose, because right now they're going to have to play perfectly every single round from here on to be able to make this comeback happen and push us into overtime past regulation. So, as we're going into it, DR are trying to take control of mid, and they successfully have done so. You can see here Ching crawling up with a blade storm in hand, but he's taking lots of damage in return for that position. I don't know if this is worth it if he does go for the peak, but if he times it, it could be absolutely massive right now here for ArkAngel and Ching. Now Ching, oh, he is in the right position to really do so much damage right now. I don't know if he realizes that, but he's going to be very careful because of the fact that he has low HP. They're crawling their way into the spawn right now. We're in a crossfire actually here. Look at this, the macho gun on Carl.
This might be a massacre here, Black and Blue. I'm really seeing those bullets spamming onto that wall. And Johan, though, Might be that first contact. Sees BBD there already. The Omen getting that first takedown. And who's next? Apparently Fission is one more to go, but Kelly S is there to get that takedown. And here comes Carl. The Odin is waiting for a time. Nazmi in the meantime moving over to the A site. Might get surprised on Josh S, who does spot him. And DR, they've been very, very cheeky and sneaky in their movement. But is it going to be enough? Curveball will get connection, but no, Josh S too close to the sun and too close to the rays. AA now looking to get back to A site. And Carl, Odin coming closer and closer. And that's enough bullets to connect on Kelly S.
He's never going to need to reload at all at this point, but Disrupt faking that teleport there to try and keep them guessing rather on where he is exactly. Disrupt bouncing on up, and he does find Carl, but Ching, kunai to the face, to the back of the head rather, get this round, and so 12-7, thus cutting the lead down to just 5. Still a long ways to go here, Dax, if you want to make the comeback, but ArkAngel are looking a lot more alive here in the defense.
ArkAngel surviving, that's the most important thing. It's not really about the comeback for them right now. If they're taking it by round, they're making sure that everything is still winnable for them. And as we see here from AA, they've really shown on the defensive angle. Just goes to show that when you cannot get the right positions, it isn't going to be an easy time to take a site. We saw it a while ago as AA couldn't even get a few kills with their duelists. And then right now for DR, AA is just at a position to fight them in direct combat. Time and time again, we mentioned how AA is so good at shooting people in the face. And it really goes to show that for ArkAngel, if they can get that mechanical prowess to work out for them, and that really is going to be their biggest strength as a team. Kelly yes though. Oh wait, Angel's going to get thrown. And Ching still holding on to the operator. There's an Odin also, and there's just no escape if you commit on B main.
Thing is, a lot of sightlines here are kind of cut off for the side of AA because you can see a smoke there towards mid, towards B-Link, and short. But now they have dissipated, and the smokes have been blown away. PBD, recon, just to see what he can find information-wise. A very long dart. Oh, doesn't land apparently properly.
No, it does connect onto the tree, but the thing is, everyone knows about that dart, especially from B main. It does take quite a while in that travel time, getting a little bit of that intel, but then again, it will be a 4v4 now. Fission already dashing on forward. Johan though in the meantime catching out this Rob. BBD though still has the answer, and they have Dante's Furies. All they need to do now is put this fight down, and they might be in a good spot to try and get the win here.
3-on-3 now, and the retake is going to have to happen for ArkAngel. They have to go for this, otherwise it's going to be map number 1 going their other way. So, information has been found here for the side of ArkAngel. They know where they can make this happen. They know there's one towards Hell. They know there's one at least towards Default, and so Carl, Shock Dart out to try and get them some free damage. But PBD playing is very close. Moji, a good opening pick for him to find PBD, but Fission quick on the trade. The time is ticking, and they have to get going right now because it's going to be very hard. Carl will find the frag. Hell yes, will bring it down to a 1v1, but Ching will get it and keeps them alive. As you said it, Dax, they take this round by round, and that's how they're making this comeback happen.
Ching getting the shot at the right timing. They needed him to hit that one, and ArkAngel survives thanks to the Jet. This goes to show, though, that DR is making this such a difficult endeavor for AA. Time and time again, round per round, there is that pressure. And even though AA has gotten a few big advantages here and there in the rounds, it still feels like there's a lot of fear in them to try and not mess on up. AA keeping cool, keeping calm though, and keeping collected despite that feeling. And DR right now is feeling the pressure instead as AA is creeping closer and closer to the scoreline. This is pretty much how AA operates. When they have a struggled half, they show up on the next one.
Definitely so. As I said, once again, for the third time, AA might start slow, but these guys definitely know how to make the comeback happen, and we've seen that time and time again here at the VCT. So definitely not disappointing right now on this endeavor. For the side of DR, they're going to have to try and really internalize things and get this one finally going, because they've been at the cusp of match point and really taking this map for a while now here, a bunch of rounds in a row. And AA are slowly chopping down that lead. Now they're at 4. They still need 4 rounds to get back, yes, which can definitely be a bit of a nuisance here for their side, but I do believe that they do have the capability to do it. Carl's just going to probably spam this as soon as it comes up, and there he goes. Not finding anything yet so far, though, and so the shock dart does come out. No information, though, so I'm not sure he's going to let this loose. Recon, rather, to find the information. Nothing yet.
Recon going for the scan, and Ching is going to be in the middle here, but Vision opens it up. Johan going to be going on down there. The gun in the hands of the Jet, but that is Josh as waiting in the corner. Disrupt, though, does find the answer, and here comes Disrupt, putting this spike down 3v3 as AA takes the high ground. Ching with his operator looking for the ding, but the Angels will zone him out, and Here comes ArkAngel by the rafters yet again, looking to play to the door. DR though watching the flank and waiting for someone to come. Shin cannot get the angles though. Shock Dart is coming and ArkAngel trying to get a bit of damage before anything else as Modesky, he wants to creep on forward, but that smoke gonna have the Omen on the inside.
3v3 once again, and Carl's able to find an opening pick, but Disrupt, a quick trade-off on the Modesky. Both Killjoys now down. The time is ticking, and they have to go for this. They can't waste any more time trying to make this execute happen. Showstopper is up. He's gonna let that shot ring out, but Ching, a great shot like Duck Hunt. Disrupt, he knows where he is right now. He's gonna try and stick the plan through Willie. Carl, oh no.
Spray the wall,
He's
spray the wall,
fake.
spray the wall!
Spray it. You've got the Odin. Does he have enough time?
It's gonna be so close, black and blue,
It's gonna be so
but
close.
no!
I don't think he does. There it is. Map number 1 goes to the Dragons.
DR takes map 1 against ArkAngel. The scoreline just a little too much to handle. And ArkAngel could have just sprayed that one down. I'm not too sure if it's too much on the wall there to the corner, but that doorway just getting pelleted bullet by bullet could have worked out. But in any case, it was just so much pressure there. Very understandable that you just want to wait for someone to peek rather than trying to guess your luck, trying to at least expose that you're not defusing that one and more. But what a close one that was. ArkAngel, it looked to be like they would just get stomped there, but then signs of life. And we saw everyone really giving their all for ArkAngel, but DR just had everything else in their bag.
I mean, man, of course, hindsight is 20/20, but when you have the Odin in hand, that's the time you gotta believe and just, spray that wall down, man.
Just hit your shots. You don't even need to hit your shot. Just hit the wall.
Just
Eventually,
hit the wall
your shots will
hope.
connect. Reminds me of a a love you have. But then again, DR, just how they played that first half was so sublime. Every single angle was covered. Every single play was watched over. And DR is able to take map number 1 out of 3. Can ArkAngel come back? We'll find out in just a bit. We'll be going for a break. And when we return, DRAA still going to be going on for map number 2.
Dear Mother, light of the home.
Dad?
Hey, baby! Greetings, Professor Rodolfo.
May I be absolved from
Math club tomorrow.
May Globe Virtual Hangouts kasi.
Go and hang out from wherever you are. Just open the Globe One app, choose an event, and click join.
Watch concerts online.
Woo! Dance together.
We can do quiz nights.
Yo, let's go! If you allow me,
I promise.
To make it up to you.
And repay your kindness tenfold? Truly, your favorite child.
I love you, Dad.
Mimi.
Please, babe.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your fave events with Globe Prepaid Virtual Hangouts. All together now.
Yes! When you want to level up your entertainment, GPay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Hello and welcome back. Map number 2 about to get underway. I am Black and Blue, and this is Dax with me here, good sir. And we just saw the Dragons fly high over the Angels. So, somewhat, the Hells do go higher above the heavens this time. And so, as we move into map number 2, will AA be able to really regain control and go into the finals tomorrow?
I mean, they found their form in that second half. Even though DR took the win, it was still hard fought as ArkAngel kept going at it, kept going for the fight, and kept keeping on and keeping on. Guys, don't forget that we're keeping on with the broadcast as well. Not only do we have an English broadcast, but we also have a Filipino broadcast as the same time. So here at English, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. Filipino on the other side though, facebook.com/PPGLGG and tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. If you guys want to check it out on YouTube as well, both of these broadcasts are there. Just go over to bit.ly/PPGL-YT and then just enjoy whatever language you want to listen to.
Definitely so, guys. Thank you for that, Dax. Once again, Twitch for English, Filipino on Facebook, and we have YouTube for both as well. We don't have TikTok for the other Filipino broadcast if you guys want to check that out as well. You're watching the English broadcast right now, and I hope you guys are having a great time because this game is looking really, really hot right now with DR, one of the dark horses of this entire tournament, looking to really cement themselves as one of the most respected and really feared teams here in the scene because, man, these guys... And
Nasmi's just like, oh, I'm frozen here. But he was such a great anchor in that last round of that game. And, you know, it wouldn't hurt to just freeze himself like that. He says, I'm staying here, and I'm going to go for the shots. I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be setting up traps. And they're really trying to get that retribution on half of them from the former ArkAngel squadron, half of them from Infinity, and it just goes to show that they're really getting good configuration after a stunning debut in week number 2 last time.
Nazmi has just been ice cold right now there on. You saw him with the Killjoy just holding on the B site entirely. He has been the glue during map number 1 there for DR and really held them together on rounds and plays that he honestly should have never won in a 2v1 or, you know, that type of situation. But still, Nazmi not letting anything get away from him, really. In that situation, he does rise to the occasion. Now, map number 2, Haven is what we're going to be going to, and I believe this should be the pick of...
I'm not too sure. We'll be seeing that later on.
Yeah, I totally put you on the spot.
I'm trying to figure it. I'm trying to remember it because we saw Ascent a while ago, and now we're going to be getting Haven. Just goes to show, though, that in these kinds of maps, you just want to be opening things up. You want to be looking to figure out where to go. And you also want to psych out the opposition. But if I remember correctly, Mr. Black and Blue, I do believe that this is DR's pick. ArkAngel, they lost their home turf a while ago. And they're going to be struggling right now to try and find their way on Haven. And this just might be DR keeping it up, getting on with more and more of that pressure, and just psyching out the opposition, saying, hey, A, B, and C, pick your poison.
Real quick, let's talk about the composition here. Both teams have a Jet. Both teams also have the Sova. But here for the side of AA, they do have the Killjoy and the Sage as well as the Omen, which both teams do have. For the side here of DR, they have the Raze instead and the Cypher. So what do you think is like the biggest difference between... They both have Sentinels, right? But one Cypher, one Killjoy. Why and how?
I mean, there's a second Sentinel for ArkAngel if you count the Sage. And it just is interesting because AA... they're playing a very defense-oriented composition. They want to be getting the points here, there, and everywhere at holding the sites and holding and basically stalling for time as much as possible with the Killjoy and that Sage. Not only that, Resurrection going to be something they're going to be looking for, so I wouldn't be surprised if ArkAngel actually contests the orb on either A or C side. And then when they go on the attack, then they're going to be keeping things simple. I'm going to be expecting the wall to try and zone out the opposition. It's very good to use it on A, you can use it on B, you can use it on C also. ArkAngel right now, they are on the back. They are down by 1. We are going into the map selected by DR Esports as confirmed there by the map selection screen. And mostly, wow, DR's on the offensive with a standard composition. It's all about that core. It's all about getting that intel, getting the kills, and getting out of there as soon as possible. DR is at the cusp of making it to the grand finals here, Black and Blue. If they get this map win, they will move on versus TFO.
Well, AA are on the back foot, but that just means that they can throw an even stronger counter punch if it does come to it. So now, you can see now as the pistol is about to go underway, well, it actually has already started. Kelly S and Co, they are making their way now here towards sewers, which they have controlled for now, at the very least, for the side of the ArkAngel. You can see their defense here is quite literally 2-1-2. They do have 2 towards C, 2 towards A, and the single player here towards Garage. They're giving up mid for now, not expecting a push there just yet. And this ice wall, this really barrier wall, really,
like this.
is very, very annoying.
I like this a lot. You don't see that too often there. And ArkAngel gonna be using the 1, the 2, 3, and the 4 segment wall just to get in the way, and PBD decided to play a little bit of a Minecraft instead, and eventually he will chip that one away. So space created, time bought. ArkAngel right now realizing that they're over there at A side, someone's at the sewer at the very least. But then again, they don't want to fall for it too quickly. They have set up on C, they are still waiting it out, and this just might be AA giving it up to DR anyway, as DR, they're also anticipating someone there. They think that, okay, there might be a lot of defenders right now because they're taking so much time. But then again, onto the side we go. Shot cards are coming though onto the default. DR setting up the post plant.
You can see here ArkAngel have no intention of really stopping that push in. They know that they're just going to get over-swarmed if they try to play inside side, so let's go for the retake. But that can be very difficult here when you're going for the Haven retake because of the fact that, well, going in through main is very annoying, and going in through Heaven could be equally as annoying. We're going to see if it's going to work out, though. This 4-man push coming in here from the spawn. Kelly's able to find one. Ching will get the trade off on him, and that's a double kill now coming here from Ching on that Jet. Will he be able to find the third is the question. He has been tagged by that Dark. He's going to be removing it, though, very itchy on his side. Carl will find a frag, and Mosey's going to find once more. Nazmi, though, a double kill. They line up for him here in the Ghost, but
Johan.
the defuse is going to be stuck. And Johan, he's going to get it off. No way he's going to be able to deny that plant, and Nazmi will go down after the fact. 1-0. And ArkAngel, I love the fact that they were like, okay, we realize if we stay in sight, we're going to get overwhelmed and give up 2 men probably. So let's play off the site. Let's go for the retake. Just heavily swarm and push in from our own spawn entrance, and, well, hope for the best.
I'm very
in that
impressed.
case, Jay found the double kill to entry things up.
I'm very impressed by ArkAngel because it was such a risky play to give that one up, especially if playing double sentinel over any kind of retake game. But then again, Carl knowing where to hit those shot lights to the default if need be. Johan also gonna be trying to set things up, and Ching just quickly as he comes going for those takedowns. Hey, right now showing some confidence as we've seen from their second half. And they're going to be using that one as positive outlook, positive energy, and positive momentum. Then they might have the advantage coming into their defense. But Johan on the high ground by the window. This might just be Kelly, yes, looking to siege on through with the frenzy. Dart though gets a connection, gonna be scanning around the garage, but only the lower ground. And Johan right now trying to get flushed out by the shock darts, but there we go already with the shots onto the raise. And this is just Johan trying to tag out the opposition. Angels though! Far put him in a bad spot. And the TP is just a little too far off. Josh is though pushing Kelly S. And it's now 4v4 for now.
This moment he knew.
He was dead.
He was dead.
Very dead. He was just cooked to oblivion. The grenade by his feet. And I gotta give it DR at least getting that first kill, but then again, AA still at an advantage, and they do have Sustain with the stage in their comp.
Yeah, looking good for now, at least for the side of DR here, but I wouldn't get too eager on my horses. I'd rather hold them for now because AA do have, once again, as you said, the weapons advantage, and that can definitely swing things in their favor as
30 seconds left
towards the A side. 30 seconds left, as the announcer does say, and well, you've given away the position now. Carl's gonna find that easy frag there on PPD, the opposing Sova. Fish position, knows that they're up on top of heaven. He's going to try and do something, being the spearhead of this push. Moski is going for a peek there, checking if anybody's coming out from sewers, but he's going to get peeked as he has pulled out. Stop playing with those balls. Vision, shut him down, but Carl, a triple kill from him off of the great push with that double Spectre frag, and Ching just tailwinding, dashing on in, finding Disrupt at the end of it. Once again, in a 2v1 AA, you get the host plan going their way.
Yeah, ArkAngel knowing how to play this A side very, very well. The stall, the retake, and all of that. Getting the right factors at the right time. But that was still around where they had that gun advantage. And now they have to be careful because their flies aren't going to be as stellar as they would like. DR in the meantime, here comes the rifles and here comes the turnaround that they're looking for. They're the ones up by one map, and this is their map pick. They're getting hit by momentum there from ArkAngel so far. What's the plan here for DR? Can they bust on through versus Sage and that Killjoy? What kind of setup will we get though from ArkAngel? It's C-side here for the Killjoy, and still gonna be A for the Sage. There we go again. Is it gonna be that short wall? If they can get that confirmation, and as soon as they get even a little hint that DR is there on the right side of the map, the wall comes up and gets in the way.
They do burn down the reinforcements, the armor here on the double doors. There towards garage rather, sorry. And they, well, I mean, that just means here the fact that Kelly S could get wallbanged if he does try to aggress onto this position. He's given away their intent, at least for now, at the very least, but still not gonna get too. Hello and welcome back here, guys, to our second map of this series. Apologies for the break, but I assure you we are not drunken robots. We are made out of flesh and bone. But we're about to get map number 2 going underway, and hopefully all things are resolved. But yes, so as we saw there, AA, remind me off the top of my head, it was like 5-0, right?
They're just in control right now. ArkAngel getting all the points on the board, defending really, really well, and the chokehold has been the name of the game here for ArkAngel. They're just using the momentum they got from the second half and scoreline 4-0 right now in favor of AA. Here we go again, though. Wall will be set up in the sewers, and DR, they decide, okay, why don't we just decide to bust on through? Why don't we just look to make the push happen? The thing is, they're still waiting for someone to push. ArkAngel, they're being very, very disciplined right now, refusing to commit anywhere else besides the sites.
That is the plan, and so DR, you can see they're quite spread out right now. Once again, looking for all the openings that they can, but knowing ArkAngel, they're not going to give that up quite easily. This wall is so annoying, dude. Like, you don't typically see it, but now that you do, it's like, it would be so obvious to use it if you have a Sage playing on the A side, right? Just to really get that information in and, like, disrupt them quite literally.
Yeah.
So, as you can see here now, DR finally rotating back towards the meat. It's the C and mid site, and they're looking for, once again, just any way that they can push on. But 45 seconds left on the clock, and that's their time is slowly ticking.
Yeah, DR cannot afford to waste time like this. If they cannot get the picks, and they cannot figure out who's on what. Chingdo, in the meantime, watching over C Long like a hawk. He has the operator, and he's going to be trying to figure out if this is going to be a push there. But defense right now committing the lockdown on the east side of the map. Nasty though catching out Johan, and here comes the DR, but Jing with the ding there. Kelly is going to go down, but Disrupt doing one better, and that's going to be a jet falling flat to his face. No one can get detained there by A, because this is going to be DR right now, setting up on C side instead. Plants at the back of the site. They are going to be looking to try and make it to C Long, and watch over there. Josh is still cutting off the garage, and there we go with a bit of a brawl. Vision going to be hiding, being very, very cheeky, and DR trying to get some off angles against ArkAngel here.
It is 3 to 4 on the board, and they're going to have to try and make this retake happen. You do have the man advantage going the way of DR, but Modski's going to quickly say no to that. Disrupt will find the frag, but the quick trade-off from Modski once again. So he's found 2 here now, but he's going to get shut down. Vision will be the dealer of that duty. Now 1v2 on the board, and it's all going to be in the hands here of the Silva for A. That is going to be Carl, taking lots of damage from that shock dart. Decent amount at least, and Vision knows where he is. He's going to swing wide, but Carl is dry out of time. And there it is. The sands have fallen, and DR take this off their plant. First round going their way 4-1.
Yeah, DR finally making it happen, and after the pause, they figured out what they want to do. And at the very least, just juice out ArkAngel and find ways to actually open up that side. Very dangerous push though onto C, but they made it work with a great kill there onto Ching. Carl in the meantime trying to go for that last stand. Unfortunately, gets hit by Spike at the tail end, losing that gun. And AA right now going to be giving up a round finally against DR. DR also ready with 3 ultimates here, black and blue. And this just might be the showstopper or the Blade Storm to help this push get even faster. What's the plan right now for DR? Maybe it's going to be the same case. Try to break whatever utility that AA is going to be using. Cloudburst though in play, Kelly yes, and Vision has to play onto A Long. Apparently Kelly yes says, yes, I'm on wall break 2 yet again, and hit the shot and try to bust it down.
The thing is, you have to realize if you're doing this on a lone endeavor, what Kelly S is doing right now, you're going to be dry for a lot of ammo when you actually do get that wall down, and so it's going to be so annoying for them to really deal with, especially that AA are doing it over and over again here towards the A site. It might just be, as you said, like an ultimate dump here towards the A site when they actually do make it in, because they have the showstopper, they have the teleport, and they also have the Blade Storm here. But Kelly S has to be very careful because the right. Oh no! The barrel sticks out. He knows where he is.
No.
That's going to pie him out, and Kelly S just flushes him down like a turd.
Surprise, surprise, you are seen, and apparently Kelly S will be able to get that takedown. Carl, though, in behind the default box, but Josh S is there to help on now. Kelly S gonna go down. Josh S and Carl just going for that last stand, and this, it will be them getting with those takedowns. Johan with a final kill on PBD after Carl falls, and ArkAngel, even though Misfortune did basically frown upon them, it was still them winning it out, holding together, holding on to A site, and watching out for one another until DR just went dry.
Very difficult to try and make your way in when you are certainly dry. So 5-1 on the board, and ArkAngel are going to look to extend this lead. But a technical pause here to cool things down and really slow the pace because, well, man, things are heating up very quickly. Here, Dax, to say the very least, you can see things really having fun here towards the seaside, hasn't he? He's like, mind, the floor is lava.
Maybe Ching knows how to swing, and this is his thing. I wonder if he sings. You know, we're making the rhymes during this downtime, and he is just showing us a parkour course on C.
What else rhymes with
With what? Ching.
Ching. Yeah, Ching.
Ching, ting. Come on, Ching with ting.
Ling. Shout out to her.
Just out of nowhere. Hello, Ling.
Hello, Ling.
I'd like to sing. I'd like to sing you guys a song, but that's not what I'm here for. If I decide to sing, you'll probably tune out even more. So let's not do that. But yeah, it's ArkAngel right. Their retake game is strong. That's really. Ooh. Oh yeah, you have the right voice for it. What a symphony right there.
That's it. I'm not
Come on, you guys, you have those vibrating voices. You,
No, okay, I'm stopping.
You got you got Bim, you got Black and Blue, Black and Blue, Bim, and Illustrata. So that might be the boy band we have here in the sample.
Yeah, Ilu would definitely be like the front man of it all, though. So, yeah,
he's the host. Come
he
on.
is the host. He quite literally is.
How about you? Why don't you become the host?
I was.
Well, you're here now.
Oh, now I'm here.
Yeah, that's right.
Things happened, and I am definitely glad to be here.
I'm enjoying your company, of course, Mr. Black and Blue, but this is just going to be a few issues that we're trying to resolve for the time being. Hopefully, everything A-okay between AA and DR, but DR is the one who needs to reel it back and figure out what they want to do. They should have the plans right. This is their map pick, Mr. Black and Blue. And I don't think you'd ever pick a map that you're not too good at, and it just feels like ArkAngel has had the answer against DR and their antics as we're still watching Ching break down this wall.
Definitely reminds me of a survival game we here at the VCT crew and roster have been playing quite a bit of in these past few weeks, wherein you just, you know, hack it some wood and trees and get things going down. Might be something with a very Nordic theme, but, well, Ching, very nice.
I'm just watching Ching, man.
Yeah, I could watch Ching all day.
Oh, okay. That's noted right there. I'm glad I've heard the fact that you'd like to watch that kind of content, good sir. But then again, you know, Ching, he's actually pretty high profile. Besides the fact that he moved from Brent to AA, he's been the face of ArkAngel, making a lot of content, just enjoying his time here. And you can really see that this guy is like, okay, Ching's is gonna be looking to come up to us. Well, what else? What else can ArkAngel do right now to get even better on this defense? Because they're up by 4 as we are going to be getting back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It will just be Johan and Moski ready with their ultimates. But then on the other side, for DR, from the shadows, Showstopper, and even the Blade Storm all going to be available. Might be commitment though on the C side because mid door is getting a big cluster of agents there. Right now, ArkAngel will have to hold, will have to be ready. And it's time to see what they can do. As here we go again into the next round as Blade Storm gonna get popped here by DR.
Look at this, a 3-man push all the way here towards the garage. Will they dry peek it is the question. They, I think, should have a paranoia ready to try and take this, but they're not really going to employ it. Johan's going to pull out one of his own, but does not land so far. He does all the smoke. Will he pull out the paranoia here? They're going to be behind the corner. It's a frag. A double kill now for Johan. A triple going his way. And Omen, man. Oh man.
Oh man, indeed. For the Omen. And line up, little children, because it's 1, 2, 3. You are going to be going on down. Here we go, though, with our Silva. What happened to PPD's name, I believe? Moski going to be falling there. What can DR do by this point with this lone member? He's just waiting by the spawn right now. ArkAngel already trying to go for Pincer, and Ching will catch out the remaining member of DR in that firefight. Another point on the board here for ArkAngel. And really, the defense has been absolutely impressive. So guys, please remember that Sova is actually PBD. Disrupt Kalias, Nazmi, Fission, and PBD, the roster that DR is running right now. But they are also running into defeat after defeat here. Black and Blue 6-1 as ArkAngel has just been in control of this match.
PPD putting a wall up here, not letting us know that he's actually the Silva. His privacy settings.
I'm not PPD.
I am not PPD, I am Silva.
How does that even change mid-game? That's the most interesting part.
I don't know. It has happened, though. But we'll see if he's going to maybe get that back going. So, here, Recon Bolt does spot things out. They know that there's information at the very least that there is Kelly S here going towards a long, but once again, a very annoying wall placed there by Josh S going into sewers. Sewers, where my MMR currently is.
Don't worry, you'll one day be able to ascend into a site, and this is going to be the same case here for DR. They just want to make it through. They've had enough of this wall, and really just plugging that leak, plugging the way. It's just so hard right now for DR to actually make it through. ArkAngel, I've really seen many of these Philippine teams figure out a way to innovate on a site. Sometimes you're going to be able to have the site put a wall in the middle by the default. Sometimes you can wall off the connector to the defending spawn. And really, you know, you plug that leak, you plug the sewers, and no one's going to be able to get on through. And now we see an overflow here thanks to the slow orb. And Kelly, yeah, is going to get caught in it. Moski already with that takedown. And as we said, ArkAngel, when they get that direct combat, when they're able to see their opponent, then they're pretty much dead in the water as Ching hides in the corner. And DR is forced, and yet again, their hand has to make it to A site.
Well, they're trying to force issue in A site, and Ching Ching, he finds a perfect position to try and fall back because he almost lost his life if he was not careful. But as you can see here for the side of DR, they do have Disrupt pushing in towards the C side already, where Josh S is going to make quick work of him. Not expecting that, and all the traps do set it off. Didn't go for the planting towards the B side, but Johan very ready to deny that. PBD though, the quick trade off on him, and the time is ticking. That's going to be the round now for ArkAngel, bleeding so much time away. And Sands have definitely turned here for DR. AA 7-1, a 6-point deficit between them and DR, and they were in this position during the last map, the opposite side of it, of course, so it's now going to be DR to have to try and make a 6-round comeback versus them. For this side, though, AA on, by the way, the defensive side on the map that is typically on attacker-sided map, doing really good.
Exceptional job, and they've really proven how strong they can be on the defending side. Now then, what can DR do into the next round? They are going to be stacking onto C side instead, but watch over Ching. Can he hold the line? Dashes over to the default box instead, but Johan, he's the one who's holding steadfast, and he gets 2 before PBD gets that takedown. Kelly though comes close against the critical Ching, and that will be the jet falling. Josh, though, in the meantime, seeing the race, is jumping on the round, and the Killjoy pushes forward to get one more. That will be PBD falling. Carl also pelleting the slides with the Hunter's Fury, and another quick one by ArkAngel. Execution is their specialization, and another win right now for AA.
Yeah, I like that rhyme. Hunter's Fury does, even though he's not able to really get too much kills from that, is going to be quite a bit of a nuisance and going to pull a lot of pressure, rather put a lot of pressure on the post plant here for DR. So AA, very good on them so far. 8-1 on the board as we move into the last 3 rounds of the half. Looking very good for the economy here of DR. Because of that plant, they're able to force up a buy once again. I'm just not sure how much of their abilities they're able to afford here, and so the utility might be a bit lacking on their side. But still, this will be a round that they have to win. Otherwise, they're going to be forced on the eco, and then and it might just be a bit too difficult to come back on the second half. Of course, Carl, once again, his favorite gun, the Odin, the all-seeing eye. Hold out.
Odin can't go wrong with that. By the double door. Hopefully this time he just commits with every little bullet that he can. As there we go, the pain shells already trying to flush out the Sova. And here we go with the Aldron also. Johan though with a kill yet again, but Disrupt this time will stop his rampage. And there we have the Omen finding that target, but he's already quite low yet again. And DR, all these fights here, Black and Blue, they're never coming out of it unscathed, and Ching now with the cleanup crew. Goodbye to the Omen there, as the Jet does give chase.
He was lurking there towards the C site, and fortunately here for the side of AA, they're not going to let that go unchecked. For the side here of DR, they do crawl their way up here into A main and into short as well. So the res has come in from AA to get them back on 5-3, but the take is happening on the complete opposite side of the map, wherein they do get control of the A site, and the plant will come in. Thus, a post plant will happen, and we're going to see now if the retake is going to work out in their favor. But here comes the lockdown. That does not land, and Ching finds him freely.
Kelly is a little too ambitious there, and ArkAngel was going for that left-right antics, and here they come. But Nasby, PBD on the board. Carldo in the meantime, and Motski do wrap up the round. Even though we saw the Sova of AA still fall, the numbers yet again too overwhelming for DR to handle. ArkAngel has proven that they can try and take this one away from DR, and it just is going to be a bit ironic that DR took ArkAngel's pick a while ago, and AA is now doing the same, looking to steal home base from the Dragons.
Look at this. They're hard locking them to single digits right now as top fragger for the side of DR is only up to 6. Of course, kills don't mean everything, but right now, I mean, what else can you say? 9-1 on the board, and they're about to stretch this almost into a double-digit lead if they can get these last 2 of the half. So ArkAngel looking very hot right now on this defensive side. You can see a lot of the utility here of the Killjoy for the side of ArkAngel is going to be committed towards holding B so that he can let go of the B entrance and focus towards Garage. So they're playing kind of like a 2-1-2 kind of defense, but right now here on Haven, and that has been working quite well for them, so I don't expect them to deviate from that much further. It's currently locked at 5 seconds though, so we might be in a, I'm not sure if this is attack or attack, but we are in a timeout.
Yeah, pause yet again. ArkAngel have just imposed whatever will they have against DR, and things are just working out really, really well here for AA. Innovation has been the name of the game here for ArkAngel. In the quarterfinals, we saw the controllers being whipped out, and right now here on Haven, it's all about the Sentinels instead. Seems like AA, their playbook has been increased. Gotta go get that good support structure, but Carl right now catching out Fission, who just dashes on in to quickly die. Kelly is still trying to find the angle, and that pain shell is gonna connect onto Carl there. DR, they're already losing one though, but they can still try and make it work if they can find the angles. And as we say that, seems like AA already going for the chokehold, and Modesky catches out Disrupt there.
3 to 5 on the board after a good pick there coming from Modesky. He could potentially find a second going his way here in this fight, but Kelly S is going to shut him down for now. Will he find a second? No, Carl quick on the trade there on PBD, and Kelly S will find his second frag this time. 2v3 on the board, and this is still very doable, especially as Nazmi equalizes things all up. He does have the spike here dropped as Josh S finds Kelly S, and it's all going to be in the hands here of Nazmi. Hats off to him quite literally because, well, valiant effort, but 10-1, and they are single round away from extending this lead into double digits.
And that's a huge shutdown. Not only does the white hat not even tip, but also the neural theft now gonna be gone from the side of DR. All they have left will be that from the shadows, and ArkAngel looking to pop off with Bladestorm. It seems like Ching has woken on up in this game, and things are looking very, very good for ArkAngel. Hey, so black and blue. I know the scoreline. Didn't we just see it in the map a while ago?
Yes, we did. Although it was flipped on its head right now, with AA being the victor at least so far in this half, to say the very least. Now you can see here, the Dragons are currently crawling their way in here to Garage, where they've taken quick control of it, but what will that net them? That's going to be a lot of noise as they do take control of it, so the rotation, the defense is going to be pulled here now to try and reinforce the C-side, which is currently under attack. Kelly S will find the first defender. That's going to be Johan going down. Omen, controller already removed. And so they do have a chance here and a choice to go towards the B site instead and go for a split. I think that's what they're going to employ. But the defenders here have now made their way. ArkAngel, Carl's going to find Kelly S, and he might just find a second frag. Modesky will find Nazmi, but Sova here, the PBD, will find the opposing Sova. That is going to be Carl. 3v3 on the board here, Dax. And the postland, what a great wallbang from Modesky. He knew that PBD was there, and he brings it down to a 2v3.
Now ArkAngel's committing their shots, and here comes Ching with the Bladestorm. He does get a connection. Top 10 yet again with the anime. And that is just Ching with those blades going cling, cling, cling. And it really is just ArkAngel now in firm control. 11-1. Shades of the last map. But as you said, names have been flipped, and it's AA up by 10. 2 more to go for ArkAngel to give DR a taste of their own medicine. But then DR is going to be the one defending. But here we go again. Look at how Modesky just whittles down the opposition. PBD getting taken down. So unfortunate, even though PBD was there, he couldn't cover for Kelly S. And then Ching says, hey, it's my time to shine. Not only, and I'm going to be an angel, I'm also going to be soaring on in from the skylines. Great play there by Ching. 11-1 right now. ArkAngel needing 2 more to win out map number 2.
You know, on map number 1, where in DR were able to take it, the player that really did stand out to me as the glue for the side of DR was Nazmi there on the KJ Sentinel, the Killjoy. In this case, though, for the other side, as ArkAngel are doing so well right now, it is Modesky who is honestly really holding things down for me that I can see coming from ArkAngel, because he has been finding super high impact frags for their side in very difficult situations. So props to Modesky here in this map. But now you can see ArkAngel, they're crawling their way up here towards mid, and so they have to be very careful. A good crossfire is already placed in set here by DR, and they might find a free frag, but Kelly, yes, not able to land the shots. The frenzy at that range is not the most reliable thing to be employing. So Ching playing behind this smoke. Oh, he still gets the dink, but not able to confirm it. PBD, he finds a frag in Modesky as well, and this is all falling apart here for the side of ArkAngel, but they're able to find the frag. Carl's able to get a trade on Disrupt. Oh, Boombot going out for the information, but nothing to be really gained.
It's actually a big Boombot. It forced the side of AA to back on away and move over to B side instead. A little too scary. That big explosion could be hurting AA where it counts. And now they move over to C side instead as PBD gives chase through the garage. Josh is planting one down, and there go with a tag with the camera. And Kelly S instead with a clean up through. Dash on in. Vision trying to take the front. And goodbye to Josh S there. Last man standing is going to be the Sova of Carl. And PBD will show him the one-up. Will give PR that first point on the second half. And it's now 2 points overall for DR. And again, deja vu happening on a different map.
Who knows? Maybe we could go the entire stretch once again as we did on map number 1, but it definitely does seem like we have a series on our hands. ArkAngel here, still quite a big of a cushion to say the very least. 9 rounds in between them and the opposition. So Dragon right now, they're going to have to pull out all the stops if they want to make this comeback happen. They do have a single round to lose before they give up match point, but still, you want to keep it as close as possible. And you don't doubt that DR are going to try their best and their damnedest to make that happen. So For DR right now on the defense, they do have 2 players towards the A side, which is currently going to be kind of the point of interest here for the side of ArkAngel. ArkAngel are already crawling their way up here towards long and making their push in the sewers.
ArkAngel, at the very least, they say, hey, we've been sealing the sewers, but we're going to be able to use it because we're the ones who've been controlling the wall anyway. Sometimes there are just ways you can get in, you can get out, that you couldn't really give to your opponent, and this is just going to be AA exploiting that factor. Chingdo with the Marshall, he's trying to go for a headshot, if ever. PBD, though, on the high ground so far. Aldro going to be making some noise, and here comes the Recon looking to get lined up by the Sova.
Well, that Aldro will find some information, but not too much yet. They do get a tag up at least, though. Kelly S, waiting here by the spawn entrance, knows that he doesn't want to really aggress too much in, and the wall is going to kind of hamper things. PBD letting that shock dart ring out there towards a main, and he's going to at least distract him for now. He's dodging so many shots right now, but Xing, a great wall bang on him, anticipation to know where he was behind it as he jumped back into safety. Well, not too safe for him. Concealment, not cover. Kelly S making his way here. He's going to be the first one in, the spearhead for this retake, and he does let the nade out, the paint shells, try and get things going very colorfully. But Johan and Carl are going to shut things down here on the push for DR, and the retake is happening so far for AA. It's all going to be in the hands of Disrupt. Will he be able to disrupt this push? Yes, he's going to try and do something here towards Josh S, but the crossfire gets him pinned back down. AA are a single round away from taking map number 2.
Left and right, you are gonna die, and ArkAngel is now on match point. It really feels like they're just trying to dominate each other on the map picks and force out a map number 3. And right now, it will be ArkAngel at the cusp of making that decider happen. But DR on the other side, do not count these guys yet out. But then again, probably struggling right now in what they're trying to do. Kelly S top fragging, but it's only gonna be 9 kills. And a while ago, I said about ArkAngel, no one was on the positive side. And it seems like it's the same case here for DR now. Carl, though, looking to line things up with a dart. Disrupt in the meantime, gonna be inside the smoke. And look to be as cheeky as can be with the bucket. But there's the spray down already, jumping on the round. Mosquito in the meantime with a kill. Slow Orb gonna be right in front of him. Carlo in the meantime, and Ching decides to make it happen. And the speed of the jet letting him cross to the other side. Inside the smoke, though, there's gonna be one waiting. And ArkAngel looking to make the count out of destruction happen as Johan is gonna be watching that over Chingdo with the takedown. Nazmi in the meantime on the other side. But the double intel not gonna help if ArkAngel just has the numbers, just has the position, and has the guns in their favor, black and blue.
They have the information here too, Dax, and so this is going to look very dire right now for DR. It almost seems like a done deal with the 2v4, weaker weapons on their side, and well, it's going to be very hard and tough to do, to say the very least. But Frenzy wins out over that, and Nazmi's able to bring it back to a 2v1 now. Johan will find Sova, that's PVD, but Nazmi taking down very low. Bucky, not the best range for him to be engaging in a single slug in his pocket, make a buckshot, but here it is, 13-2. What a dominant scoreline for AA to come back on map number 2 as we move into the 3rd.
Domination meet domination. DR taking map 1, AA taking map 2 in such great and incredible fashion. But this has just been a statement from ArkAngel. They say, this is your map pick. We know how to play it better, and from what we saw there, using that stage, using that Killjoy to make such good chokeholds on A side, on C side, executing and being able to cascade onto B if need be, and just the reinforcement cycles there from ArkAngel were the star of the show, helping each other out and giving AA that win.
Has just been very clean rounds for both of these teams, with DR, the Dragons, taking map number 1 very handily, and ArkAngel, well, kindly returning the same favor. It seems like it's a tale of stomps right now, and the question is, will we get the same in map number 3, or will we get a really close game? That's what I'm hoping for, because the 3rd map is shaping up to be a true old school classic. But guys, don't go anywhere. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Dax, and we're going to be back with map number 3 in just a bit. So, we'll see you guys in the hair.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Reinvent and show the world, yeah. Just to be more, just to be better, just to watch me do my thing.
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Hello and welcome back. Here we're going to map number 3. I am Black and Blue. With me, the ever-amazing Daxcast. Man, what a game, what a series rather we just saw, because it's been a back-and-forth slugfest with DR, the Dragons, cleanly devouring the ArkAngels on map number 1. But ArkAngel using the Holy Sword and coming back on map number 2. And it seems like are we going to get a stomp as we move into map number 3, or are we going to get a total slugfest with each team answering back and forth?
It's gonna be very interesting because we just saw that these two teams took each other's map picks. So like ArkAngel says, okay, we'll be playing Haven properly, and DR says, okay, we'll be playing Ascent properly, and it really just goes to show that these guys have done their homework against their opponents and have also brought in their new strategies into this matchup. But don't forget, guys, that we also have different language broadcasts coming into, well, this series. So you are live right now at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH for the English commentary. But for the Filipino side, check out facebook.com/PPGLGG and tiktok.com/@HelloPPGL. Both broadcasts are also live on YouTube. Just go over to bit.ly/PPGL-YT and you can just choose what you want to watch, choose what you want to listen to, and we're thankful that you're supporting the Philippine scene here in the VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
Yes, guys, once again, English on Twitch, Filipino on Facebook. They also have it on TikTok as well and YouTube for both. That's simple. We obviously have our panel discussions as well in English for both streams, guys. Credits to our amazing panelists and analysts there. So, as we're moving into map number 3, there's a lot to talk about, but where do we start? ArkAngel right now. Let me remind you guys, 2 players from the side of DR did come from ArkAngel. That's PBD and Nazmi. PBD under the alias of Sova during that last map, but yes, PBD and Nazmi did come from
Secret
AA.
Agent Sova, man.
Secret Agent. He's got the private wall.
Yeah, I was like, no, you don't know who I am.
Well, as we move into it, map number 3, that's a very curious map because our decider here is really going to come down to who is the most disciplined, and we're going to have to see that because it's on split. A map wherein map control is going to be very heavily decided based on utility usage. You're going to have to fight for every single inch in this very compact map as we're moving into the decider. Let's look at the compositions now here, Dax. For the side of the Dragons, they do have the Sage, the Jet, the Raze, the Killjoy, and as well as the Omen. Omen as well coming on the side of AA, and the Killjoy too. They do have the Jet, the Raze, and this time, instead of the Sage, they do have the Breach. And so, different philosophies here, but very similar in any case.
ArkAngel looking to play that setup. Flash dash, gonna be exciting to see what Carl and Ching can do. Josh S, signature agent, also back on the Raze. Glad to see it. Modeski in the meantime gonna be playing that Killjoy. Johan on the Omen. But as you said, right, Sage gonna be there and PBD looking to lock it in. So for DR, defense is the way to go. They're gonna be setting up that wall, going for the slows, combing it up with the Raze. But one thing also that we're gonna be seeing from DR is trying to get that resurrection up and running. AA a while ago, it really felt like they didn't need it too much because they were stomping the opposition in their defensive. It was more off the wall instead. But here, on split, you can be able to go for the slows, and especially in the chokeholds, find ways to get the orbs and just bring back people to life. But then again, if everyone is flash dash, if everyone is dead already, then how do you do it against AA?
Yeah, you can't really resurrect when you yourself are dead, and so that's going to be something to point in contention. We've seen that when the Sage typically does go down here to VCTPH, it can spell disaster for the team that did lose that agent, and so we're going to see how things are going to play out as we move into split once again. I believe it's supposed to be on the defensive side since Ark started on Haven. It's supposed to be now
DR on the defensive, and ArkAngel going to be on the offensive, and you know that Breach going to be scary on a map like this. You just go for the combos, you find ways to flash from the other side, Aftershock as well as the vault line, getting a big connection. And have you seen how narrow this map can be? Rolling Thunder gonna be scary on the site. ArkAngel right now and DR both on match point. Whoever wins this is gonna move on to the grand finals tomorrow versus the First Order. And it's gonna be exciting because it's a tale of retribution, but also a tale to prove that this was the right decision. Is it gonna be DR moving on? Is it gonna be ArkAngel? It's time to find out as AA gonna be looking to play the attack and looking to play for that middle.
For the side of AA here, and I think this is very important to point out on a map like Split, they have so many ways of blindly clearing and checking a corner there with the Raze and the Breach respectively. So that is going to be a big point here as they are going to be starting on the attacking side. So many corners to clear. PBD is going to be the first one to make contact, and that wall does come up to buy him some cover and some time. He can sit up on top of it, see what he can find, and bit of damage going underway here towards mid, where 3 players from the ArkAngels are going to be trying to aggress.
And aggression is the way to go, but here we have it. No one really dying as of yet. DR just basically stalling for time, making sure that they are going to be fortified enough, but that wall segment going to get broken. And this is going to be PBD watching out for that open door. DR, the Dragons are making nests on the high ground, but ArkAngel, they want to siege on in, and Carl is waiting for the signal, waiting for the go. And here we go already with a flashpoint into play. Helias though in the meantime going to get blinded, and Disrupt does find that Ching there. Turret though going to be in the sight lines, but DR is just cleaning up house. They have gotten 4 already. Carl in the meantime going to get stuck by the box, accepting his demise. It's DR with the first round. And we'll see right now if it's going to be a snowball for either team, or will we get a closer affair coming into this game.
Very appropriately enough, they do have a Roomba because that was very, very clean. Coming in from the side of DR to take that round number 1. Good defense from them, and Kelly S did a lot there too on the Rays. You can see now ArkAngel try to employ their efforts towards the opposite side of the map. Now try and go for the A site and see what they can do in that endeavor, but I really like this spray, the Space Invaders.
I like the ones that move. They make some noise. They really feel like there's that extra effort, but they're cute, chibi ones as well. But now, guys, it's time to invade over and out to the sites yet again. ArkAngel, they'll be trying to make this push work. Josh S alongside Ching yet again. These guys are saying, we're going to be the duos buddies. It's just like we're the passing buddies here, Black and Blue. They want to go as a duo. They want to make things work, but PBD might be the hamper later on because he's looking to set up that wall after getting the heal to himself.
He does do so there, Dax, but the question is, Ching, he's going to find that frag into Kelly S. His head exposed and kindly removed via the Magnum. Ching, good opening pick from him, and that's exactly what we expect from such an impressive aim duelist player as himself. They've crawled their way now back towards mid. They made a lot of presence here towards the B site in heaven, but they're now going to try and regress towards the A site this time, where lots of utility here from the Killjoy of DR is already waiting to try and fend them off. He's going to be trying to hold down the side here with the help of the Jet there, and PBD will get taken down by Johan. Good double opening pick now for ArkAngel to try and swing things back their way. They still are on the pistols though, and so these SMGs can definitely wreak havoc, and Nazmi is going to find one. Fission's going to find one of his own, a second going in the way of Fission to fuse things together, and as the 3v2 now falls their way here, DR ArkAngel are in a bit of a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pickle here for ArkAngel, and we're seeing it yet again, the weakness of AA in how they play. When they cannot see their opponents, they're pretty much dead. The crossfire set up there by DR, looking so sublime, looking so perfect. And what we're really seeing here from DR also is they just know how to defend each other. So good on them. Start on the defensive side. They're going to be able to keep the confidence up. They can be able to get that morale up. But a map like Split still is going to be that defense, trying to get as many points as possible before they move over to the attacking side. And ArkAngel should have the guns this time, just like the little rabbit right there. Jing, Johan, Carl, Josh S, and Modski whipping out the Vandals and the Phantoms, and they're ready to pounce with a full buy into play.
2-0 on the board, and we're going to see if we're able to extend that into 3-0. Josh S here is going to try and melt down that wall as soon as it comes up, and they do successfully do so here for the side of the A, at least, but know the positions, and they know now that maybe it might not be the smartest idea to still continue to push on here, because a pincer could come in at any second, especially after the smoke just dissipates right now. Fission has rotated back around into the ropes, and he's going to try and focus attention towards the A side, so they do give up the top mid vent here for the very, well, immediate portion of this map.
Yeah, ArkAngel, they're just trying to at least make the opening happen here, Black and Blue, and they at least have gotten to the staircase past the mail room. And PBD, though, he's ready to slow things down with that single slow orb that he can try to, at the very least, stall out the opposition. Fault line, though, gonna get avoided. There we go with the dark cover. And ArkAngel swooping on in, but Kelly S waiting on the other side. Ching now gonna be going on down. Here comes the smoke, and Johan does get rid of Disrupt instead. But PBD lurking in behind. Carl in the meantime gonna be able to get that kill, and Kelly S trying to hop top of that box. But from the back to the ground, he will fall. It's ArkAngel with a man advantage. And now the Killjoy and Jet need to rotate to try to figure out where these opponents are.
Spike is planted, and they're going to have to go for the retake here to try and bring it back. They do have the man advantage, so something going in the way of AA to try and make it happen when DR trying to barrel down. This could be the first round for AA if DR cannot make this retake successfully happen once again. So Nazmi, he's going to be the first one to make contact, and he's going to be spotted out. Carl getting him, jumping in the air, not going to let him stick the landing. Fission, he's going to go for the peek. He's going to find a frag, not able to try and really chain a second frag in that way. And so AA first round goes over.
Finally, their execution does work out, and it's a pretty sight to behold. You get Carl going for the flashes, going for the setup. Johan in the meantime with the smoke, and it's up to Ching and Josh says to basically dive on in and go for the takedowns. But Carl at the right place at the right time in those situations to at least get rid of the likes of PBD, who is just going to be trying to hide by the box there on tower. For DR though, they're still up by 1, and they should be having the guns they need this time. It's a stress test versus ArkAngel, and we're going to be seeing if this is going to be them bending over backwards, or can they keep up and keep it close and break the chains of stomps in the series.
Well, they're crawling up their way towards mid once again here, ArkAngel, and trying to take control of the vents. But currently, the Blaze Tower here up on the heavy the stairs. It's been blocked off by that barrier orb, but for now, it has been taken down. Flashpoint to try and gain control of vents, and they successfully do so. Nobody trying to contest it for the side of DR here. You can see they do have a flank watch towards A and B respectively, the main position there, because they are very wary of the roam game coming in from the side of DR. They know that they can get very eager to punish those flanks if they're left open, and so good job to be disciplined here from ArkAngel. Even though they don't get anything from it, at least they get the peace of mind that nobody's currently trying to work behind them. Oh, that paint doesn't going to do so much, and you're going to force him out of position too.
No staying there. Mail is going to get served. Apparently the paint shell is going to be the delivery there from the side of the ArkAngel. In the meantime, answering back, trying to flush out whoever's up on the tower. And Ching is the one looking to smoke things out instead, because A side might be the take instead. Josh as though, surprised by PBD. The bang of that Josh, but this is going to be a double jump down, and Motski going to be working together with Ching to make it happen. Motski now with a second kill. Fission going to be right in front of him. And ArkAngel, they're pushing forward, looking to dominate the action, looking to dominate A side. And over and out, they are going to be already there.
Good double peek there to remove the judge from his chair. Now, Ching finding a frag there in the Nazmi, and he's going to try and fall back because he is quite paranoid right now. The Cloud Burst, able to buy him some concealment. He's going to spray through it though, but here towards the elbow is going to come the peek from Kelly S to bring it down to a 1v3 as Carl does find Disrupt in return. He is in a bit of a pickle right now because, well, he's trapped and he's able to find a frag here in Nemotski. Showstopper to come out, not able to get that frag before he goes down. Maybe, yes, post-mortem, but in the end, you have to do it before going down. And so 2-2 on the board here as ArkAngel able to bring that round their way.
And all sides up, and here we have it. ArkAngel finding their way to infiltrate over to DR's lines. And they say hello, and they say goodbye at the same time. Motski, always a threat with any kind of gun, able to get in your face and get that shut down. It was very surprising though, a judge out of nowhere, but DR now going to be basically looking to beg for a better gun later on, as they are going to be going for the eco here. Bucky though going to be in the play, seeing the Sheriff also, and ArkAngel right now going to be whipping up a storm with the blades, and Josh is sees Nasmi there, creeping a little too close. Ching will get the execution, and Fission, oh, that was so close. Black and blue, and the boom bot gonna get broken, but Fission has been exposed, and now he has to be careful because he only has a judge in hand.
And he totally dodged that, and ooh, Ching just left clicks PBD. Removes him, kunai to the face, and cold hard steel is his medicine right now. Ching is going to be doing so much here with that Blade Storm, and at least for the very least, he's found 2. Will he find the third is the question. Motski holding down the ramps, and they certainly do not let them elevate any longer. Josh S will find Kelly S, and Carl will find Vision. So, last one left alive here. Disrupt, he has the Bucky in hand, doing a bit of damage, and he does find Ching, not able to land that Blade Storm, but he's going to get quickly traded off by Carl, sending him in a twirl, and that's going to be a 2-3 as ArkAngel do take the lead now here in map number 2.
Disrupt, he just dodges the shots. He's like, well, Blades, they don't matter. Not going to be hitting me anytime soon. The Bucky eventually does get that kill, but ArkAngel coming into this round, they have the lead, they have the momentum, and they're going to be looking very, very fierce. I know we're seeing Oni right now, but these Angels are here to slay some dragons, and we are seeing it right here, right now, that they're keeping it up with that momentum. AA brimming with confidence, AA brimming with the shots. DR on the other side, yeah, need to be careful, and that they do want to play a bit of the aggression. Kelly is now confirming that there are people here on A site. Might be a quick rotate from DR if ever, but no, they are confident they can hold the line, but there's the lockdown, and now AA making their presence heard.
Here goes. The lockdown is going to come online in a few seconds, and This will put a lot of pressure on the side of DR to try and fall back, but they're not going to be too phased by it right now. AA have taken the side, yes, but Fission's going to find the opening pick on the Modeski. Carl will get a trade off on the Fission, though, not letting him live for too long, but Josh S will chime in of his own. Look at this, a flurry of frags going both ways, but ArkAngel going to come out on top with the 3v1. Disrupt is all going to be on him. He has the Omen right now. He's going to try and fall back here towards the screens. They know where he is. He has a Phantom in hand, switching it out for the Vandal. That does not land, and so he will still have a chance here to make something happen. Paranoia not going to land on anything, and so while he threw out the Paranoia, he's only going to be really anxious right now because that smoke is going to conceal so much of what he's going to try to do. Fakes the teleport out, so they think that he's overcommitted. And right now, he's going to push his elbow, where Ching is waiting with a bling. 4-2, they do double now their lead when they were down 2. Now they're up 2.
Yeah, Ching with the ding yet again, and there we have it. ArkAngel looking to take command of this game, take command of the series, and take command against DR. What we're seeing yet again is peak ArkAngel. Go in, get the kills. This time we're seeing a different kind of mask, but it's the same kind of play that ArkAngel uses to dominate. It's just be quick and make sure everyone else is very, very dead.
Every time I see these masks here on stream, I keep on thinking, like, what would their voice be? That guy's probably like a...
No, it's like a...
The last one was like, oh.
No, that was like a scary demon sound. But then again, here we have it. ArkAngel playing out of the minds, maybe playing a bit of that demonic infusion. But then again, Fission gonna be breaking down that boombot. Kelly is looking for those tabs. But Ching, he's feeling it right now. And the better confidence ArkAngel has, the better they play. PBD comes close. Ching gonna be right beside him. Josh S though will fall, but Ching and Johan now on the board. And this leaves Disrupt to crawl on around over to B site. Thing is, though, it will just be an A-take here for ArkAngel. Gonna be looking for the plat, but Ching is on the hunt. He wants a kill, but Disrupt wants a gun. And what's the play here? There we go. What a flick, though. Carl gonna go down. The power of the frenzy, something to watch out for. But a backstab from Ching could be something to get the kill onto Disrupt if he doesn't see the jet coming.
Man, that frenzy can definitely steal a kill or two here or there, even though he's facing up against a rifle. Lost Criminales and just stealing it away. Though, Disrupt here in a 1v3, they do have, I think that's Johan there in the Omen, quite low, but still, it's going to be very difficult for him to pull this off, and at the very least, maybe exit frags he can go for, because he does have his ultimate, yes, but time is ticking, double time right now, actually, and he's no position to make this happen, too far away to get his hopes up, and so right now as the turret does spot him out, he's in a very tough pickle. He's able to find a frag, but the quick trade off on Modeski, not going to let Disrupt go, Johan go down alone without any support, and so 5-2.
Yeah. But ArkAngel really popping off right now. You can see Carl and Ching leading the charge, and it really goes to show that with AA, they get even better when they get out of tough situations. Was that really them saying, okay, DR put us in a bad spot, and then we're gonna start dominating. We're gonna be hitting our shots. Here we go with Inari mask probably, little Fox over there. And you know, ArkAngel have been very, very wily in what they have been doing. They know how to get infiltration done. They know how to get into whatever DR has set on up. And when they see them, never mind, not that time though. Nasmi does get the kill on Josh S, but more often than not, there you have it. Example is there by Ching, but PBD has the answer. Rez gonna be into play. And where is ArkAngel now? Carl gonna be trying to go for the push. Mosquito caught out by PBD. Kelly S brawling by the screens, and now DR trying to make sure that they can get retribution against ArkAngel, who are down by 3 members. Carl though waiting on the side. Johan will get that takedown, and Carl right now winning up the fight there. It's Fission though in the middle of everything. It's ArkAngel trying to clutch it out, and an army of 2 is all they need apparently. Rolling Thunder gonna be into play, and Disrupt, he has one chance to hit this shot. Can he do it? Classic in hand right now for Carl, but he has time to reload here. Black and blue. It's Carl versus the Omen on the high ground. Patience is a virtue, and here comes the rotate, here comes the shot, but it doesn't get the kill. Jump on down to try and fight back. It will be the lane right now, being the place to be, through to the corner, ring around the Rosie, and this is gonna be that defuse being faked. That aftershock though for the zone, and Carl, he might be able to do this right here, right now. He will fall to the hand of Disrupt, but time is not on DR side, and ArkAngel will win it out, even with those numbers not in their favor.
What a round from ArkAngel to bring it back. Mind you guys, they were able to find the pick, yes, but they did do that in a 2v5. The Twin Towers here holding it down for the ArkAngel Empire, and these guys have certainly been locking the gates up, man. DR as I said, 5v2, and still the wingman play coming in here, the buddy system really working out for ArkAngel and getting that clutch off, and it was very close at the end of that with Carl and Disrupt against each other, but in the end, Ark do take it 6-2. As I said, when these guys have their backs against the wall, that's when they truly shine. Ooh, a good pick here from Disrupt to find Modeski and Fission, and Kelly S, a triple kill to start things off for the side here of DR, but Johan's gonna answer back. Still though, the damage might have been done.
No, what we saw from that last round, Mr. Black and Blue, anything is possible for ArkAngel now, brimming and shining with these shots. But Johan gonna get caught out there by Fission, leaving Carl all alone. You gotta give the DR, even though they lost that last round in such a, I'd say, heartbreaking fashion, they were able to shut down ArkAngel very quickly this time. The wall was just so perfect from PBD. Sets it up, puts it in the face of Ching. They get the headshot, they get the kills anyway, and now they're going to be able to at least break the momentum of ArkAngel, who was just so impressive in the round where they clutch it out with that numbers disadvantage.
Definitely so here. The double lead now, 6-3 for the side of ArkAngel, and as we move into the last 3 rounds of the half, lots of threes here, multiples of 3. They seem to be looking really hot, especially as they are playing on the attacking side, mind you. When they go to the defense, who knows, might just be even more impressive. But for now, gotta get the 2 ahead of ourselves because DR definitely have something to prove. You can see their defense right now here is definitely focused towards holding mid from the tower position here on top of the stairs down. And so that tells us that they are really anticipating the B split push coming in here. They do smoke out B main as well to not have to bother with that for now, but there might be an engagement going that way because right on the other side of the smoke, Disrupt is going to be trying to deny that ultimate charge of being gained from Modeski, and he has successfully done so, thus pushing him back further, and he has decided to hold off on aggressing on that.
Okay, no kill, but also no orb. At the very least, be able to belay that order. And this is going to be DR right now, looking to hold on to their sights yet again. The tower being taken right by ArkAngel, but PBD, he's feeling the momentum, and he's hitting the shots. Has been a duelist for many teams here and there and everywhere, and it really goes to show that he can find ways to hit shots. Even on a Sage turret, though, gonna get exposed. Josh is in the meantime on the high ground, and we have DR right now waiting down below. Paintshills, though, will be able to scurry them off, and it's time to go for the cleanup. God, it's gonna be hits onto PBD. Fission, though, comes on in, an ult for an ult, a kill for a kill, and it's still AA trying to decide where to go with the spike in the middle, but Ching opening it up, and Kelly, yes, gonna go down by B side. Modeski, though, on the other side. Disrupt, though, with the kill. Modeski right now with the answer. Spike gonna get taken, and Modeski, he is just turning it on yet again. Carry on, Modeski, and it's time for him to plant the spike down, and Nazmi with a tap there against Ching.
Definitely a wayward son, still continuing on here. Nazmi, he is in this 1v1. Both of these killjoys, the lockdown, though, is going to come on in, and Modeski will win that even with it coming online there, the lockdown. So great job there for Modeski to take it all out. And 7-3 on the board as we're moving to the last 2 rounds of this half. ArkAngel are definitely getting higher and higher. 4 rounds between them and the deficit of the Dragons here, DR. So finally, Fission is going to pull out that operator, one we have been waiting to see this entire series because we know the type of damage he can do when he's playing the Jet and the Op. No answer back though from AA. They're not going to be employing the Op just yet for now, but they're on the attacking side, so that does bring some sense into it. But they seem to really want to take the A site here, and I don't blame them because A site has been working quite well, especially when we saw that 2v5 go their way.
Modeski, though, with that clutch mode on, and right now it will be the lockdown into play instead. Blade Storm, though, has been whipped out here by Ching. And ArkAngel trying to make a push happen here by A site. Dash on in already, using the space given by the Dome of Doom. Move on the round. Judge in the hands of Ching as well. Josh is though with a kill onto Kelly, yes, though. And ArkAngel yet again getting that entry, opening up the site, making it easy for them to run on around with a numbers advantage. And the spike has been planted. Time is ticking against DR yet again.
ArkAngel here. They do have the man advantage, and it's going to be up to DR. The pressure is on them to make this retake happen and take this round away from AA, because right now, if AA just hold on tight, they are going to ride straight on through this storm that DR are about to throw upon them. Now as they come on in, Ching able to find a frag. Josh is able to find one of his own. Will Ching find a second here to Blade Storm out, but he face checks the smoke, in which he gets punished for it by Disrupt. And Disrupt, a triple kill from him. He finds Modeski and Josh S, but the opposing Omen here on Johan, he's going to tell him, nope, sit back down. We've got this round in the bag. Last round before the swap, and 8-3. A five-round deficit rather here in the favor of ArkAngel. The righteous do seem to prevail, at least for now.
ArkAngel is just proving to us that they are always someone who can contend, and they're always someone who can dominate. The way they have been taking these sides have just been unparalleled so far after game number 2. And really just goes to show how quickly they can get those kills if they see the opposition. It really goes to show also for DR, they've been trying to play it smart here, Mr. Black and Blue. Time and time again, they're finding the angles, they're trying to find ways to shut down AA. But when those choices get neutered, when ArkAngel is able to just make it simple, make it quick, and make it so lethal, then what can you do then just die?
That's definitely true here, and well, at the end of it, it can be such a difficult endeavor when you just aren't finding the gunfights going your way. You feel like you're doing all the right strategies, but then somehow you're just not winning the battles and the duels that you should feel like you do, but they just don't go your way. It's just how it happens sometimes, the nature of the beast, and they're going to have to try and rectify that very soon, because this lead could be a bit too much to overcome in just a bit if they cannot get a stop here, Dax. And so that is what I'm currently worried about here from the side of VR. Of course, even if they get this round, while the economy will not transfer over to the second half, they're going to still be at 8-4. The mental aspect of it and the positive energy can definitely be used to take the second pistol and then try and snowball a few more rounds in a row and hopefully bring it to like a, 6-8 at the second round of the half.
That can be a case, but the thing is, ArkAngel has found ways to shatter the confidence of DR because they're just finding ways to win these time and time again. And it really goes to show that they're so lethal whenever they have a target in front of them. They use the pathways they can to actually infiltrate onto the towers. They are able to get some speed done because of the lockdown plays. And now, it's just ArkAngel just keeping up their momentum, keeping up their pace. And something really to rely on has been how often and how sure their shots have been here in just the Black and
3-8 here, Dax, and this is going to be the chance for DR to try and at least cut the deficit down in half, because this is looking very insurmountable. Showstopper doesn't stop anything in the telly right now. And Vision, what they line up for him! A double kill going his way! The Bucky seems to ring through, and we know how much he loves that weapon. Ching, though, answering back here with a frag of his own on his jet, and he's going to go for the reload, but he might get caught out. Nazmi will find him, and Vision will get taken down. Nazmi, that's a double kill going his way now. It's all going to be in the hands here of Ching, who is swiftly shut down, and DR do take the 4th round here, the last round of this half. And as I said, while the economy won't transfer over here into the second half on the pistol, that positive energy and the momentum can definitely be brought into play and potentially gain them 2 more rounds to bring this 6-8 at the second round of the half. Of course, they're going to have to win this pistol to make that even possible.
Yeah, Sunshine Day here for DR, and if they can keep these positive vibes keeping on going and going, then they might be able to get the rounds that they need to answer back against ArkAngel. But ArkAngel, they've shown how potent they can be on the defensive, how much they can just put you all the way on the other side of the map because of their setups. And this is going to be that breach and the jet yet again, someone to watch out for, the 1-2 punch that ArkAngel might be able to rely on. And then again, you also have Modesky with the Killjoy setup. Chingdo by the ramp so far. At the same time, the Rays already going to be pushing on forward with the breach actually. So it's Josh S looking to get some help from the enabler, from the initiator. DR actually going to be backing on away from the middle, from the site. They're going to be looking to play into A instead.
Here they go, making their way towards the A site, wherein a bunch of utility has been placed already here by ArkAngel to try and hold that back. Jing, he can potentially find a frag here, but he's going to try and reposition and retreat from that engagement. Not a favorable one if he did continue to push towards ramp, but he has to be careful of ramp because he could get spied out here, thus burning the tailwind. Very good from him. One way too! Great heads-up play by Ching, and good reaction and good response from him to hold down the heavens. Now it's a double opening pick here for the side of ArkAngel, and it's Modesky not able to win there against Nazmi, but he does have a lot of damage thrown his way. They can still make this retake happen. ArkAngel know that they can simply wait this out. 4-3, and they do have the man advantage. They do know that there is a player here that's PVD here towards the ramps, and Ching, will he win this fight? Yes, he will. That's a 2v4. Now they have the 2-man advantage over them. Dropping down towards hell, though, Disrupt is able to find a frag. Josh has quick on the trade. The last one on site is going to be Nazmi, who's going to bring it to a 2v1, but he is completely short-sighted, and man, you need a higher grade of glasses to see farther than that.
Yeah, you would not believe your eyes that someone's right in front of you, and ArkAngel gonna be able to get a handful of the lead coming into this one. 5 rounds the lead for ArkAngel, 5 rounds ahead. And DR right now struggling to get that momentum back in their favor. Sure, they won that last first half round. Besides that, it's still AA holding as strong as they can. And just shining, shimmering, splendid with the shots, with the angles, and with the holds on this defensive. What can DR do now? Disrupt, leading the charge with 15 kills. King right behind him on the other side with 14. But it's just not enough here for DR so far. They need to win the rounds. They need to find ways to get that spike down and have the people still available. At Modeski, he wants to stop any kind of push. The Nanoswarm's going to be in the way as here comes DR yet again, just to get burnt to a crisp by the Nanoswarms there.
Choo-choo, here comes the train, and the A site is a destination, but Modeski is going to put a stop to that, thus turning them on the different route. Modeski, a double kill for him, but Nazmi will quickly shut him down, but Modeski has done the damage already. 3v4 in their favor, and Carl's going to find the frag on the Kelly S. Johan getting caught out reloading, not ready for that fight with PBD. To bring it down to a 2v3. Nazmi, though, 1 HP quite literally on him, but the heal, fortunately, his remaining teammate is a Sage. So, they're going to be here in the 2v3 once again. Not the same favor here for ArkAngel's Ching because he is quite low as well. A single bullet is all they're going to need to take him down. Nazmi, I don't know if he knows this, but he does get the frag going his way. 2-2 on the board. Carl could potentially cut him off here to Sage for the side of DR. Josh S will find that frag, and Carl, as I said, will cut off PBD going on the rotation towards heaven, and 10-4 on the board, 2 away from match point.
Great backstab there from Carl, just waiting patiently to get that takedown. And ArkAngel right now just running away with this game. 6 rounds now, the gap. It's going to be a chance here for DR, but apparently they don't have the numbers, or they don't have the money rather, to try and make this one work. So it's a Bucky, Sheriffs, and a Frenzy yet again. So Sheriff round actually here for DR. They're going to be having to rely on the power of the one tap to get them the hell out of this rut. Can ArkAngel wrap it up in the next few rounds, or will we see DR go for the comeback? It's been a game of stomps. It's been a game of overwhelming one side or the other, but it's been all ArkAngel since we've seen them get that positive momentum in their favor. And right now it's Fission seeing a bit of Jing. Goodbye to him. Another one from Fission. And we're seeing reactions yet again. DR gonna be up by 1 and taking a gun away from AA.
The 1, the 2. What a great shot there. The Sheriff is in town, and well, here is the law. The judge is going to be laying down his verdict, and seems like he's not going to be able to stand too long. Josh S will take him down. That brings it now to a 4. Wait, actually a 3v3. They've actually tied things up here in terms of the man disadvantage. So, Josh S crawling in here. I'm not sure if I like this too much because Fission is waiting around the corner, and we know what he has done. The jury tells him to execute, and with that judge, he will pass the verdict. Fission, will he find a third? Actually, a fourth? Nope, Carl will shut him down. And he potentially could find another frag here, but he's going to cut off from behind. The Sheriff's just finding everything here for the Dragons, and Modeski, it's going to be up to him. As I said, he has been the glue on map number 2 here for the side. Look at that, perfectly. Just using that smoke to conceal him going down the ropes. He's going to potentially find a frag here, but nope. Shot to the side of the head, a bullet to the cranium, and Disrupt is going to end any hopes of him making this clutch happen.
Yeah, Disrupting hostage there and just basically sticking that barrel to the temple, to the forehead of Modeski by this point. And goodbye and good riddance to the Killjoy there. So 5-10 right now. Seems like DR. There are these times they bail themselves out here, Black and Blue. Out of nowhere, it's just like, hey, you guys want to win again? You guys remember that it's our chance. It's our chance to make it to the grand finals. It's our time to try and prove ourselves. But ArkAngel, they want that return trip. They want to make it to Masters, and they just need to get over some of the demons of their past and look to get this win. Showstopper though gonna be into play, and it seems like Josh S unleashes it to break down Nasmi into bits. He also takes the gun away. ArkAngel though, in a bit of an eco state, but they're still keeping it up. Bladestorm gonna get heard, and they're gonna be unleashing the power of the wind coming into the round.
Good opening showstopper there coming from ArkAngel to give them the man advantage, but I'm not sure how worth it is necessarily because they are in an eco, so it's gonna be very hard to win a lot of these duels, and while they find the opening pick, it could be very possible for the side of DR to still bring it back here, and it could have just been a moot point to burn that showstopper so early on. I don't typically like to see the showstopper used to, you know, open up a site where you are especially on an eco, and you might not be able to capitalize on the space that it gives because of the fact that you're on an eco and don't have a weapon. But Fission and Kelly are able to find a frag here going towards the mid site, and this, as I said, they have brought the man advantage their way, but Johan able to equalize things up once again. Bucky definitely finds its range there on Kelly S, and they're going to have to be more careful trying to push in there because we know the type of damage that thing can do, and well, in this case, Fission just swinging left and right, making Ching with every shot there with a jet of his own, So 2 to 3 on the board, and as I said, see, ArkAngel able to bring it down to a 2v2 with the Frenzy on Carl, once again stealing that kill away with the weapon. So will he be able to take the rifle away from his question? Johan is able to retrieve a Phantom, and just like the Phantom that he is going to come from potentially an unknown place. Will he be able to catch him off guard, though? Fission is looking his way there towards the ramp, and he's going to walk right into his sights. That's a third now for Fission. Carl going to give his position away. They know where he is. He's trying to mine this heist, it seems, but in the end of it, they've given his position away, and I don't think he's going to be too doable. That's Frenzy in hand. That's what we're talking about. See, Carl does get taken down, and when I mentioned the fact that I don't like the Raze to open up with a showstopper, that's exactly it. Okay, you get an opening pick, but you don't get the round from it, and so you just expended an ultimate that could have potentially helped you take the gun round. Use it in the eco, and it's kind of a moot point, but not to harpen back too much on that because they still do have a 4-round advantage.
Well, they're trying to steal a gun away, and that was a good chance there for Josh S to try and pop off. But unfortunately, DR just having numbers, having the people there onto A site. Still, though, a bit costly because of ArkAngel getting the picks anyway. And DR right now still have to be careful of these upcoming rounds because ArkAngel gonna have the buys, as you mentioned. This is the gun round that we have been looking for. And there are 2 ultimates on the side of AA, 1 ultimate on the side of DR. But they can be explosive yet again if Fission can get another formula of success coming into his sightlines.
Full 5-man roster here with both of them having rifles in their hands. So this is, once again, the gun round that we've been waiting to see. This is going to be a lot riding on the side of DR, and Ching going to shut Fission down. It's a big pick coming here from Ching. Good job by him. Kelly S will find a double kill, though, an even greater job for Kelly S to bring it back their way. This time PPD is quite blind, but he doesn't see him. He doesn't actually see the fact that PPD was quite blind there, and that is fortunate for the breach here of ArkAngel because he could have been heavily punished for that.
So unfortunate. Sometimes you just gotta look in front of you, like he's right in front of you, just shoot him already. But then again, as you mentioned, that white screen gets in your face, and it will just be AA able to luckily get out of that one. Motzki though already holding it. What a shot there from Josh S, just crossing on around. Motzki also with that tap. Here comes the showstopper though, and Motzki doesn't care, shrugs it off. Kelly S will go down. The power of Motzki is really something not to scoff at whatsoever. PBD walks into Josh S, and ArkAngel now 2 away from taking the victory. If they want to win the way they know how.
2 from taking this 1 away from match point here right now, and ArkAngel seem on pace to be doing exactly that. You can see here for the side of DR, they are very, not very low in economy, but Disrupt is. So the rest of them can force up. I think he's going to be dropped a weapon here, and Fitch is going to probably have to go for the Blade Storm, if anything, because he's not going to be buying him. So Fission here does have the Blade Storm to really employ into this round, and so 4 rifles, a Blade Storm as well to accompany that. We're going to see how things are going to turn out here. Josh S. Ooh, that gets frozen right in front of it and quickly denied here from the side of the gun.
That was kind of scary for Josh S, but he's able to get on the way, only taking a bit of damage. There's a peek right now. PPD gonna get caught mid-transition, but Kelly S is there to answer back. Now ArkAngel will leave that backing on the way. Doesn't want to expose their breach as he wants to try and make that setup work in the first place. But this is going to be DR saying, okay, enough of B site. Let's go into the middle instead and see who we can find now.
They're crawling their way up here, DR in mid, and it seems like they kind of want to take Vents control, but that's more for peace of mind. I don't know if they're going to necessarily go for the A side. Never mind, it does seem like that's exactly what they're going to do. There's a single defender here towards the A side. That's going to be the Killjoy for the side of ArkAngel, wherein lots of utility has been committed as well to try and hold that out because it is a solo endeavor right now in the 4v4. As I said earlier, 4v4s do typically favor the attacking side, and you can see exactly why here because you have an open site, an open avenue to make things happen, but Johan making quick work of that and thus nullifying the man advantage, finding Kelly S. As the Raze is removed, that's a big piece of the puzzle here already taken away from the side of DR. Now, as they try and crawl their way in here towards the B side, what is the avenue of attack they're going to plan? 20 seconds left, and they have to make this execute happen. 20-second method is definitely alive right now, and Ching will find the opening pick, but the quick trade-off coming from Disrupt. Johan will get the trade-off on Disrupt as well. The opposing Omen and Nazmi will find one of his own. But here in the corner, he still finds that shot as Johan was very low, able to retrieve the spike. No, he's not actually able to.
He has to drop down and just put this down immediately. He does get into cover, but Motzki, he will see the other Killjoy, and goodbye yet again to DR and their chances. ArkAngel ArkAngel is now on match point. And Black and Blue, gotta tell you something. You know, there are teams that we see try to win it out through strategy, through innovation, through trying to figure out different kind of agents and compositions on maps. There are also other teams who just say, let's just get better. Let's shoot people as hard as we can, get the headshots, and take them down. And right now in the series, ArkAngel is proving to us they're a little bit of both. They've brought in the tactics, they've brought in the other mechanical skill, and this might be a formula success for them if they can make it to the grand finals, if they can make it to that master slot, if they win it out tomorrow, if they do win right now against DR. But then the Dragons, they still have one last chance, and here they come. No counting down these mids, because Kelly S catches out Josh S. This might be the push that the Dragons are looking for.
Not letting this opportunity slip on by too quickly here, DR, as they do finding an opening pick. That is a good thing for them, but not getting too overeager to capitalize and really push that open avenue. Johan here, though, is going to give away his position that he's very close, and that wall is instantly burned down by him. Good by him. He's going to be falling back here as well. And there it goes. The Rolling Thunder able to shake him up. Ching is able to capitalize on that frag, and there, DR do answer back on the Ching as well. But Johan, I think, a bit overeager on the peak here. He realizes that and falls right back on through, wherein PPD does get the res on Fission. Carl will get the trade off on Kalias, though, being very overextended without any help for his side. And as they're trying to make their way here towards the site, they are going to find the double opening pick, Fission and PPD, but find Carl and Johan in return, and Fission finds another frag going his way. That's a third, I believe, and they're going to still hold on here once again. 7-12 on the board, and DR are not letting this one pass.
Yeah, the Dragons are being hunted, but the Dragons are still trying to stay on alive. 7-12, 5 more rounds to force out overtime. AA only needing one more to get the match win. And that's the thing, ArkAngel, no matter what gun you put them on, it does feel like they're going to be very lethal with it. But DR at the same time, knowing how to hold them, knowing how to pull back. And I love the great escape there done by DR when the Rolling Thunder came. There was the TP, even though they lost one member to Ching, they quickly got the refrag and they got that resurrection also. So here we go again, but Ching in the Bladestorm is going to say hello. ArkAngel throwing all the cards already to the table and more. And Johan even catching out Kelly, yes. Danger close, my name is ArkAngel. Fisher though in the meantime with a kill on Johan, and PBD, what's the call? Walling the garage off, as this is DR setting up on B site, but the Killjoy just so far away. It's effectively 2 people only defending here for DR so far in post plants.
ArkAngel very eager to end this one here, and they have the man advantage, but the retake is going to have to happen here towards the B site, but Fission's going to equalize things up their way. This still might be a chance for DR to hold on and continue this game and push us further closer to overtime. And Fission, that's a third for him. He's going to shut down though, but Carl and Josh S find the frag apiece. It's all going to be on the hands of Nazmi right now versus his former team. What can he do? He's going to have to clutch this out. He does have some utility to force this out, but will he get taken down? He's going to stick the defuse, and there it is. ArkAngel are going to be moving over to the grand final as they take map number 3 away from the clutches of the Dragons.
And the Killjoy looking a little lost on the map and a little too late to the party. ArkAngel coming close to side to make the explosive, and they are going to be able to take the second semifinal here and now and book a date versus the First Order. Victory goes in favor of ArkAngel twice now. They have made it to the finals last week and now this week. The question is, can they do it this time? Can they make it to that master slot to join Brand Esports in this month? Or will it be TFO? That's going to be interesting. But ArkAngel, man, as soon as they got that second half of Ascent, it seemed like they were a completely different team. And then innovation there on Haven, showing us how to really choke out a 3-site map and utter victory in certain rounds, especially here on Splits.
Well, unfortunately, that date with TFO can only accompany a party of 2, and so ArkAngel are going to be the team to be joining them tomorrow in the grand final. Best of 5 is what we're going to have, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be one match to look out for, because the winner of tomorrow's best of 5 is going to move on over into the the slot on the Masters to be with Bren and represent the Philippines.
Yes, that grand final is going to be absolutely amazing. And you got to give it to DR. They found their org and they found their footing today, especially against Team Hashira. And when we saw them dominate in that first half of Ascent, it really felt like, okay, DR might be able to get that upset against ArkAngel. But no, ArkAngel, just the shots have been nutty. And that's the thing I was talking about. It really is the way they know how to play. Find ways to get direct combat and win it out through their utter skill. The shots are amazing. You see them sometimes just running on around, able to stop, pop, and hit that shot. And ArkAngel, they fly high yet again, and they make it to the grand finals, Black and Blue.
Yes, definitely. So thank you there, Dax. And guys, we're going to be signing off for now. Remember to come back tomorrow as we're going to have our All-Star match, and then we're going to have a grand final. The All-Star match comprising members of the VCTPH scene here by PPGL, our pre-show, to get some things going, get things excited. But guys, for tonight, I'm going to be signing off. I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax. We're going to move on over to the panel, wherein they're also going to announce the 10 lucky winners for the giveaways in a bit. So don't go anywhere, guys. But for now, we're going to be signing off. See you guys at the panelist desks. You guys, take it away.
Every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
another 2-1 game to end the day, and ArkAngel emerged victorious over DR, securing their spot in the grand finals and being one step closer to being the second representatives of the Philippines to the Masters. My name is Illustrato, and you're joining me today as we're going to be having a short interview with one of the players of ArkAngel, the ArkAngel squad. Yet again, we've got none other than Carl on the line. Carl, where you at, man? What's up?
Grabe kasi yung hinabol din namin nung first map. 111 ata kami, so yun lang, wala naman, nasabi ko lang sa mga teammates ko, composure lang, kaya natin to, move on tayo sa first map, mag-focus tayo ngayon sa second and third map, kayang-kaya pa natin. Yun lang naman yung sinabi ko.
Wow, yeah, that's like, I was wondering honestly, because for a few seconds we thought that comeback was gonna happen, and it almost did. But congratulations, you won against them on their map pick as well on Haven, and you won on a really tough map on Split. I want to ask you how you're feeling now that you're going to the grand finals again.
Kung Hindi, kung mas go hard kami ngayon, dapat mas mag-go hard pa kami bukas kaysa sa effort na ginawa namin ngayon kasi iba pa rin pag grand final syempre. Sa yung si Coco sa si Zerv, mga dati ko ring teammates. So kita-kits sa nila.
I also wanted to ask what happened on map number 2. Why is it suddenly like that you guys are so good, and then map number 3 you kept that momentum going? How did you guys dig so deep at the end of it and then just suddenly turn on everything? Everybody seemed to come online. Everyone was hitting their shots.
Yun lang talaga. Sabi ko sa kanila, kailangan natin ng composure, kailangan natin kalimutan yung first map. Kasi pag inalala pa namin yung first map, mas hindi na magagawa yung best namin sa second map. Yun yung sabi ko sa kanila, kailangan natin mag-move on. Ganun talaga, nangyari na, hindi namin mababalik. Yun lang naman. Laruin lang namin yung laro namin. Tapos magtulungan kami lahat.
One of the biggest strengths of ArkAngel has always been resilience. Now, I want to ask you, anyone you want to give a quick shout out to at the end of the day, and what message do you have for the teams that you will be facing off in the grand final, which is TFO and whoever you might be seeing in the Masters?
Shout out sa family ko, sa family ng mga teammates ko, sa girlfriend ko, lalo na sa kuya ko. Salamat sa pag-support sa akin lagi. Tapos masabi ko lang sa mga kalaban namin sa final saka sa Masters. Madami pa kami ilalabas na bago. Mas mag-effort kami lalo.
A team that always does their homework. Again, Carl, an amazing performance from you. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow. I'm excited what you guys have, what you guys will do. So again, thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
All right, you just heard from Carl himself with a victorious, the triumphant win up against none other than DR Esports. We were scared for a few seconds there, especially with the first game really going to DR. And honestly, a lot of us thought that it was going to go DR's way, especially me, who now officially today has a 0% prediction rate. I missed all the games. So that's pretty much what happens some of these days. It just happens. So enough about that. Let's talk about the rest of the match here. I've got the panel to help me reconcile what just happened and to break down exactly what did just go, and happen in that last game. So joining me is Trix and Viminal. Congratulations, Coach Trix. Your team just made it to the grand final. How are you feeling about that?
I was
It's another interview.
100% their win. It's not mine. So I am really happy for ArkAngel. I think that they deserve it. DR Esports, a really great job, though.
Yeah, phenomenal performance today. Really went above and beyond a lot of our expectations here. But it was a pleasant surprise. And again, competition was just heating up even more.
Yeah.
I do want to stress, ArkAngel looks so much more resilient than they did, I think, a couple of weeks ago. It's like they're so able to pick themselves up after even if it's like they're losing really tough, losing really badly. And while we talk about this, we're going to go and show the highlights real quick. Why do you think these guys are just so much stronger, like emotionally and mentally lately?
Possibly because they've been through it before. I feel like that's a huge factor, that they've been in this position multiple times. So they also know, as Carl mentioned, that you just have to move on. There's nothing else for you to do. The first map is over.
Really healthy mindset, and we saw how driven they are. During the interviews, they really are determined more than ever, and we can feel it in their gameplay.
What do you think went on here with DR, though? I do want to say they started off strong. They performed amazing against Hashira, but they did lose in the second game and third game against ArkAngel quite handily. What on earth went on there? Was it fatigue from all the games that they played?
It's possible to be fatigued, but I'm not sure. What do you think, Viminal?
It could be, we were talking backstage, and could be preconceived notions of what their teammates were used to doing. And then they were expecting to counterplay that, maybe thinking too far ahead, and they weren't prepared for what they've become and what their playstyle is now.
Yeah, and in the end, it feels like ArkAngel has tuned into that magic plot armor that we have dubbed them so many times. It's just amazing. It's very anime-esque that they somehow channel some, I don't know, some shamanic energy, and in the end just come out with a W.
I mean, we joke around it and call it a plot armor, but maybe it's more of a clutch factor. Maybe they thrive under these pressure situations. And, that, my friends, is a mark of a great team.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that because it seems like ArkAngel are one of the few teams that get better under pressure.
Yeah.
Like, you have to wreck them first before they start doing really well. And when they show up, by God, they do show up. Well, let's talk a little bit about the stats, though. We'll take a look at the stats of these matches. We'll show it up on your screens right now. The overall performances of these guys have been rather phenomenal. DR 13 scoreline against ArkAngel's 8. And would you look at that? Carl up against Kelly S. That's not something we see very, very often.
Yeah, Carl doing a fantastic job on the Sova, and we all know that he is very comfortable on the Sova. He knows his lineups, he's able to determine where his chalk darts are going to go. So it's no surprise that he's up there on the scoreboard, but I do feel that maybe putting Josh S on the Phoenix could have been better if he was on the Rays. Maybe the comfortability as well.
That could have been a huge determining factor right there, but it's great to see these players changing their agents, trying out new things, and experimenting with different strategies. Tries to keep their opponents guessing.
I was actually surprised with the Nasmi being on Killjoy rather than Cypher. From what I recall, Nasmi is an amazing Cypher.
Yeah, it definitely has been the Cypher so many times and yielding so much success with that. But it's really strange that we didn't see it here today. Now, however, let's go and talk a little bit about what they have tomorrow, which I think is going to be one of the more interesting matchups. TFO is surprisingly in the grand final. I think a lot of people are surprised by this, a little bit surprised by the outcomes, and quite happy, I'd say, for the most part, because we were pleasantly surprised. But to go up against a team like ArkAngel, TFO, do they have a shot?
I think here's the thing. TFO, not a lot of people are expecting them to get this far. They were sort of a sleeper team. But of course, you can't really count them out. They're not slouches. I mean, you heard it from Carl himself. Coco and Zerv used to be his teammates. And, these guys have been in the scene since the beginning. They have just as much experience as the next guy here. But, again, anything can go. I really do believe that ArkAngel still has the upper hand here.
Yeah, I'm going to say so. I think there's a very small chance. But there is a chance because TFO have impressed us a lot. And especially with a fresh start tomorrow, who knows, maybe they might be able to do a lot more research, maybe than ArkAngel, which I seriously doubt because very few teams do more homework than ArkAngel.
But it seems like it is still possible. I mean, I would say in terms of the upcoming match tomorrow, TFO needs to be a little more unpredictable. Of course, keeping your refrags tight as they have in the match against OG, but also being a little more unpredictable with positioning because ArkAngel will read that.
Yeah, ArkAngel is one of the teams that really are good at adjusting on the fly. They're just so adaptable, and it's something that they can do mid-map. Not a lot of teams can do that. They just sort of learn how to play in the middle of it all. They don't even need a tactical pause for the most part. They just sort of realize what they have to do, and it's really a thing of beauty. I think this is one of the more underrated aspects of their game that people don't really talk about as much, but aside from their resiliency, it's just such a treat to see.
Vision also doing very well on DR Esports, but unfortunately not quite able to open as much as they needed on either Haven or Split.
You know, on the first map, Fission looked scary, and
Yeah.
for a second I was like, oh god, he's just gonna
Yeah.
keep doing this the whole game long. But it seemed like he ran out of steam, or it appeared that DR did run out of steam. I can't say for certain, but it did appear that the Fission train ran out of gas towards the middle of that game.
Fatigue could be a factor here. They have been playing pretty much the entire day here. But of course, you got to give credit to AA for just shutting down Fission in the end.
Definitely. Fission has been a phenomenal player all throughout the tournament and stepping it up even more now. Unfortunately, unable to get them that golden ticket to the Masters, but the two teams left are going to be in contention tomorrow, and that's going to be ArkAngel and TFO. We'll find out more about them. But before that, the MVP of the series. So, who is going to be taking away the golden gun here tonight is what I will call it tonight. And it's going to be Ching. Yet again, for some reason, you know, Ching has been doing so well, even though he's not an Omen anymore.
I think they've all been performing very well, but Ching in particular, especially on that jet with his knives, just really able to get the kills even when his team is on an eco round.
It's ridiculous what he can do just on those knives alone. I think the space that he creates, and I feel like one of the things that we don't really say about Ching in his game is he doesn't just get the kills. I think the biggest thing is he stays alive way longer than any other jet should be able to stay alive, and that just creates so much pressure on the enemy side. But, of course, enough about Cheng for the meantime, because we do have to take a look at the overall journey, how we got here to the grand finals, because that's going to be tomorrow. We got the brackets coming up for you. And take a quick look right now. It's TFO versus AA. The first order versus ArkAngel. Who would have guessed this? Definitely not me. I think the only person who nobody got this prediction right. I don't think a single person on the panel got this prediction right, like, at all, even on the caster desk.
I'm not sure. I think Dax was like the closest one, but not 100%.
He said TFO, but he didn't say ArkAngel.
Okay.
So no, I don't think anybody got this one right.
Lots of twists and turns, unexpected outcomes today.
Yeah, and I think I was also I just got it completely wrong. I was like OGDR, but it goes to show what we know. And you know, there are other winners. And speaking of other winners, you can be one of those, as we do have time to give away the 10 sets of 1,500 Valorant points. And we're going to be announcing the winners right about now. So check it out, guys. Congratulations to you guys. Easy Tap, Sobangcha 444, Alexandria _718 Deo, and I'm not going to say the underscore anymore, Haibara, Simpni Terror. My heart just makes me happy when I see that. So Simpni Terror, It's Me Marie, R1 Box, Clars Malavega, and Raf Bay. Congratulations, you're the 10 winners of the 1,500 plus points of Valorant points for the end of the day today. And you get that because you joined us and, of course, went toe-to-toe with Asurai in his streaming, in his casting, however. Now, we do have to, unfortunately, say adieu. So before we go, I want to ask your last thoughts on this panel. What are your last thoughts before we go, especially heading to tomorrow?
I think from that last series, I just want to echo what Dax pointed out earlier, that some teams, they outthink their opponent, some teams, they out-aim your opponent. But this series has proven really that ArkAngel is capable of doing a little bit of both. And I'm looking forward to seeing them move to the grand finals tomorrow. Honestly, either one of these teams, I'd be proud for them to represent our country at Masters.
So all I want to say is good luck to all teams. You deserve it. And I can't wait to know who's the one going to be for Masters.
Yeah. Well, I am so excited for tomorrow as well. But before we go, we got to thank our sponsors. So I'd like to give a big, big thank you to Acer Predator, our official gaming PC and laptop partner. And, of course, to Globe Virtual Hangouts. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, local and international tournaments as well. Download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And that has been it for us tonight. It's been an amazing day, but we're not done just yet. Tomorrow, we're going to be finding out the winner of that golden ticket to the Masters and find out the second team to represent the Philippines in the SEA region. Again, my name is Illustrato, so for me, Trix, and Viminal, it's been good game, but it's time for good night. See you all tomorrow.